check, mic check. I think we're situated here. And just like that, we are live. Thank you so much for joining me today. Whether you're watching this back, watching it live, I do appreciate you very much. It's good to be live. It's an exciting day. GameStop's going to report earnings. Maybe a lot will happen. Maybe nothing will happen, right? I'm not here to tell you what exactly is going to happen. I'm just here to report on it, cover it live, and we'll see what happens, right? So thanks again for being here. And on the bottom of the screen, you got some analyst expectations. We got last year's numbers, and then we have Tetron expectations. Although, please take my expectations with the utmost grain of salt because, of course, those of you who know, I'm not in the business of giving financial advice. I'm just here to share thoughts and opinions and just go through some things, and we'll see what happens and have some fun. It's good to see you guys in the chat. Appreciate you all very much. Giga, what's up? Hope you're doing well. Ace, buy more ready. Hey, your words, not mine. Thanks for being here. Bought 2 more bricks today. Cocaine? Oh my goodness, we don't like that stuff here. Send Daddy. Why do you need 2 bricks to succeed? Negative banana. I mean, that's not negative banana. I mean, look at his name. It's clearly not him, right? And sure enough, they see him going live. The algos saw it, right? So they crashed the price, allegedly. No, I'm just kidding. But it's already 9 p.m. Tetron's late. Hey, I'm here. And yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's so late over there. Appreciate you staying up. Got to catch the earnings. Catch the Tetron stream, right? I mean, I guess it's not that late, but late relative to what time it is by me. I'm in the East Coast, so it's 3 p.m. Bright and sunny out today. Actually, a great day. Worked, got out of work early, went for a long walk, just get my mental ready. Haven't streamed in a while, want to just get dialed in, and whatever happens, happens, right? Because at the end of the day, this report is just another quarterly earnings report. We've had several over the past years, and we'll continue to have them, right? There's 4 every single year. But look at some of the previous numbers, and then we'll be able to update these today, so that's always nice, just as a reference point. And then I got my overall GameStop canvas here, some of the stuff GameStop's done. We got a lot of different stuff to go to, but yeah, it's really just good to be streaming and back and just rocking and rolling. And yeah, you just don't want to put any too high of expectations. I know there's this thing going around right now where I saw it like a day or 2 ago. I think it was right here. Yeah, I looked it up. It says Vanguard and multiple others account is labeling GME shares as new, which usually signals a merger acquisition potentially for GameStop. Maybe I'm hopeful. I don't know about merger, right? I don't know why it's always said like merger and acquisition. I think it's gonna be an acquisition. I have a hard time seeing them merge, right? I mean, I guess it would depend on the scenario that takes place, but I really think an acquisition is going to take place at some time or another. But with that being said, I'm not really sure it's today. This could be something else, right? Like it's basically saying like a new share, or they got rid of the Class A and now it's listed as new. Let's get some other screenshots. Same share from today. Here's from August 1st. GameStop Corp Class A, GameStop Corp new class. So maybe they're putting all their shares in one class now, but the specifics of how that would go, I don't know exactly. Do have my assistant ChatGPT here in case we want to ask it some questions. However, it's important to know when you're going to use ChatGPT to research information, you should take that with a grain of salt. It's a good research tool in my opinion, and just good for defining stuff, grammar correcting yourself, thinking of a better way to word things, finding synonyms, right? All those small things I think ChatGPT is really a good tool for. But I'm not going to be like, explain to me why this is definitely happening and just, oh my God, ChatGPT said it. It has to be right, right? So just keep that in mind. But it is interesting. I have to admit, it is interesting that this happens right before earnings, right? What is this, 21 hours ago? So this account, oh my God, don't even get me started on this account. 22 hours. See, so about 24 hours ago, right? About this time yesterday, because I was leaving work and I'm like, what does everyone talk about new shares, right? And this is an old one, obviously. But yeah, we'll see if anything comes of that. I don't think so, but also I'm just so numb to anything good happening, or like there's been a lot of hype around previous earnings reports, especially when I first started covering GameStop. It's like, is there going to be a major announcement? And just the way they've done things, it seems like that won't be the case. And if there was a major announcement to take place, they would likely just do it on the fly, or not on the fly, but it would just come out after hours, a random day when you least expect it. It wouldn't be a day when everybody's watching, right? And that's historically speaking. Will it be the same today? Not necessarily. I don't anticipate an earnings call, because when you get the newsroom of when they announce the release date, you see there's no earnings call mentioned here. So not expecting an earnings call. That would be a complete surprise if there was. But it's been like that for a while now, so it kind of is what it is. That I understand some people are saying, well, I want to hear what's going on. But to me, it just is what it is, in that whether you agree or not, like GameStop has basically made it very clear hey, we're not going to telegraph any plans. We're not going to do earnings call. We're just going to put our heads down and work. Which, good. Yes, they've done some good things. However, it would be kind of nice to get an idea of where things are going. But when I got involved in this and started seeing earnings reports, it became apparent that that wasn't going to be the case. And I'm personally accepting of that. And I think you just have to kind of be accepting of it. It's okay to disagree, right? Like, that's totally fine. And you can agree to disagree with other people, but that is just the situation at hand. That's what I'm trying to say here. And then one other thing to build upon the supposed potential alleged merger that is not official at all, potential, right? Is where were we? I just had Larry Chang. All right, we'll just pull it up here. Back to home. Larry Chang, where is he? Oh my god, wow, I can't even type. Can't even type. He usually posts pretty frequently, right? And could just be a coincidence, right? Like scrolling back 30th, 30 when I'm in Grapevine, thanks to the hospitality for a GameStop team today. If you're not aware, why do I keep going to say Grapeville? Grapevine, Texas is where GameStop headquarters is, and clearly that's it right there. So he was there right before earnings. He's tweeting, and then what do you notice? He hasn't posted in several days. It's been 5 days. For Larry Chang, that's atypical. Like usually he's pretty frequent, like not all day, every day, and sure you miss a day here and there. But as you see, I'm scrolling back here. It's about 1 or 2 tweets a day, roughly, right? So just food for thought. It could mean nothing. It could be an absolute coincidence. There could be something else in the works that happens in a few weeks from now. We don't even hear about it today, right? I'm just throwing all the different ideas out there. Just to be clear, anything's possible. Anything's possible, right? So, mold 9 p.m.'s late. Hey, listen, bro, I get it because now I feel like more and more, like, man, going out late, like, I don't know about that, right? Like, I'm getting to that point where I'm like, going to bed early, it's kind of cool, actually. Dip and rip or rip and rip. Ray Pizzazz, thanks for being here. Who knows, right? That's what I have to say. Who knows? I think dip, rip, and then dip again, and then rip. I expect volatility. I mean, we saw this little jump here, and typically after earnings are released, there's usually a quick move in one direction and then the other, and then it kind of stables out, or it goes back in the other direction, right? Again, that's just generally speaking. But it really, I think, will kind of depend on the numbers. The biggest thing I'm looking for today, or that I would like to see, and it might be a stretch, and it's kind of built into my estimates you see scrolling on the bottom here. Earnings per share to be positive. That would mean net income is positive. However, I'd really like to see operational profit. And that might be a lot to ask in Q2 and just still doing all these little things to adjust. But I think it would be really, really encouraging to see because when you look at the past 4 quarters, the only quarter that GameStop's had an operating profit has been Q4. And historically, they are consistently operationally profitable in Q4 because it is their biggest quarter, of course. However, just being able to maintain operational profit quarter after quarter, I think would be really encouraging while they just continue to work things out and work on some of the things they're working on, right? And we've got some Ryan Cohen tweets as of late. I called it about the iPhone 16, and then I love Roaring Pika. He's probably the top reply for me right here. Or this guy, Greg, this is so bullshit for GameStop. Just for guess for calling unders. Can someone decode this? I love that he puts that under every single Ryan Cohen tweet. And it's literally the most basic tweet, right? Looking for a strong head of omnichannel engineering to lead our development teams in Dallas and a hardcore Salesforce Commerce Cloud engineer. Email tateam@gamestop.com. Clearly, this guy, Greg, has the most ideal resume. Obviously, he has a B plus in science. He's on the JV soccer team, not 1, 2 years. He can eat greater than 10 Oreos in one sitting. I don't think I could do that. I'd feel pretty shitty. Owner of several Dogecoins. See, that's that. I don't know. Maybe he's not qualified. Can burp the alphabet. That might make up for it. Can run fast. Top 25%. I would have liked to see top 10%, but I don't know. He should probably be the cloud engineer for GameStop, right? No doubt about it. But you gotta love the AI photos. Like I love AI photos for my thumbnails. It helps a lot. And then even now I've been doing AI videos. There's this website I've been using. You can do them for free called Luma or something like that. Right? I think that's what it is. That's the one where I've been posting. I don't know if you guys have seen some like a video. I basically you can generate a picture, then you give the AI that picture, and then you can make it into a video, right? And obviously it's not perfect. You can see there's flaws with this, but I still think it's really cool that this kind of stuff is starting to happen, right? And this is my frog. I absolutely love my frogs and my fish tank. They coexist with my fish. These are called African dwarf frogs. Pretty dope. So I thought that was a funny picture. Just share it on Sunday. But yeah, look at this. This is incredible that this is what we're moving towards. And we're still so early, right, in terms of artificial intelligence. And maybe GameStop does something with AI in some way, not some like corny way, like, oh, we're using AI to take things to the next level, right? And they do already to an extent, but is there something that they can profit off of, like some kind of product relative to the quote unquote AI boom? Something they do have that not too many people know about, I don't think. Ubic or Yobik, I never know how to say this. Essentially, they created their own chat GPT, this is the simplest way to put it, for GameStop. So if GameStop employees are like, okay, what's our return policy? They could ask that, and then the AI bot spits out, okay, well, this is the policy for this, 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 and this. And then, okay, well, if it's the holiday season, are there any exceptions? Yes, we have an extended warranty period, or we have an extended return period, right? So essentially, it's a tool for employees, and also just makes it easier, from what I understand, to communicate between the upper level and the store level in terms of management. And then obviously, store to store managers pass the information along. Usually, the structure is, generally speaking, with retail companies, you have your average employee, then you have supervisors, and then you have manager, assistant managers, and then you have a district manager, then you have a regional manager, and then you have the overarching management. And that's Ryan Cohen, Larry Chang, Alan Adel, etc. So they've done the small stuff, right? And we can add that to my list here. So like I've worked on this the other day. Let's say added. I should probably relook here. And they're not in any particular order. Added Ubic technology. They also added SAP, which is just pretty much software for their sales platform. Like the thing is too, people don't realize when Ryan Cohen, and maybe you watching this realize, right? But when Ryan Cohen took over GameStop, all the technology was so outdated. Like they had to do so many upgrades, right? And in terms of outdated technology, I feel like I got to get a new headset. Speaking of, I feel like this one's just not that good. Really want a better mic, but I don't know, I'm open mic wouldn't be the best situation for me because I'm not the only one that lives here. So people sometimes come by and picks up every sound really sensitively. So that's why I've done the headset. But I feel like I got to upgrade this. So stay tuned for that. We're gonna work on that very soon. But thus far, management, some would say, "Oh, this is nothing," right? But this is just some of what they've done. And don't get me wrong, I still think there's more to do. But they've closed unprofitable locations. They let go of overpaid executives. I'll zoom in a little more here. They dramatically cut overhead costs for the business, and you can see that looking at SG&A over here, especially from 2022 and 2023, and then now into the early part of this year. And that is definitely a figure I'll be looking at when the earnings come out in about 50 minutes from now, or whatever exact time it winds up to be. But they cut down overhead costs, such as SG&A, narrowed it down to one warehouse in Texas, and it's right near their headquarters, which I really like in Grapevine, because they can go to the facility itself and say, okay, well, like, how much product is in here, how fast is the product moving out, right? They can really get like a hands-on experience in terms of what's going on there. I mean, I'm not saying, oh my god, that like it's the craziest greatest thing ever, but it's just good perspective, I feel like, for management to see like ground level operations to an extent. Like in the beginning when Ryan Cohen would just kind of show up to stores like undercover boss style, some would say, and just see what's kind of the vibe and what's going on. And then you have Ubic Technology, SAP, so just basic technology upgrades. Again, not groundbreaking, but just was not there before with the previous management team that essentially, in my opinion, was just trying to drive the company into the ground. And that's a whole topic in itself. But at this point, essentially no debt. They only have a very, very tiny loan from the French government. It's like 10 million left at some point. First 4 billion in cash, like basically no debt. Obviously, if you look on Yahoo Finance, they show that they have debt, but that's because of the leases. And then they established a GameStop credit card. Another thing we're thinking of, changed GameStop Pro plan. Part of that was going from 15 to 25, but they changed the benefits of it a little bit as well. Began selling and buying PSA cards. I didn't see that coming. I like that development. I think that's something they can really lean into. It would be cool if they could one day grade cards. I'm not sure if that's necessarily something they'll ever be able to do or have within their structure. Some kind of deal with the card grading company. Why can't I think of the name? PSA. We'll see. I don't know about that. But CandyCon, private label brand. I really want to see them do more private label brands. I think that is a definite way they can boost revenue and margins over time. Because if you're not familiar, CandyCon right here, private label brand. It's GameStop's own in-house brand, and generally speaking, in-house brands have higher margins, so that's good for them. This is my controller. Honestly, it didn't look as good as I hoped in terms of the color scheme I chose. Like, I wish I picked like different thumbsticks in different colors, but I also got the red one. The red one's kind of sick too, and look how easy it is. Like, you literally just snap it on and off. I'll give you the full screen here. See, just snap it right off. See, CandyCon. Got my controller, and honestly, I don't have a Switch, but I use it from my computer for some games, and it works great. Honestly, like, I'm not playing any super crazy games, but it works very smooth, and it has a smooth feel to it overall. I think the red honestly looks a little bit better, but I kind of have both, so I'm like, all right, I guess I'll alternate. Cause I only have one controller, so might as well. But I'm gonna switch it back. Boom. So yeah, that's the inside scoop on the CandyCon controller, but I feel like this came out really well. I'd really want to see them build upon this, more aspects of the CandyCon brand, but then even beyond that, create some other private label brands. I think there's definitely a good route to go with that, or that could be a part of what they do, because you have a lot of people like myself who really like the company and want to shop GameStop and would prefer to shop GameStop over another brand. So if they're launching their own products, that is potential revenue, right? And obviously it has to be a good product. You can't just rush it out there. We don't know exactly how long this product took, but it definitely took some time to develop and ultimately put out. And of course the haters will say, oh, it's just a cheap Chinese knockoff, blah, blah, blah. Try it then. Try it. I think it works fine. It works better than me than any random controller from China. So, and now the latest Mod Retro, GameStop exclusive product. We've seen that come out, and supposedly they're launching Retro GameStop. So I didn't see that from GameStop directly. I saw that was put out, but I'm like, is that just being misconstrued for the fact that they're doing Mod Retro? And then they say, oh, they're doing Retro GameStops. I'm not too sure. I haven't seen any Retro GameStops or anything official from them. So, the general rule of thumb, I don't believe it unless GameStop says it. Then I'll believe it for sure. So, we'll see. We got, what is it? 3:18 Eastern. We have about 40 minutes or so. About 40 minutes. Did Ryan Cohen or Roaring Kitty tell you we are getting a PSA data in the report? Not negative, Banana. I don't have any. I think you think I have connections, but I don't. I don't have connections like that. But that's something I would really like to see in the report, and that kind of brings me to my next point here. Some things to look for. I just kind of just like uh, jotting stuff down, just brainstorming. I wouldn't think, oh my god, this is like the most essential or anything like that. Just some thoughts I had, which I'll get into in a minute. But anyone feeding ChatGPT SEC filings, it still gets everything wrong. Cabo GME, thanks for being here. You're absolutely right. I totally agree. That's not a good use case because you're right. It doesn't properly read the numbers. And from learning about AI, I've been really trying to understand it because I really think it's just very fascinating and I'm very curious about it. I want to know what ways can I use it to better myself. It like reads like the structure of it or something and not even the words itself. So I think that's why that happens, but I'm not the right person to ask about that. But you're right. You can't just be like, oh, what was the exact net income for GameStop last year? It'll definitely get it wrong. I feel like this could be the last negative earnings for years, but hey, Ray, that's optimistic thinking, and it's possible, right? It's not impossible, but I think it's just good to temper expectations and understand, it could still be a negative EPS. I know my bottom here says estimating 6 or 7 cents. I'm no expert, right? Let me be perfectly transparent. I'm not an expert. I could be wrong. It's just what I'm hoping for and what I think is actually feasible. Wendy, hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in. Sup, GME peeps? RP, hope you're doing well. GTA, what up, what up? Hey, man, I made it to your live. Can't wait to hear your earnings, buddy. Yeah, man, it's exciting times. I'm really excited. I can't believe the day's here. What's up, Tetron? Thank you for streaming the report. Of course, Scott, of course. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much. Yeah, is where it's at. Yeah, it's incredibly fascinating, but incredibly scary at the same time, in my opinion. That's the best way to think of it overall. What's up, guys? Happy earnings. Fat Dad Dirk. Hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. Dirk, such a pleasure to have you here. Dude, everyone in the house. We'd love to see it. You still use my Beats by Dr. Dre. GameStop sells a good streaming kit, light, microphone, camera, etc. Scott, thank you. I might have to look at that, honestly. I'm going to post a note. Let's see. GameStop streaming kit. Take a look for that later. Yeah, it's time to upgrade some things. I'm really getting to the next chapter of my life. I feel like the channel's improving little by little over time, but also even myself, like I'm realizing to become successful on YouTube or in Tetron and whatever route I ultimately go and where I take everything, I'm just gonna keep moving forward. So that's number one, keep the feet moving. But number two, I'm realizing like you have to better your all around self to accomplish the goals you want. I mean by that is like health and just habits and ideology, like all these different things. I really feel like it all comes together, and that's a lot of the stuff I've kind of been working on, especially with like my health. I've been trying to just be on a better diet and whatnot. Let's see, oh, what would be yeah, this in the DM. What up, Scott? Rugged? Yeah, everyone here, I love it. I love it. Yeah, no, I apologize. It's so hard to keep up with things sometimes, especially my job. Like, just gets busy, and I'm just trying to make sure I do a good job, and then come out, do a good job on Tetron, right? That's the way she goes. But BCG lawsuits concluded. Any details? Probably not. Any specific information on the PSA cards? I think it'd be really nice. I feel like it's going to be under the collectibles category in terms of like the revenue breakdown, because usually hardware, software, collectibles. But I think it'd be really sweet to see PSA cards in their own category. Anything about CandyCon private label brand expansion? Probably not. It's kind of why I have the stars there. I am very curious what the total cash pile looks like, how much interest they occurred. Keep in mind, they just did 2 major share offerings in this quarter. However, they took place in the middle of the quarter, so the cash accumulated on interest is not going to be as high as Q3 if they had that same amount of cash, because they haven't had the cash for the entirety of the quarter. So they raised it towards the middle and end, and obviously they have 4 billion in cash now, and what they do with that is to be seen. That is for sure. Total cash per share, just fun to calculate, doesn't mean a whole lot, but really just the overall cash is the most important. DRS, I'm just curious what that looks like. Mixed feelings. I think really the only way to truly own your shares is directly registering them. However, I see a lot of arguments on both sides, and there's a lot of good points. And I would say I'm mixed, right? And then at the end of the day, you should do your research, due diligence to determine how you want to hold your shares. Like, it's your own individual decision whether you're going to use a brokerage, directly register them, use several brokerages, whatever the case. Profitable on operating income is the one I keep mentioning. I think that'd be really encouraging to see. If we look at the same quarter last year, right? Was this Q2? Yes, because this is the same quarter we're coming out now. Q2, end of July 2023. There, what were we looking at? Oh, operating income. So you can see their net income was negative 2.8 million, and that was negative 1 cent per share. And also keep in mind, because there are more shares now, that is going to impact how net income is relative to EPS. So just keep that in mind. But you see their operating profit or loss was negative 16.6 million, and then they had 11.6 million in interest income and 2 million in other income, and then after taxes and whatnot, ultimately winds up being negative 2.8. So while they were basically break even on the bottom line, the interest income was a larger part of that, right? So I really want to see this number, the operating income, be profitable here, even if just 5 million of operating income, right? I think that'd be so encouraging, and that might be a stretch, because look at what revenue is right now, and if you look at what my revenue estimate is, what analyst estimates are, and what Q1 earnings were, it's very likely revenue is going to fall, right? I'm hoping for around 900 million. Again, maybe too optimistic considering store closures and just things that have been wound down. However, I don't think it's completely out of the cards with PSA cards now, and I don't think CandyCon's going to be a major, major boost, a tiny boost, and that won't be separate. That'll just be within collectibles, but really, PSA cards separately would be really interesting to see, and over time, just determine, like, hey, how is that business doing as an aspect of GameStop's brand, or a revenue aspect of GameStop's brand. But we'll see, because the number to beat from last year is negative 16.6, but you got to consider, if revenue goes down, yes, cost of sales will fall with it, but it really depends what gross profit is, what the gross profit margin is, and then SG&A, which we have all over here. So you can see year over year for the same quarter, revenue significantly fell from Q1 2023 to Q1 2024, but net income went up. We'll see if that's the case here again. I think it's probably going to be a similar story, but again, even if they're net profitable, I don't want it to just be from the interest income. I want them to be operationally profitable, and then the interest income just gives them a boost in terms of the net profit, right? That's just what I'm looking to see. And then here are their margins. Really, I want to actually update this chart. I might just do it. I'm just trying to think if it's possible, because I want it to be gross margins, operating margins, and net margins without it being too tiny. I think it is. I probably just have to like shrink these and then add operating in the middle, because it'd really be nice to see gross margin, operating margin, and net margin all in one place, quarter by quarter for the past 5 years. So we can see gross profit went up a little bit. That's encouraging, but Can they maintain that right here? And really, a number like 30% would be a lot more enticing to me and a lot more exciting, and then increases the likelihood that we get that 6 or 7 EPS per share, which is a clear beat compared to the analyst expectations of -8 cents per share. But again, it's to be seen. It's to be seen. What the numbers don't lie. So I could predict all I want, right? But it all comes down to what the numbers are. And then also you could see how SG&A has declined over time. Look at Q1 2022 to Q1 2023 to Q1 2024. Pretty significant move down. Essentially cut it by 50% from 2022 when you really think about it, because it went down over 150 million. And then really when you're cutting revenue as well, I put the percentage, SG&A as a percentage of revenue. I think that's a major factor, because if you're cutting down revenue, right, or revenue is declining, you really want to look at SG&A relative to what the revenue is. So with that being the case, that's why I put the as percentage of revenue here. And they really were trending nicely from 2022 into 2023. Each time SG&A was being cut, and beyond that, SG&A as a percentage of revenue was declining by like 5%. Here was about like 7%, maybe 6%. Here about another 5%. Here about the same, and then back up to 2022 levels. So that was a little bit discouraging to see, to be honest with you, in the last earnings report. But at this point, it is what it is. And here's a little more on the Mod Retro. See, Mod Retro, the emerging leader in heirloom quality electronics, is thrilled to announce the successful launch of an exclusive chromatic colorway available only at GameStop. The nostalgic device exemplifies the retro gaming renaissance and its top 10 position in GameStop's weekend console sales, combined with GameStop's significant role in the national collectibles market, indicate the future of gaming is indeed retro. And a couple friends say to me, like, oh, it's not a good idea. That's such a crowded space. But I'm like, relative to who? Like, who are the competitors? I'm sure there are competitors out there, but there's the retro gaming space is so broad, right? So like they could kind of niche into it. And right now, this is just one particular thing. Niche into it, become the niche itself almost, and not become the niche itself, but focus on like a certain niche and then expand upon that and just grab like a corner of the market. Don't go for like the whole retro market. Like, obviously, I don't think it's going to be that plain and simple, right? That's kind of my thoughts on that. But another good website if you want to just see like all the breakdown of the numbers, or always the best website, is GameStop Investor Relations. But this website, Macro Trends, is some good stuff. Oh, I haven't even checked this. This is the max pain for the week. So there's been a lot of times where GameStop closes at max pain at the end of the week. And if you're not sure, like, what is max pain? Why are you even talking about that? It's where it's the price point at which the most options expire worthless. So for this Friday, it's 22.50. Right now, stock's at 23.32 and it's currently falling since we started the stream here, but it's the way she goes sometimes. You can see we've been in a little bit of an uptrend out of nowhere after hitting a bottom of 1979 at the very end of August, and that was after, right here was the whole like flash crash yen carry trade unwinding, which, by the way, I don't think that's done for. The yen is starting to appreciate and the dollar is starting to depreciate against the yen, and I have a hard time believing that any yen carry trade out there, because there's a lot, and it's been the same way for a long time. Low interest rates in Japan, higher rates in the U.S. Turn around to the conversion. While all of it might not be in the stock market, I just have a hard time thinking like this was it for the yen carry trade unwinding, because I'm sure there's plenty of people who had liquid cash, so they weren't liquidated when that big move happened all at once, right? And that's a whole other topic in itself. We won't get into that too much today, but we are uptrending a bit here, and year to date they are slightly up, right? Yep. They started the year about 1750. And really, at this point, too, they have a base. Like right now, they have roughly, and we'll know for sure when the earnings report comes out, $10, $11 per share in cash, maybe 9 something. So when you look at it down here at its absolute lowest, $10, at that point, they had about, I think it was it was like 350 in cash per share, if I remember correctly. Let's think yeah. So it was about like, it got to a point at its lowest where pretty much more than half the market cap, not more than half, but about 1/3 was represented in cash. So if you take that same number over here, like $10, like right now, it's a huge part of their overall like per share, like the cash. So we'll see. And also made this little move here, but obviously this was a very volatile period. But from here, It's pretty much generally been sideways, and when you zoom in, it really kind of hasn't. It is sort of volatile, but it's sideways relative to this time period in here. And obviously, this where Roaring Kitty came back, and there was a lot of commotion. And then this guy buys Chewie out of nowhere, and then he just says, "I don't want to play with you anymore," with the Toy Story meme. So much going on, right? And I don't read into all that stuff too much, honestly. Like, I read it for fun, and I am curious what people say, but I don't analyze any of that too heavily. Although, allegedly, people are buying 5,000 share lots of GameStop, and was what was going on last time with the options for GameStop, but maybe someone's trying to replicate it, right? Like, there's so many different eyes on this, and so many people with different perspectives, and hoping things go one way or another. I'll just say that. So, but apparently also Siri, I see people talking about that, but I don't fully know what happened with it. And when Jerome Powell's doing the sketch thing, like Siri. So I don't fully know. I know it's like they combine different classes of shares because Siri was at like $5, but there's like all these different classes, like charts independent path with buybacks and streamlined capital structure. So they really just change the structure of the business. So people are saying, that's interesting. I don't know. I haven't read too much about it. It is interesting, but I would be able to speak on it more if I read into it more. And this is funny, just side note. Shadow Platinum Sparkles, Emoji Gate transcript. Okay, you've never gone publicly and said, "I'm not the meme lord." No, I have not. You gotta laugh at this. I've never said I'm the meme king, but you've never said that you're not, right? I've been called a lot of different things. Mr. Cohen, it's a yes or no question. You've never gone and publicly said, "I'm not the meme king." I don't believe so. Okay, you've never gone public and said, "I'm not the meme lord." No, I have not. You've never gone publicly and said, "Don't call me Papa Cohen." No, I don't believe so. Like, just imagine a court like saying that. Mr. Cohen, it's a yes or no question. You've never gone and publicly said, "I'm not the meme king." I don't believe so. Okay, you've never gone and publicly said, "I'm not the meme lord." No, I have not. Like, just imagine that, right? It's so funny. Oh my gosh. But get Yahoo Finance open again. I like to have that open on the side. There's my full toolbar of stuff. And again, I hope everyone's doing well out there. We'll see what happens. We're about T-minus 30 minutes away from GameStop earnings. Let me check the chat. Got a sip of water because I am yapping away. But I really appreciate you guys being here. Say what up, Scott. Really do hope GME does something for us today, and then I do not feel as if holders are getting screwed. Travels, thanks for being here. I think it's a fair point. I see what you're saying, but again, I was saying a little bit before, I just feel like GameStop holds their cards close to their chest. Given how they've acted, I would say, over the past several years, to me it's likely that if there was an acquisition, it would just come out like after hours on a random day. It wouldn't be on an earnings date, although it's not impossible, right? Like, some companies do that. Like, that is a known thing that companies announce an acquisition on earnings day. So it's possible. And I was saying before, strictly speculation, but Larry Chang hasn't tweeted since September 5th. And when you go back, he tweets pretty frequently. And also, it was only like 10 days ago or so, he tweeted that he was in Grapeville, why do I keep saying Grapeville? Grapevine, Texas. It's Grapevine, not Grapeville. I don't know why I keep saying that, but DRS equal long-term infinity pool account, street name purchase to control cost basis. Cabo, thanks for being here. Yeah, long-term infinity pool. It's true. That is true. Here we go. Touching, you should add GME does anything with that 5 billion. SG&A under 265 million would be awesome. No, and Banana, I think you're absolutely right. That would be incredible. And what is it? Anything? That's true. All right. Well, that's a good point. I'm going to add that on here. Store closures. We can expand this a little too. Spending any of the roughly 4 billion in cash. And also, going back to that, right? When we look at their balance sheet, so obviously they have way more cash than the year prior. Excuse me. And marketable securities essentially cash equivalent, just a little bit longer dated. So by definition, by the way, cash and cash equivalents are either straight cash, money market account, could be a high yield savings type of situation, or anything that matures in less than 3 months. So if they're buying like monthly treasuries, for example, that expire within 30 days, then that would still be considered under cash equivalents. Marketable securities is over 3 months, but then less than 1 year. And you know that because it's under current assets. Current, by definition, on the balance sheet is within a 1 year period. So with that being the case, marketable securities is basically treasury bills that are more than 3 months in length, but less than 1 year. So probably a lot of 6-month bills. And having said that, interest rates are about to be cut by the Federal Reserve. Meeting is it this week? Is it next week? It's coming up. I know it's coming up, and it's pretty much priced in that rates are coming, or it's pretty much widely known. I would say generally accepted that we're getting at least a 25 basis rate cut, maybe even 50. Some are saying in this upcoming Fed meeting. So with it being the case, and with the way the Fed is shifting, they're saying like, yeah, we're getting ready to begin cutting rates. And if they are going to begin cutting rates, then they either are going to lock in the cash into longer term treasury bills, right? Theoretically, although those start to move in terms of the price when the Fed starts to kind of foreshadow what they're about to do. So I'm not sure that would be the most favorable rate or the best route, but they can keep in the short term securities, right? And just earn that little bit of interest income. But as rates are getting cut, the amount of interest income is going to decline. And also, I want to be perfectly clear. Some people I think maybe think, oh, you think they're just going to earn interest income and that's going to drive them to the next level? That's going to make them successful and super profitable? No, I don't think that, to be perfectly clear. I think for the shorter term and while they're planning the right moment to make the right move, great. At least earn some interest income in the meantime. But there's less and less of that happening if the rates are being cut, right? So just some food for thought there. Again, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you very much. Travis, GME is doing something for you. You need to stop expecting some kind of silver bullet. The company has cash and now developing forms of revenue. What more do you want? If GME does come some kind of radical move, they are soon to be sued, being sued. Best thing is to just make money and pay a cash dividend in the future. Scott, yeah, I mean, I do wonder about a dividend in the future. I mean, I think they have a long way to go before that happens, but as shareholders who have held for a long time might want, cash flow is very nice. So again, they're not right at that point right now. I don't see them doing that. I'd be utterly shocked, honestly, if they announced a dividend today. But down the line, I don't think it's such a bad idea, right, to reward your shareholders. And also keep in mind, Ryan Cohen himself and the board members himself, major shareholders, so they would get that cash flow and reap the benefits of the company if they ultimately did implement a dividend down the line. But again, we're very far from that right now. My friends got calls, not 5,000 of them though. Yeah, Anthony, thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well. Hey, best of luck with your calls. You guys know me. I always say with options, just be careful, know thyself, and trading in general. There's nothing wrong with doing that if that's what you so choose to do. But just remember, options, you could lose everything with it. So just know your risk tolerance, know thyself, have your game plan set up for good or for bad. So just always keep that in mind in general with options. But hey, we'll see what happens, right? We'll see what happens. We're dipping, going to the end of the day here, about 4% down, 3:33 Eastern. Is that right? No, 3:39. My computer is off on its time. You guys can't see it. My face is blocking it, but it's off by like 5 minutes. But it says it's connected for real time. It drives me crazy. But whatever. How crazy would it be though if, and we'll get into the AK in a few minutes here. If Roaring Kitty came back, where did I have it? The last GME YOLO update. Well, we got one today. That'd be pretty nuts, right? Out of nowhere. And he wound up with 9,001,000 shares, the exact amount of shares Ryan Cohen initially had. So some kind of nod to him. Some have speculated maybe becomes part of the GameStop board. Maybe, right? Maybe. I think that'd be so interesting. I think that'd be an epic turn in the saga and just would be awesome, honestly, in my personal opinion. But I don't know. I don't necessarily think that's going to happen, but I think it'd be pretty dope. But we'll see. See if he happens to post. He just tweets out of nowhere. What was that, yesterday? And shout out Fitzy. I'm sure you guys know him. He's a homie. Roaring Kitty. It makes me laugh. Roaring Kitty tracker. He doesn't even trade that much. But and everyone's thinking about the eyes. See, just post this out of nowhere. Buys Chewy. And then the eyes are facing the other way now. And then he's saying, I don't want to play with you anymore. And they sold Chewy, but there was no filing for it. All questions being asked, right? Lots of questions. And right before that, Dune, and he was just tweeting out of nowhere here, and some were speculating this was him saying, this was interesting, what does it mean? And this was right when he kind of slowed down, right? He did the Uno reverse card. Of course, that was after disappearing for 2 weeks, and then just a week later, day after day, 2 in 1 day, once for the 12th, once for the 13th, once for the 17th. And this, when you look it up, it was like a controversial tennis thing. I forgot exactly the details. It was a while back at this point. This is Bruno. People were saying people hated him because he could see the future type of thing. Then there's all the emojis people speculate on. If you're just listening to this and you haven't been following that closely, you're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Like, it's fun to speculate on that, to be clear, but really it comes down to the numbers and just focusing on what the company's doing. Like, I really truly believe that. And then also just look at what management's doing. Look at Larry Chang's share acquisition prices. So these are all the shares he's purchased, right here from 2022 to 2024. His average cost basis was 2016 on those shares, and his most recent purchase, actually in July of this year, was $24.85 per share. That's the most he's bought shares for between the years of 2022 and 2024. And you can look at EC, he earned some share awards for being a board member, so you get about 19,000 shares there. And then also in June 2021, he joined the board of directors, and at that time, he was required to file a Form 3, being an initial disclosure of share ownership and share awards, and revealed he already had 12,000 shares, which is 3,000 pre-split, prior to joining the board. So he bought 12,000. We don't know at what price pre-June 2021. He purchased 46,140, and then so that's 58,140 total, and that's a grand total of 78,000 shares that he currently owns. Seems like pebbles relative to what Ryan Cohen owns, but still pretty significant, and definitely much more significant than me, I'll say that. So, by the way, if you haven't already, follow me on X. I'm always posting updates and just miscellaneous economic stuff on here, so appreciate if you guys catch me on there. But yeah, then also just scrolling at Super Stonk, always fun. I haven't in a while, honestly, so I was just quickly going through. But Roy Kitty YOLO update, merger and acquisition confirmation, positive Q2 timeline for today. That would be exciting. It's time for the company to reveal a long-term business plan, says Jim Cramer. Okay, Jim. Okay, Jim. Jimmy boy. Funny how he is saying this now that Wall Street are in the dark, thanks to Ryan Kitty getting us out of, or Ryan probably meant Ryan Cohen getting us out of the credit facility, which brings me to the next point here. Perfect. So they filed this 8K on August 28th. It was filed 28th. It was put out 27th, but became officially out on the next business day. And I just closed it out. I just closed it out. There we go. Oh, I just tabbed away from it, but whatever. Zoom in. As previously disclosed, on November 3rd, 2021, GameStop entered into a credit agreement by and among the company, certain subsidiaries of the company, the other borrowers and guarantors. Yeah, why does that trip me up? From time to time, party there too. The lenders and issuers from time to time there too. Wells Fargo Bank, National Association, Administrative Agent, Collateral Agent, and Australian Security Trustee. Wells Fargo Bank, National Association, JP Morgan. So pretty much all these major banks, Fifth Third Bank, etc. Wells Fargo. The credit agreement currently provides for an asset-based secured revolving credit facility with a borrowing capacity of $250 million and a maturity date of November 3rd, 2026, and included a $50 million swing loan revolving sub facility, a 50 million Canadian revolving sub facility, and a 250 million letter of credit sublimit. Pursuant to the credit agreement, the company was required to pay a commitment fee of 0.25% on any unused portion of the total commitment. So they're going to save a little bit of money there, like under $1 million. Nothing major, right? I mean, every little bit helps, right? Definitely, don't get me wrong, but that's not the most major part of it. The fact is that on August 27, 2024, the company issued an irrevocable notice of termination pursuant to the credit agreement to voluntarily, keyword, voluntarily terminate the credit facility, including all commitments and obligations under the credit agreement. The termination is in effect as of August 27, 2024. After giving effect to the termination, the company's principal sources of liquidity will be from cash from operations and cash on hand. So, keywords here: voluntarily, and this last line. The company's principal sources of liquidity will be cash from operations and cash on hand. So one, they voluntarily did this. They were not obligated to or forced to in any which way. They chose to do so. And then beyond that, they're saying, hey, we're going to be good. We have enough cash on hand and we'll generate enough cash from operations where we're going to be able to pay our suppliers out of our own pocket. We don't need to use this revolving temporary credit facility. And also, from what I understand, by doing this, they have very little connections to banks, right? Like, they don't have any major debt. They don't have this revolving credit facility anymore. So from how I see it, and if anyone has any insight, like, feel free to drop it in the chat. They're not obligated to pre-notify any particular bank or anyone really about an acquisition or a major move with the company's capital. Yes, of course, they still have bank accounts and they're not completely detached from banks 100%. They need to hold the money somewhere, but this really, from how I see it, doesn't obligate them in any which way to give the banks a heads up of something that may be coming relative to the credit facility, because they don't have the credit facility anymore. So we'll see. And then this is what Roaring Peakish tweeted out. Shout out to him. He's an OG. Restrictions of GameStop's old credit agreement that are now gone. The credit agreement places certain restrictions on the company and its subsidiaries, including but not limited to limitations on additional lines, investments, acquisitions, loans, guarantees, and the incurrence of additional indebtedness, certain fundamental changes, certain dispositions, certain dividends and distributions, and certain related party transactions. They're basically saying it obligated them to cue them in on what's going on. But now that's not the case. And also investments, that stands out to me a lot, because remember, the company approved, I feel like this has kind of been forgotten about, and I actually just forgot about it till just popped in my mind right now. They approved an investment policy that Ryan Cohen and the other board members can basically direct the company funds and invest it as they so choose to. So theoretically, GameStop could be invested in NVIDIA right now. We might not find out till today, right? I don't think that's actually the case. Let me be perfectly clear. That's just a very simple example. But that is part of the situation in terms of like their investment policy. How they execute on that, I think just time will tell. Time will tell. But it's worth noting that 8K comes out right before the report. And I know the share change, from to GameStop shares new instead of GameStop shares Class A. I don't know. It's just one of those. I'm always skeptical because I've been around long enough to know, like, every time something seems really good, like, oh, it's going to be big, it's going to be true. And then it's like a nothing burger, right? So I guess I'm like always overly cautiously optimistic when it comes to just seeing so many things be so hyped up and see, oh my gosh, it's really here. And then it's just kind of like, oh, that's not what we thought it was, right? So yeah, we'll see. We're getting closer and closer here. 3:48 already. Damn, time is flying when you're having fun. That's for sure. That's what they're saying. How far do you think GME can rise on a MOAS situation? Donnie, thank you for being here. Good question. So I've come to say over time that to me, MOAS is defined by everyone differently, right? It's not a true like thing that has a definition in the dictionary. It's like a term that's kind of been created. So if you're not aware, MOAS stands for Mother of All Short Squeezes. So, in my opinion, it really is going to vary on a lot of factors. Obviously, like how much potential short interest underlying that bubbles to the surface. And by the way, before we even get to any of that, ultimately, to being a quote MOAS type of scenario, I really think the company just has to drive forward and succeed. And whatever's underneath will naturally bubble to the surface if the company's thriving and succeeding. So that's really why I just focus on the fundamentals of the company, because if they do that, then honestly, I think whatever's underneath will just naturally come to the surface and let the show begin, right? Theoretically, of course, I don't give financial advice, so make your own determinations. But it could go to a ridiculous number. I really do think that. Like, it's hard to put an exact number on it, but it really could get ridiculous because it's going to depend on the FOMO. It's going to depend on, institutions, how they're trading it, because there's so many algos at play. So if it starts going up a lot, algos are going to pick up on that and start buying up shares, calls. And I think it'll be a very volatile period. That would be kind of like a quote indicator, you could say. But I really think everyone's definition of what a mother of all short squeezes is different. And the more and more I think about it, and the more and more time this saga has gone on, I feel like it's just going to be an elongated rise, kind of like a Tesla style short squeeze. Not exactly the same thing, but where it's just like, hey, the company's driving forwards, and then meanwhile, like, shorts are just unraveling steadily over time, right? And also, if I put myself in the shoes of a hedge fund that potentially, allegedly, was aggressively shorting shares and had massive short interest to cover, I would do it as slow as possible without making it dramatically move, and then having to buy the rest of my shares to cover my position at a ridiculous price point because of a dramatic move. And really, what to me MOAS is, in theory, I guess, is immense demand for shares and very limited supply of shares. So that just caused the price to keep going up and up because the ask price just goes higher and higher and higher. But then when you learn about market makers and the specifics of them and how they work, and you're like, oh, well, they can always just kind of throw new asks on the book, right? Because they're a market maker. They're allowed to do that. So it's so complex. That is a very complex question to answer. That's really the best way to say it, I think. Hi from UK, first time on your channel, so looking forward to your take on earnings. David, thank you for being here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day in the UK out there. But yeah, no, I'm just going to cover it live, give you guys a raw reaction, and to be perfectly clear too, even when I do react, my opinion might change after digesting a little bit and analyzing. And while I'll give you an instant reaction, it is important to remember, when you digest information, you perceive it and just see it differently when you get one full night's rest, right? Or you've waited till the next day, okay, dust is settled, what is really going on here, right? Okay, what did this report really look like, right? So while I'll give you an instant reaction, post earnings, I think people's reactions will be a little bit different potentially. I mean, obviously it depends what it is, but just remember, in the moment, sometimes oh my gosh, and then the dust settles and oh, you know what I mean? It depends though. It depends on the scenario. Do you know such thing GameStop will do anything with the GameStop NFT wallet in the future? GTA, honestly, I don't think so. I think it's a situation where the US just made it clear we're not going to put the regulatory framework in place to do something or facilitate NFT transactions. So it's going to be a gray area. So I think GameStop saw that and said, while it sucks, we invested time and energy into this, we want to cut our losses now because we don't want to be in a situation where we have to spend a lot of cash on a lawsuit. And we've seen a lot of lawsuits take place since the GameStop NFT marketplace was wound down. So in hindsight, I feel like they made the right move. And also, given GameStop's scenario, right, you don't think there's a target on their back? If there's any possibility, hey, maybe something's going on with that NFT marketplace. Let's sue them and investigate it, right? That's all I'm saying. So I feel like it ultimately wound up being the best move, and I don't think they'll necessarily do anything with it. I think they've kind of pivoted away. And also, it seems like GameStop, brain just broke for a second. GameStop player, nothing's really come with that. That was something that was speculated on for a long time. So we'll see. YouTube and their commercials are getting out of control. Negative Mania, my bad, bro. My bad. I don't think I just have the whatever the standard is. That's what I have. Oh wait, did I disconnect? Test. Hold on. Are we disconnected? Oh no, we're good. Yeah, we're good. My side device where I've been checking out the chat is the one where I disconnected, which is odd. But we'll just refresh it real quick. And damn, just like that, guys, we were about 6 or 7 minutes away. Would you believe it? Time is flying. Again, a little bit of a bump up here towards the end of the day. We'll see, but it really comes down to what comes out after hours. And, oh, let's go through the rest of the chat here. Keep the numbers up. And then these are, you could say the rough, predictions for me. I said I changed this to, let's say, 900 million. Revised downwards. 26 million net income, which would be about 6 cents per share. Shares outstanding did significantly increase, which again will impact EPS relative to net income compared to the same quarter of last year. But raised about $3 billion this quarter, so we'll see if anything's been done with that, if that's just going to sit on the balance sheet. But this is what analysts are estimating here. And by the way, this is also all flowing on the bottom, so feel free to check that out. But let's get through the rest of the chat here. And also, I think I gotta add operating margins here. I feel like it's too big of a factor not to include. But damn, back-to-back commercials. I'm sorry, guys. That's crazy. I don't know why. I gotta look into that after. Glad to be here with some of the same. Dylan, thanks for being here. Happy to have you here. GME Bears winning. Bulls losing so far. Travels, yeah, that's the way she goes sometimes. She's gonna go up. She's gonna go down. Left, right, circles. It's a wazi. It's woozy. It's fugazi. Looks like we're losing again tonight. We'll see, Travels. We'll see. Nights, I didn't hear no bell. I didn't hear it either, Negative Mania. Travels, maybe you should take a walk. Yeah, it's always good. No, I'm telling you, taking a walk is so good for your mental, even more than your physical, right? I feel like for your mental, it's so important. And it really helps me. I especially try not to take my phone. Just think and walk. That really is so good for you, I swear, mentally. Thank you for answering. Fundamentally, GameStop's strong anyway, so there will be huge value nonetheless. Yeah, Donnie, thank you. Of course, I got you. Any question in the chat, I always do my best to answer. Don't ever take any answer I give them. Oh my God, Tetron said it. Oh my goodness. No, just sharing my opinion like everyone else has the right to. Bulls are fine. My cost base is below current prices. 8 years pre-split. Company's more equity per share after the offerings and more cash on hand. Maybe you're not a very analyst. Warrants announcement. Cable, maybe if you have doubt about the company, nobody's forcing you to stay invested or even stay at the stream. Scott, this is very true. At the end of the day, I want to be perfectly clear. One, we'll see what the numbers are. Numbers will speak for themselves. And two, make your own individual decisions. Know your own financial situation and what's best for you. Are you going to do options? Are you going to do shares? Like, know yourself. Like, just knowing yourself is so, so important. And having a plan and just ideology and how you want to go about things. Because if you don't, then that's where I feel like people make mistakes, or they make a trade they regret, or they sell when they wish they held, or they didn't buy when in hindsight they wish they did because they didn't have a game plan or know their own plan, like position or way they want to go about investing or trading, right? So remember when G America. So should I buy today, my Philip? Sniffix or Sniftix? I like your name. Um, hey, at the end of the day, like I was saying, make your own decision. I'm not here to give financial advice. I think know thyself. If you want to trade it, I think if you're trading based upon earnings, you're kind of taking a risk because in general with earnings anything could happen, right? Anything could happen with earnings, and sometimes earnings are good and the market perceives it as bad and the stock tanks. Sometimes earnings aren't even that good, the market perceives it as amazing for whatever reason. This is just generally speaking, not just GameStop stock. So having thought about that, you got to keep that in mind. Like, that's why to me trading on earnings in particular is very risky for that reason, because you never know how the market's going to react, right? And then sometimes the stock falls, the next day it steadily rises. We've had that happen before with GameStop, and it's happened with many stocks before where it'll fall in the after hours, it'll look red, the next day it'll start creeping up in the pre-market, then the market opens, all of a sudden it's trending up the rest of the day, right? Or even vice versa. Market overreacts, oh wow, this is so amazing, and then over time, it's the next day, it's like, oh, actually maybe it wasn't that much, and it trails off, right? So you just never know what you're going to get with an earnings report in terms of the stock price reaction, but what you do know you're going to get is updated numbers for a company. So that's really what we're looking at here today. And then also a quick side note, shout out Dirk. I'm sure you guys know him as well. Cost headphones promoting GameStop Mod Retro. That's interesting. I did check that out and I did see it myself. Pretty interesting. I'm not sure it means anything. I don't know a whole lot about cost. I know cost has been widely watched because it's kind of in the basket, some say, ever since January 2021, and it's one of the only stocks, if not the only stocks in the basket that doesn't have any options. People say that's a factor. Oh, I can't be as controlled. It moves more aligned to GameStop. Again, just things people are throwing out there. DFE update, refresh just for the fun of it. Good morning, America. But yeah, I love this video too. This is so iconic. This guy, absolute classic. I mean, he's not a GameStop guy, but just I remember this in the beginning. Like, it was just such a hype thing. Just look at him. He's just vibing. He's got the gold watch, gold microphone, just in his living room in his robe. Like, he's got like a llamas on there or something. So funny, but yeah. So maybe an acquisition, maybe just maybe, but also temper expectations. I think realistically, guys, there probably isn't gonna be an acquisition, to be frank, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible. That is the truth. It's really not impossible. So we'll see. We'll compare it to the same numbers of last year. We get a Roaring Kitty tweet right now. That'd be amazing. We'll see, guys. We're counting down the minutes here. We're getting really, really close. We are 1 minute away from 4 o'clock. So probably we'll get numbers like 402, 403. Oh, I gotta get my laptop plugged in. The side for the chat. Applied moves like 70%. Your option bet can be right, but not moving enough. Then you get IV crushed. Very valid point, Anthony. You're absolutely spot on. That's a great point, especially with trading options on earnings. You got to keep in mind that, yeah, implied volatility will crush you. So if it is 17, I thought it might have saw that the implied move was 13%, but I could be wrong. So that would say like the option market is pricing in the stock's going to move 13 or 17%, whatever the case, one way or another. Oh, so we are officially in the after hours here. We've officially hit 4 o'clock. The first candle started. Let me plug this in, drink some water, get dialed in. Candy controller. If you game on your PC, honestly, it's worth it. You have a Switch, it's worth it, guys. I'm telling you. It's a nice controller. But Jamie posted on PS5 Pro. I like what I see. Yes, sir. Look forward to DRS numbers. Marker cool dude. What up, everyone? Robert, hope you're doing well. Fresh Maker, what up, what up? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Damn, happy to see everyone. Great to see everyone. We got the first candle here. Numbers aren't out yet. Take that with a grain of salt. And again, no matter how the stock price moves right here, it doesn't mean that the report is good or bad. The stock price is going to do whatever the stock price is going to do. And there's been many times in the past, not just GameStop, where the earnings are good, but the market overreacts and the stock sells off. Or the earnings are bad and the market overreacts and the price goes up, right? So really anything could happen in terms of the price action. That's the reality of it. But now we anxiously await. We anxiously await here. We refresh, right? Refresh. Wait for the next filing until we see September 10th. And we got the debate tonight. I think anyone who's been waiting for GameStop earnings, like, you don't even remember there's a debate today. You're just like, it's GameStop earnings day. What do you mean debate day? Like, who gives a crap about that, right? But we'll see. We'll see. All right, so the first candle, a little bit red and then bounce back. But again, numbers aren't out yet, so the market's just doing what the market does, bouncing up, bouncing down. Let's see. Any moment now. Any moment. Any last words? Anyone want to throw predictions in the chat? Feel free. At work, I'll rewatch later, bro. Hope good to see you back, big man. Ryan, hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Hey, we'll see what happens any moment now. And again, thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it so much. And we'll react together right now when the numbers come out. Let's see. Any moment. Any moment. I'm so curious with CNBC. You know what I did last time when Roaring Kitty was set to do a stream? I put on CNBC and I paused it. And then I resumed it once he actually finished the stream. And then that's how I saw Andrew left, like talking, this is crazy, right? And by the way, that guy got investigated or is being investigated for supposedly doing some funky stuff, right? So isn't that ironic? But overall, we'll see what happens. We'll read the numbers. And I don't really care about CNBC's reaction. You know, they're just going to say a bunch of nonsense. Whoa, positive EPS. But what are they doing? What are they really doing? That's what that guy's going to say. Andrew, whatever his name is. But my body's ready. Hey, Anthony, I'm ready too. Okay, I thought I was like, wait, is the stream not good? Nervous travels. I'm sweating, man. I'm sweating, but that's because it's hot in here, not even because of the earnings, right? So, and by the way, since we're about to report it, you know, the same quarter last year, EPS was negative 1 cent. Revenue was 1.16 billion. So I do expect revenue will definitely fall. And analysts are expecting EPS of negative 8 cents for this quarter and revenue of 895 million roughly. I'm hoping for 900 million in revenue and a 7 cent or 6 cent rather, 6 or 7 cent net profit, but we'll see. Numbers will speak for themselves. That's the reality of it. And the market's not doing anything much. It's because we don't have the numbers yet. Let's see. Any moment now. Imagine they just wait till like 5 o'clock or something. Are they even allowed to do that? I'm not sure, but let's see. Charles, my guy, please stop with the FUD. Are you going to stream the call? John, thank you for being here. As far as I'm aware, there's not going to be an earnings call. As of late, GameStop has not done an earnings call, so if there was, I'll throw it on. Why not? But I don't expect there to be an earnings call, my friend. But again, thank you for being here. Andrew left is singing like a canary to avoid RICO charges. Polish. Geronimo, thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Yeah, no, pretty interesting that happened. And once it's all finalized, the investigation, that'll definitely be worth looking into. So, whew, here we go. Let's go. Any moment now. We might have to put on the sunglasses. The future's getting bright. You heard that? The future's getting bright. Oh, future's bright. Now we're dialed in. There we go. Oh, see, I should have put the glasses on, and now the stock's going to go up. Had I known that, I would have just put them on when the stream started, right? That's what we could have did. Probably any minute now. What time is it? We got 4:04. I feel like usually it's between 4:05 and 4:10 the filing drops. Because usually if a company's doing a call, and we have a green dildo candle. That's what they're saying. The sources are saying. The source is the chart. And that's initial. Again, it's just a move right now. We're climbing. We're dropping. We're way dropping. We're dropping a lot. We're dropping. Let's see. Do we have numbers? Can we get numbers? Newsroom. Nope. So we don't have anything yet unless Wall Street is seeing it before me. Is something happening? Okay, I can't see that well with these. Okay, so we start coming back a little bit. Keep in mind, no halts in the after hours. Let's get this crap out of here. Okay, we are climbing back. I feel like a sports commentator giving you the play-by-play. We're climbing back, and we are dropping. And we are not moving. But we still have no numbers. Any moment now. 5-minute chart? All right, let's see. Not that it makes too much of a difference, but relative to this morning's price action, we had this little jump. What was that, like 715 out of nowhere? Very interesting, and then nothing. All right, we're climbing back. We're climbing back. I feel like, I'm sorry, my friend, I'm gonna go back to the 1 minute. I feel like we're in that moment where the 1 minute. Let's just feel the full stress, right? Like let's do the 10-second candles even. Do they even have that on here? No, I'm not gonna do that. But dance, dance, dance. Love the dips. Hey, Negative Mania, buying the dips away. Something's going on. Sub as the boss. Thanks for being here. Potentially, maybe, maybe not. Again, thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. We're just rocking and rolling. We're going to react to the earnings live and see what happens. Let's get the actual numbers, right? And as I was saying, anything could happen with the stock price. The earnings could be good, the stock could go down. The earnings could be bad, the stock could go up, right? Like that's just the nature of the stock market. So, but we're getting bouncy here. We're getting somebody. Oh, shout out to Hex Zombie 555. Thank you for following me on X. I appreciate that. All right, we're climbing back. We are climbing back, but we still don't have numbers. Still don't have numbers. Oh, yeah, this is like the most stressful minutes of my life, I swear. Every time I do these earnings streams, it's 4 o'clock, I'm like, earnings time! And then, I'm like, oh wait, it doesn't come out instantaneously. It doesn't come out instantaneously. I don't know, maybe take the sunglasses off. I think every time I put on the sunglasses, it might go down. That might be the problem, guys. It might just be the problem. No, but we'll see. Overall, guys, be clear. I just really care about analyzing the numbers. Whatever is going to happen with stock price is going to happen, right? And anyone with any options bets or short-term trades, I wish you the best, but anything could happen with an earnings trade. This thing could move a ton. And by the way, whatever move it makes in the after hours right now, it could be completely different from what the stock price looks like by market open tomorrow. So keep in mind, there can be volatility, ups and downs in the post-market trading action. So we will see. We will see. Getting jittery, getting jittery. Can we get some numbers? Can we get some numbers? Nothing yet. Let me know, guys, if my thing's not working. Oh, we have numbers out. Let's see. Super Lukey Luke says, check your email, Tetron. They sent it. Oh, okay. Hold on. See, that's so annoying, though, why they wouldn't. One sec. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. Pulling up my email. Okay, it's just a press release first. That's what it is. All right, here we go. Reacting in real time. GameStop discloses second quarter 2024 results. So the market, mixed feelings on it. Okay, let's see what they say. So sales were just under 800 million. Wow, my expectation was way off. Below analysts as well, compared to 1.16 billion the same quarter last year. So significant fall off. SG&A 270 million versus 322 million of the same quarter last year. 33.9% of net sales versus 27.7%. Not the best. Nice to see that they cut the numbers. If you look at SG&A for the previous quarter, it was 295. So quarter over quarter, subsequent quarters, that number did decline. That's nice to see at the least. That's a silver lining right here. Net income was 14.8 million for the quarter compared to a loss of 2.8 million for the prior year second quarter. Okay, so they did turn a net profit, although given that it was only 14.8 million, chances are, guys, as we scroll down here, they probably didn't make an operational profit. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they broke even in operations, earned exactly 14.8 million in net interest income. Let's find out. Cash equivalents, marketable securities, 4.2 billion. So they didn't make any big move, it appears. So here's the revenue. Wow, cost of sales went down a lot along with it. That's encouraging to see. Again, not the, oh my gosh, everything's fine and dandy, but that's definitely good, at the very least. 270 million of SG&A, so operating loss 22 million. Yeah, see, unfortunately, the operating loss compared to the same quarter last year, a little bit worse. That is a bit unfortunate to see, to be honest with you. But it's not the worst. It's not the end of the world. Oh, and we have the numbers right there. Duh. And as you can see, they earned way more interest income. I was thinking they were going to make about 24 million in interest income, so they earned more than I expected. They must have got that cash on hand right away and immediately invested. I had estimated they were going to maybe earn about, where was it? I don't know, I'm all over the place. I thought I had it, they were going to earn about 25 million somewhere. Net income 26 million. And then earnings loss before income taxes, so after the interest income, right? Because remember, when you're paying debt interest, this number would be positive, so you subtract it out. But this number is negative since it's interest income. So you see they earned way more than the same quarter of last year. And again, the interest income is what's made them net profitable for the quarter. So earnings was 17.5 million. Then you account for 2.7 million in income tax benefit, or sorry, income tax expense rather, and you get 14.8 million on the bottom line. So definitely, I would say, just upon a glance, right initial reaction, this is the best part of the report, the fact that they are net profitable on the bottom line. And you could see the shares that have been issued, although they issued a lot more shares than that. How is that the number? That is interesting. And at 4 cents of EPS, let's see, and their net margin 1.9%. Okay, not the most swell and dandy. And this is now year to date of Q1 and Q2 combined. So you can see year over year, again, kind of the same story, just looking at Q2 versus Q2. The first half of 2024 versus first half of 2023, it's kind of the same story where revenue is declining. But net income is improved, EPS is improved, and interest income is improved. But again, like the operations are still steady. Like I really just want to see them get to profitability in operations, but it just seems like that's going to take a little bit more time and effort. That's the reality of it right now. But moving down to the balance sheet here, you see they have a ton in cash equivalents, very little marketable securities at this given point in time. A little bit less inventory than this time last year. Prepaid expenses is relatively the same, so this same point last year. Operating lease right of use assets, so that kind of co-aligns to some store closures and leases that were not renewed, hence why this number is lower versus the same number of last year, same quarter of last year. And then deferred income taxes, pretty much the same. Other non-current assets, pretty much the same. But you could see how overall their total assets significantly increased due to the amount of cash that they raised through the share sales. So accounts payable went down a lot. That's pretty good. Cured liabilities and other liabilities, a little bit less. Current portion of operating lease liabilities, so again, a little bit less because, again, just a little bit less leases in general. Current portion of long-term debt, again, just very small amount of money that was loaned from the French government associated with their response to the pandemic. And by the way, that $11 million is accruing interest at like, I think a 1 point something percent rate, maybe even less than 1%. So overall, less liabilities, long-term debt, very minimal. And again, see, they're about, current portion is 11 million, so they're paying off like a good majority of what's left of that very, very tiny loan already. And then operating lease liabilities, 335 versus 405. And then overall, total stockholders' equity went up significantly, liabilities went down, and overall, they just have more assets than the same quarter of last year, right? Just generally speaking. Let's see what the stock price is doing real quick, and then I'll hit the chat after all this. So market is actually not really reacting at all, ironically enough, right? And if you're an option seller, that is where you make the bag, right? Everyone's buying options, bullish and bearish, and the stock does nothing, right? The stock does essentially nothing. And again, we are a long way before the market open tomorrow. The stock could decline a lot before the market opens tomorrow, or it could go up a lot by the time the market opens tomorrow, right? So that is to be seen. Just keep that in mind. And after hours, generally speaking, and pre-market hours have more volatility, so that's also worth noting. Let's take a look at the cash flow statement now. So profit 14.8 million versus the negative 2.8 million of last year. Nothing too significant here. A little bit more merchandise on here. Okay. Everything else relatively the same. Less spent on accounts payable and accrued liabilities. Changes in other long-term liabilities not major. So net cash flow used in operating activities was positive. Proceeds from sale of property and equipment. So they sold some property, most likely. I don't think it really would have been equipment in GameStop's case. That's just like a general line on the cash flow statement. So that's a little bit of like a one-time gain on that sale. It's not like going to be something that's reoccurring. And obviously they're out of digital assets at the time, so there's nothing there. Not doing market. They didn't buy any marketable securities this quarter. And then some of them matured. So that's why you get this number right here. But really, when that happens, the cash is just moving. Like it's showing up on the cash flow statement, but it's really just moving. Where are we? I like the filing so much better. I hate the in website thing. I mean, I don't hate. It's fine, but it's really just moving from when the proceeds from marketable securities just means money moves from here to here. So it's really like not that major, but it is a part of the cash flow statement in general. And then you have, a positive number here. Oh, wait. So that's the 26 weeks. I was like, wait a minute. That's not where I was. Proceeds from maturities and sales of marketable securities. So at this point, they're really just going cash equivalents. I think that's because the Fed's probably about to cut rates, or maybe they're getting ready to use the cash, right? Potentially. So net cash flows used in investing activities, again, positive. Repayments of debt, again, just paying like really small amounts. 3 million is relatively small compared to the company as a whole. Proceeds from issuance of shares at ATM offerings, net of costs. See, just over $3 billion raised. I had it down that they had raised 3.074 billion, slightly off 3.055, right? So just about there though. But overall, obviously, their cash flow was really strong here, mostly because of the shares issued. But if you take that out, they still had a net free cash flow increase. So I think that's pretty encouraging to see. And then obviously that's going to skew the numbers for year like first half of 2024 versus first half of 2023 because it's already happened. But yeah, that's the overall quick breakdown. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Let's go with the mix. Is this stock doing anything? Okay, we're going up a little bit right now. I mean, while the revenue completely missed, the EPS absolutely surprised, right? Because if they had 4 cents of EPS versus analyst estimates of -8 cents, that's a 12-cent surprise. That's pretty significant, especially for the fact that their revenue was way off of analyst estimates, right? Like they completely missed on revenue in terms of estimates, but they completely crushed on EPS. So generally, I think that's kind of why the market is reacting the way it is, in the way that it's kind of not reacting, so to speak. And then looking at net sales, obviously it went down overall. So you're pretty much looking at everything going down, especially significantly going down in the software category. Really want to see collectibles improve. That would be nice, just given that collectibles, generally speaking, have higher margins. And unfortunately, it seems like we didn't get any specific numbers for PSA. That's something I was hoping to see. I know we talked about that a little bit before, but it doesn't look like that's the case right now. And then you could look at the first 26 weeks of the year, so pretty much the first half of the year. And we're at that time of the day, I'm realizing the sun is just straight up shining on me, isn't it? Yeah, hold on, let's close this. Wait. Okay. There we go. Oh, sat on my pillow. Okay, includes sales of new and pre-owned hardware accessories, hardware bundles in which hardware and digital or physical software are sold together in a single SKU. Okay, just specifics. SG&A expense. Okay, they're accounting for transformation costs. Interesting. Let's see. Transformation costs include severance, stock-based compensation, forfeitures related to workforce optimization efforts, and departures of key personnel, adjustments to reserves for expenses for consultants and advisors related to transformation initiatives, and other costs in connection with the transformation initiatives. So I don't think that's anything too major there. But I think they're just saying, like, we're spending on winding down certain places, certain severance packages, paying out. And that's another thing, like, once the dust settles, I'll be able to dig into that a little bit more. And it didn't get better, did it? There's still sun right on my face, but that's all right, guys. That's all right. It is what it is. And EBITDA, it's still negative. It's a little bit unfortunate, but that's all right. As long as net income is positive, I can accept it. Then anything else major here? Nope, I don't think so. All right, now let's see what you guys think and see how the stock price wants to bounce around. Again, it's not really doing much. I mean, especially relative to the few days going into it, like this move is very minuscule. Like it's pretty much nothing, right? Like there's going to be a huge IV crush on options on both sides if the stock opens at this price tomorrow. But again, anything can happen between now and 9:30 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning when the market opens, right? Although it looks like we're slightly trending up, but again, I think you got to take that with a grain of salt. It doesn't mean a whole lot. I feel like the market in general is just having mixed feelings about GameStop's earnings. Like revenue didn't meet expectations at all, but EPS was way better than expected. But for me personally, like I'm like, I just really wish operations were profitable, but they're just not quite there yet. But that's all right. That's all right. Let's see. Oh, Super Lukey Luke, thank you. 798.3 revenue, -5 cents EPS, net income 14.8 million, 4.21 billion. Hey, green now, flying hard. Spring Visuals, thank you for being here. Martinez, no, it's not your liar. Stop flying worth crap. Thanks for being here, brother. Thanks for being here. DRS number, I don't see it. What up? Great earnings. Yeah, it doesn't seem too bad. DRS numbers will be in SEC filings once posted. Cabo, good point. Let's see if we have that out yet. No, we don't have that. I always forget. Yeah, they send an email with it, or like you look at like their post on their website, but not like the actual filing doesn't come out until a little bit later. Hold the price drops below $10 again so I can buy more cheap. Hey, 1, 2, 3, 8, 8, 7, 5, 3. It's a great buying opportunity. That's absolutely true because right now where it stands. See, but this is the thing that I'm like getting a little confused. How are their shares outstanding only 304? Oh no, that's yeah, but they sold way more shares. Like, how is this a number? Like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Someone help me out here. I'm not sure how we got this number. If we raised, right, like the capital raises 75 million, that looks to be accounted for, right? About, and then what about the other 45 million? It seems like the 45 million isn't really included, but both of these were definitely in Q2 because Q2 is May, June, July, right? Yeah, because Q1 is February, March, April. Q2 is May, June, July. So I'm not too sure why that's the case off the dome here. But that's something I'll have to circle back to. GME and AMC, hey, David, good luck with AMC, but I'm just a GME guy, to be honest with you. Olga, not sure to interpret the results. Anthony, I think that's kind of true. I mean, honestly, like, I think people are just trading it, right? And just maybe strictly looking at analyst estimates and what the actual numbers are. Like, wait, revenue is not good. Wait, but EPS was way better. Right? But honestly, I think that's what the algos are thinking, right? And obviously, algos don't think, but I think you know what I'm saying there. 24 and up, yeah, we're floating at 23 and change. 24.10 was the high. At the lowest point, we hit 22.31. So really, honestly, not a lot of volatility. I mean, you might be looking at this is pretty volatile, but for GameStop, like this is nothing, to be honest with you, relative to its past. Where Stream just got messed with? No way, really? Oh, we're good? Okay. They're coming after me, guys. They don't want me to talk about GameStop. Now, GME10, I start selling play and Steven again. It's quite the deal. Now moving in our direction so far, it's going to crush both calls and puts. Exactly. Agree. I'm shocked they did so well. Why does Yahoo Finance and TradingView say EPS around 12 cents? Killing it on margins. Think the estimate takes time to affect. Yeah, I think you're right, Banana. Lean, mean, cash flowing machine. It's true, because yeah, that's probably another really encouraging thing. Just off the hop here, just analyzing in real time. You take out like what they raised in proceeds, and their free cash flow is still positive, right? So if you take 3199.5 minus 3055.7, free cash flow was still 143. And then you could even go as far to take out proceeds from uh, marketable securities, because again, it's really just moving on the balance sheet from cash, like marketable securities, to cash equivalents. So it's not really like free cash flow, but it kind of gets counted for. So if you even take that out, right, take out that 72 million, still free cash flow positive, right? So I think that's pretty encouraging, if I don't say so myself. Let me know what you guys think. You can disagree, that's fine. So I'd say a mixed bag here. And again, it's one of those, like, I'm just reacting in real time. When I really like digest the numbers tonight and analyze it, follow me on X at Tetron Invest. I'll be posting some insights on it later this week, really just digesting the numbers and analyzing them and going more in depth in what they mean. So also looking at the previous quarter, right? Sales were 881 million in Q1, so it's kind of discouraging, honestly, seeing sales decline like that. I think it was, seems like people were expecting sales to decline more than I was. I mean, I think once I put in the 900 number and I started thinking about it more and more, I'm like, it's probably way over an estimate, but whatever. I'm just going to leave it at this point, right? So while the revenue falling is not the most ideal, again, it's not the end of the world because they are net profitable and there's still more work to be done. Like, there's still a lot more work to be done. But I totally understand if you're maybe trading this or looking at this the outside perspective, like, this is horrible. Oh my God, fine. You can think that. That's no problem. But to me, what's discouraging in terms of the revenue is usually, well, actually, no, Q1 was a little stronger than each of the past Q2s. I thought it was the other way around. So I guess it's not that bad. And then also you got to think about, I guess with Q1, a lot of people get gift cards and have Christmas money to spend. So usually Q1 and Q2 are the slowest quarters, and Q3 has kind of been the same in the past couple. And Q4 is really where they make a lot of their money. So we'll see what happens. We still got a long way to go with the year. We still got a long way to go before the market opens tomorrow. Anything could happen with the stock. I think anyone who wants to go long on it is going to almost hope the price drops to have a buying opportunity, because nothing's really dramatically changed in terms of their fundamentals where you're like, oh my God, like I'm not buying this now. If you were buying it before, and you're probably still buying it now. Like, so if you were bullish before the report, you see this report, I don't really see anybody's less bullish, but that's just my opinion, right? So let's see what else you guys got in the chat. Lean mean. Okay, now it's time for Ryan Cohen to buy. Anthony, that is always exciting. I'd love to see that. Should I have bought puts at 23.54 earnings release? Cyclone, no, because puts or calls, either side, right? Anybody who bought options, if the price were to open tomorrow at where we are right now, all options buyers, both puts and calls, are going to get crushed by implied volatility, because implied volatility is going to dramatically fall off, because it was implied that volatility was going to take place after the earnings report. But with a mixed bag of earnings, if you want to call it that, or obviously it's opinionated, the stock price isn't really moving much and as volatile as one's expected. So when you have shares and are buying puts, it's a normal hedge. Yeah, that's true. If I've had to restart your stream 4 times, 6, damn, that's crazy. Actually, really, it seems fine. Like I have got the side devices. I have one where I read the chat, and I have the backup one just to make sure in case something goes wrong. So that is actually crazy. They don't want us to stream, let me tell you. Crazy. They don't want GameStop to go up. And I always say that. Like I always say this stupid thing now too, where I'm like, they really let us get to Friday. Like they really let us get to the weekend. Like you wouldn't believe it. I can't believe it. People are like, who's they? Who's they? I'm like, they. It's a joke. There's no they. That's the joke of it, right? And I'm also always saying, like, sources are saying. There's no sources. I'm just joking around, right? But we'll see. I've had to restart your streams. That's crazy. Where can I watch the earnings call? David, there will be no earnings call as far as I'm aware, unless out of nowhere they decide to do it. There will be no earnings call for GameStop. They haven't done an earnings call in quite a while, and I don't anticipate they will do one. Okay, so we do have the report. Oh, a format is in the process of being created from the filing. Please check back shortly. Okay. All right. We'll have to go back shortly. But I don't think, if there's no acquisition within this information, there's no acquisition that took place. So if you guys could drop a like, follow at Tetron Invest on X, I would be greatly appreciative of that. Just trying to build the brand, keep talking about GameStop, keep covering it live. I'm always going to do earnings streams. Stay tuned for that. I literally take a half day of work. I'm like, guys, it's GameStop earnings day. You know what that means? I need a half day of work today. Obviously, request in advance. I don't screw over my team, but I really do have a lot of fun covering the earnings report. Because also, some people say, "Oh, why are you so obsessed with GameStop? Like, why do you literally take off for work to cover GameStop?" I'm like, there are not a lot of people. I'm not the only one, right? To be perfectly clear, but there are not a lot of people accurately covering the earnings reports or when things are coming out. Yahoo Finance or CNBC, they come out, oh, bad numbers, OMG, blah blah blah. Okay, next. There's not a lot of people like actually truly covering it live, and that's why I chose to do so on a consistent basis for a while now. New trading said it's good or bad. I don't know. It says Q2 missed EPS actual 12-cent. Interesting. It's all relative. Scott spitting some fire in the chat. What's the news about the new shares? Furion, valid question. I was looking into that a little bit before. To be honest with you, I don't know. I just been around a while now where like I just feel like it's a nothing burger. Like I feel like maybe they did something with restructuring their shares. Maybe that's going to be in the 8K filing here. Because, as of right now, right, like on Yahoo Finance, it says GameStop like Class A shares. Or if it's in your brokerage, you see Class A, and some people got it where it said like new class. But look at what Siri just did, right? Like they did some kind of like restructuring, and that was different classes of shares and different. I mean, it's much more complex than that. Like I'm just like grazing over it really quickly, but really it was a situation where they had just adjusted like the ownership, right? It's not like anybody made a huge amount of money by the restructuring of the shares, right? So I don't think there's anything major happening with that. I would happily admit I was wrong if there is something that's taking place, but I just don't think. Okay, here's the. See, it's so funny on the last 8K. Look at this. Oh, this is the 8K. I'm sorry. This is the 8K. This is the 10Q. The 10Q always comes a little bit later. So the 10Q would be a lot longer. Because I was going to say, how is this 10Q 267 pages? This one's 13. But it makes sense. This is an 8K, a little bit different. Just current news of the company. Whereas 10Q is like the official quarterly filing with all the fine print and details. But let's see. Anything else in here? You can't make that up though. 4.20 billion dollars in cash. 420. What a number. But net sales, cost of sales. So yeah, really cost of sales went down a lot. And let's see as a percentage. That's pretty encouraging. Okay, so gross margin, when we're looking at margin here, 31.2%. I see what you're saying, Banana, before about gross margins were better than accepted, better than expected. So that's definitely encouraging. I would say that. Of again, just looking at the different aspects here, reacting real time. I like a 31% margin, and then you look at these numbers, right? Relative. When's the last time they've had a 31% margin? Actually, not at all in this chart, right? This is the first quarter that GameStop has reported a gross margin of greater than 30% in the past 5 years. I don't even know the last time they've did better. So I think actually we might even have to tweet that out real quick. Let's see. Actually, we'll do that after. I'll do that after. I'll leave this open as a self-reminder, but keep the flow going here. But that is definitely encouraging. 31.2% is a pretty solid gross margin. I've been kind of saying as they're evolving here, they really need to scale all margins. Like they need gross margins, operating margins, and net margins to all subsequently scale as revenue begins to grow again. Like revenue can't decline forever. I definitely understand that, but they're still all right. The reality of it is they're still all right. They're not going anywhere at 4.2 billion in cash. And this story is far from over. I think that's the biggest takeaway from today, and it's probably going to be the takeaway regardless of what the numbers looked like, right? Or whatever took place, even if there was something that crazy that took place, because there's just a lot more to come. There's just a lot more to come, and like with that much cash and just taking their time, waiting for the right opportunity, something has to come at some point or another, right? And remember, when you think, oh, well, why haven't they done anything? Oh my gosh, this, oh my gosh, that. Just remember, they all have equity stake, the people running the company, and especially the CEO and chairman of the board who's guiding the ship owns more than, well, a little bit less now than 10% of all shares outstanding, given after the share offerings, right? It was around like 11, 12% prior to the share offerings, but he still has such a significant position in the company and he's operating the company day to day. He's going to do something with the cash at some point. I truly believe that. You're more than welcome to disagree. It's just a matter of when. And we don't get much commentary from Ryan Cohen, but when you listen to, if you did listen to what's what I'm thinking of, the shareholder meeting, he spoke very briefly on there. Then they had Mark Robinson, pretty much their main lawyer, like PR guy, kind of approved things, like going through some of the numbers and very brief stuff on that call or just meeting, like it's a virtual stockholders meeting. And in the beginning of the stockholders meeting, he essentially said monetary and fiscal policy worldwide are at unprecedented levels. We're in an unprecedented economy, and I'm completely paraphrasing here. We'll wait as long as we need to make an acquisition. He didn't directly say the acquisition part, but he basically said like economic conditions are not ideal. We're going to continue to weather the storm for the time being. That's what I took out of it. I would encourage you guys to go back and listen to that because it's very rare Ryan Cohen commentary. And just based off that tone and what he said, it just made me think like he's not going to rush to make an acquisition in a situation where he feels like everything is extremely like overvalued. But again, it depends, relative to the asset they might acquire, what the value of it is, how it would integrate in their business, and whatever they do ultimately acquire one day. I really think it's important that it co-aligns with what they do in gaming and technology and not I'll say TVs, but like just screens, right? And to say it very, very generally, really just co-aligning with that. And Newegg has been tossed around for a while now as a potential acquisition of computer parts. That's something they could expand into. I like that idea, but I'm not sure. I mean, when you look at Newegg's numbers, they'd have to cut a lot of SG&A, and also it's like, how could they integrate it into GameStop's business model, right? And the market cap is small, but usually when you buy out a company, you have to pay more than what the current market cap is, right? So, say they spent 500 million in Newegg, they'd still be in great financial standing, but it's just a matter of if they were to do something like that, right? And again, it's just a completely random example. I think it's probably more likely they buy out a private company than a public company that people are speculating on. With that, anything's possible, but I think if they do make an acquisition, they're still going to make sure they have adequate cash, especially after terminating their credit facility. Again, voluntarily terminating. They chose to do so. They weren't obligated to in any way. So if they do make a purchase, I feel like they're probably not going to spend more than $1 billion of their cash. So they still have significant, maybe $2 billion. But regardless of all that, whatever they acquire, it has to be able to vertically integrate into their business in a way that whatever they're acquiring, like it will cause, obviously revenue would go up because they're most likely, unless they acquire something that doesn't bring in revenue, but I have a hard time thinking that would happen. But they would have to buy something that could be integrated, and ideally, if it's physical products, shipped out of their main Texas warehouse, so they can integrate it in a way where they're going to be more profitable than they were before. Otherwise, why integrate just to make revenue higher, but then your margins are still the same, right? That wouldn't really make a lot of sense. So it has to make a lot of sense in aspects of GameStop, if that makes sense. I don't know if that's the best explanation there, but see, click HTML and see, you can see and then you can view the filing. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh, okay, we're past that though. It looks like it's good now though, once I refreshed it. But yeah, I always default to the PDF, but I see what you're saying. Thank you for that though. Then we have Dan Moore. Oh, so he's the principal financial and accounting officer. Who is it? Mark Robinson. He's kind of like the lead counsel or kind of PR guy, just proves everything for them. And then this guy's Daniel Moore is kind of like principal financial and accounting officer, kind of signs off before all the statements go out, right? And then Ryan Cohen's CEO, Larry Chang's board member, Alan Adel, also a longtime friend of Ryan Cohen, if you're not aware. He was with him in the early days of Chewy. He is on the board of directors for GameStop. And then also Jim Grube, that's another guy. Tetron knows my intentions. You're good. BBY is done. Finished. Let it rest in peace. CJ, yeah. Listen, I'm not even going to comment on that. At the end of the day, it's just an unfortunate situation that people lost money. And sure, some still speculate that there's some super secret merger. You're more than welcome to speculate that. I'm not going to argue with anyone. You can think whatever you want, but I just don't think that's the case. And you're more than welcome to disagree with anybody. But Pix, that's the warning release. 10Q isn't out yet. You guys did not enough games from the stores. Earnings release, I bought like 50 PSA cards this quarter, not me. I just bought the Astrobot for my daughter. Yeah, I have to look at more PSA cards. I bought some too, but not too many. And really, I wish I kind of got these in PSA 10, but they didn't have them. I just picked up some football cards. Hype, by the way, football season's back. My Steelers won. Super happy about that. And they just announced I got CJ Stroud, though, because he's a beast. Then we got Justin Jefferson, because he's Justin Jefferson. And then we got Justin Herbert. This card was pretty cheap, and I just feel like it has upside because I feel like he's a great quarterback. And honestly, I think when he leaves the Chargers, he's capable of winning a Super Bowl. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's a bold take. But just cards where I feel like will go up in value over time and players I like. So that's how I kind of approach the PSA cards. But let's see. Aren't they supposed to announce what they're doing with the money they hold in cash? Travels? No, there was never a guarantee. Never a guarantee. Free cash flow, positive 65 million. Sommer, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And that's considering taking out the cash they raised and proceeds from marketable securities. It's still a pretty good number. Nikki was also watched several live streams about GME earnings. Some still going on now. You're the only one that sounds genuine and making sense. Good for you. Alex, thank you. I really appreciate that comment. I'm really always just trying to keep it real with you guys and just improve over time. I'm not in the business of giving financial advice. I'm not here to tell you GameStop's going to a gazillion. Oh my God, it's all so simple. Just close your eyes and pray. No, I'm here to just explain how I see it, what I see happening, and how you can better yourself in trading and investing and whatever you want to do. I really think that's so important. And where I really resonate with that is I have two sides of my family, one that knew a lot about investing, one not so much. And I just see how that helped them over time. And then also just a lot of young people, trying to start their life, because I'm only 24. I fall in that category of young people. Not seeing the importance of investing. Oh, I'll wait to do my 401k, or oh yeah, it's fine. I'll start saving later. I'm like, no, you got to start now. You got to start investing, dollar cost averaging. I really try to encourage those things. To me, if you're going to go long on something, and again, not financial advice, make your own decision. But if you're going to go long on a stock or an asset or anything, right, where you believe in it for a long time to come, you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, right? You don't know what's going to happen with the volatility. So dollar cost averaging, in my personal opinion, is the way to go, where you just consistently buy. Okay, share goes up, I buy a couple shares next week. Shares go down, I buy a couple more. Price goes up again, I buy a couple more. You're just consistently buying, so you're consistently averaging in. So you're kind of hedging against the volatility in a way, if you want to think of it like that. And for me, as I've just found myself in who I want to be in terms of being an investor, I found that to be the most effective way, because I hate timing. I hate that feeling. It's all right, I've been wanting to buy this stock. This seems like a good time. You buy it, and then some random news comes out, and it drops 6-7%. And you're like, if I just waited one more day, I would have a way better cost basis. Whereas if you're dollar cost averaging, you're like, well, it doesn't matter. I'm going to buy again next week anyway, so that's all right. And I really take that approach with GameStop and Bitcoin. Those of you who know me know, I'm a pretty big Bitcoin guy. You're welcome to disagree with that, but for me, dollar cost averaging, especially with Bitcoin, is the way, because it's extremely volatile. And then you could take the approach of when it gets to a certain price point, okay, I'm going to stop purchasing because it's reached a certain price point where I don't want a dollar cost average anymore. Or you could say, I want to get to a certain point where I've invested X amount of dollars, then I'll cut off my dollar cost averaging. And what those determinations are should really be based on you as an individual and your own financial situation and your own goals and just perspectives, right? You got to like piece it all together. Of course, it's not easy. It's not meant to be easy, guys. It's really not, believe me. And I'm not saying that like, oh, I've seen it all, right? But I'm just seeing it in real time and like learning in real time. Like, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy, right? And that's just, I'm speaking in generalities here. I could argue they don't need to require something that has to be with GameStop. Look at Buffett. He buys lots of other businesses that didn't go into each other. Summer, I love that counterpoint. I love that. Thank you for saying that. You're right. It's not impossible that they acquire something that doesn't have to do with GameStop, especially with the investment policy approved, where essentially Ryan Cohen and other members of the board can direct how they use the capital that the company has, the excess funds. So you're right. It is possible that they do acquire something that has nothing to do with the company. It's not impossible. So we'll see. Maybe that does happen one day. I'd definitely be curious if it did. Let's see if all the shareholders go to the stores and just buy one item. That would help. True, sub, you're right. But at the end of the day, maybe geographically people can't buy stuff. And again, everyone has their own financial situation. Whenever I can, I shop GameStop. Whenever I need something tech-based, I can get gearing up for some new streaming stuff. Got to improve. Going to GameStop, right? Shop the company when you can. I'm doing my part. Salute. GME $10 incoming. 0. That'd be crazy, man, because that would mean that they're trading below their cash per share and they're net profitable right now. So I have a really, really hard time believing that. But if you want to think that, best of luck, brother. We'll see what happens. When is earnings? Cryovic or Seek Sive? Cryosive. Sorry if I just butchered that. The earnings are out. Revenue missed. We got about, where are we up here? Just under 800 million, but EPS comes in at 4 cents per share. So EPS improved year over year. Revenue, pretty significant decline. Although, I was just saying, to me, the most encouraging when you're looking at sales altogether and just the income statement is that gross profit is now 31.2% versus 26.3% of the same quarter of last year. And it's the highest it's been out of any of Ryan Cohen's tenure, right? So that's worth noting there. And we'll see if they can maintain that, right? Because that happening one quarter, is it just a one-time thing, or is this something they're going to be able to maintain a 30+% gross margin going forwards? I think that would be very nice to see. And then again, really what I want to see is operating. I want to see operating profits going forwards and then pad the bottom line with the interest income that's accumulated. See, great if it comes to 10, I'll buy it, then we'll go up to 20. Sub as the boss. Hey, yeah, 10. I think honestly, anyone who's a long-term shareholder thinks 10 is a spectacular deal. And it's one of those like when it was at $10, and again, I'm only going to speak for myself here, but when it was at $10, man, this thing's just going to keep going on forever. It's crazy. But now it's here, and I'm like, damn, I can't believe I didn't buy more at $10. What a fool I am, right? So like, hindsight's always 20/20. So that's also worth keeping in mind. But again, really, I want to be a big advocate of stick to your plan, know thyself. If you're a trader, trade. If you're an investor, invest. If you're doing both, find the balance. Find what level of money you want to be putting into investing each week and what you want to be doing with trading each week, right? That's really up to you at the end of the day. It really is. And see, we're getting a little bit of a recovery here, but again, not too much. And I feel like out of any of GameStop's recent earnings, the volume is, or volatility rather, is extremely low after earnings. Like I know it was kind of a mixed bag here, but you thought there would have been at least a little bit more volatility. But now when you look at like GME Max Pain though, it kind of starts to make sense, right? You're like, wait a minute, GME Max Pain for this Friday, $22.50. If you're not familiar, Max Pain is the price point at which the most options expire worthless of all the options on the chain expiring this Friday, September 13th, which obviously pretty popular options chain week, considering that earnings were announced to be coming out this week. So a lot were written, a lot were purchased. But I wouldn't be surprised if the price is at 22.47, right? It's going to be like right near that number by the end of the week. I really wouldn't be surprised. I don't think it's impossible. But I also wouldn't be surprised if it's down at 20 or up at 30, right? Anything can happen with this stock. That's something I've learned over time. You get with GameStop, you really got to be prepared for anything and everything. I think that's really the best way to think about it. Commercials are too loud. I've seen $10 before. Sub as the boss. I'm sorry about that. I gotta look into that. I haven't streamed in a while. People are saying it's like excess amount of commercials. I swear I didn't put any commercials on. I don't know why there's so many. So I gotta look into that. We're gonna make a note of that here. Commercials. And then also new mic. A new mic needs to come because maybe that's creating like an imbalance. I've seen $10 before, me too. Is there a 5 p.m. earnings call? Tommy, there's not. Thank you for being here, but there is no earnings call for GameStop. They haven't had one in quite a while. Holidays are coming up. Pamela, you're right. You're absolutely right. Although it's worth noting that this was the Q2 earnings report, and the next earnings report will be around this time in December, so likely the second week of December, which again I will be live for. I go live for every earnings report, cover it in real time, and then analyze it after. And again, you could follow me at Tetron Invest on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it these days. I always post updates on GameStop and just some miscellaneous finance stuff, and you can subscribe if you'd like. That'd be great. But holidays are coming up. However, when the next earnings report comes out, it's going to be for Q3. So we are currently in Q3, which is August, September, and October. So when October ends, Q3 will be in the books, and then Q3 gets reported at the start of December. And then Q4, which is the major holiday season and historically the most active for GameStop's revenue and just foot traffic and obviously people shopping for Christmas and various other holidays. Q4 is November, December, and January. And then that number would be reported probably about the start of March, roughly. And yeah, gotta remember to breathe sometimes, guys. It's crazy. Let's get some more water too. I was thinking about it, guys. I was gonna do like right here. I was like, should I do a Roaring Kitty? Should I just send a beer, like in honor of him, right at the start of the stream? But honestly, I was like, nah, I'm good. Plus, Negative Banana would have roasted my beer choice because I don't have any good beers in the fridge right now. Only the cheap ones, but which would have made it easy to chug. But that's all right. Maybe next time. We let that one go for today. Wow. This has flown by, though. The fact that I've been streaming for almost 2 hours is actually crazy because so much going on. Chase, thank you for being here. No earnings call, my friend. No earnings call. I was hoping to hear from the company, maybe a little insight. Tommy, yeah, no, I definitely hear what you're saying, and I know we've. Oh no, I just lost the chat. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I only have top messages coming up. If I missed you at all during here, I do apologize. I try and read through everything, but it's hard. Someone's moving quick. I'm trying to keep my flow as well, but unfortunately, I only had the top chat on, not the all chat, which I usually do on the side. But so I apologize if I missed anything, but. I get it's like I get it. It's like you want to know what's coming with the company, but GameStop has pretty much made it clear that that's just something that they're not going to do. They're going to keep their cards close to their chest, and you have to just look at the numbers and trust them. Which I get it. If some people are like, I can't do that. Like this is too concerning. I want to know what's going on. I totally respect it and I get it. But to me, I'm kind of indifferent about it. It's like I would like to know, but I also really understand their approach, just given the negative attention on it and institutions essentially trying to drive it into the ground previously, right? Like that historical aspect to it. So I see why they do it. So like I would say I'm indifferent about it, but I'm fully accepting of it. Like I understand and I've understood for a while now that if I'm going to be invested in GameStop, they're not going to do earnings calls. They're not going to issue guidance. And I'm okay with that. And I get that people are like, how could you be okay with that? Like that's crazy. That's abnormal. That's fine. This is a unique story, unique investment, unique everything, right? It's truly one of a kind in my opinion. And that's why I really have so much fun talking about it and covering it. Because at the end of the day, I don't know what's going to happen in 5 years from now with GameStop. I don't know what 2029 looks like, right? But I really want to document the whole way so you guys could just see me improve over time as an individual and just somebody could tell the story as it's happening in real time, right? And maybe people will look back one day. This guy Tetron was recording the whole thing. It's crazy. But the OG, of course, let's be perfectly clear. Roaring Kitty is the OG. And let's see, did he tweet by some chance? That'd be nuts. Is the OG of GameStop streaming, right? It's a regular guy. Unprecedented what happened in January 2021. And that's what's crazy. People thought in January 2021, wow, what an incredible story. But little did they know, it is just getting started. His story is just getting started. Right now, this earnings report today is just another chapter in this huge, huge book of one big story that's unraveling in real time that is GameStop. And again, that's how I see it. You're more than welcome to disagree. I really always encourage you to disagree if you so choose to, because that's fine. I feel like I also want to be an advocate of that. I'm not going to make like, yeah, I'm standing up fighting for this, but you got to be able to agree to disagree. Like, I'm really trying to Like I really try and be that way. Like when I disagree with someone on whatever it is, like okay, you think that, I think here's why. Here's why for you. Okay, that's fine. We just agree to disagree, right? Like there has to be more of that in the world. Otherwise, like everything's gonna go to crap, right? Like it's crazy. So I think it's okay to agree to disagree, guys. Just keep that in mind. And not everyone out there. There's always gonna be people who are gonna be like, no, it has to be this. Oh my god, you're stupid. Oh my god, right? And that's fine. That's fine for me. Those who know me know I'm just like, hey, okay, that's fine. You can disagree, no problemo. But when I last chatted with you, you had returned from a trip. Any plans for trips in the future? I booked a trip with a friend to Jamaica in January. Alex, yes, I did go to Croatia. Incredible experience. I also stopped in Austria. I got absolutely blessed. I had a one-night stay. Like, you get an upgrade, sir. I'm like, okay. So my girlfriend, like, yeah, I guess we're getting a little bit of a bigger room. That's nice. They gave us a full-on suite. It was incredible. Like, it was incredible. In Croatia, beautiful. The water was so clear. I was like, just put goggles on. The water's only up to my waist. I could just go down and just see all these fish. Like I really love aquatics. Like I have a fish tank next to me. I don't think I can get the webcam. I'm gonna try really quick to get the webcam to show it. But let's see. I gotta show you guys my fish tank really quick. Gotta see it. Let's see. Hopefully it goes good. Let's see. Here. See? Whoop. Got a couple guys chilling in there. See? That's like the shrimp running around on the left. Oh, I'm gonna place it, but yeah, no, I love fish. Oh, no, we just dropped the webcam. Hold on. Very smooth of me. Well, sorry guys, I'm gooning. Okay, but to answer your question, no other major trips planned at this time. That was a pretty big trip for me. It was almost like 2 weeks, and obviously pretty costly, and just trying to save up for some other stuff in my life and just build my accounts up and whatnot. So no major plans right now, but yeah, it was an incredible experience. So definitely, balance your life out, guys. Like, do go have experiences. Because then part of me was thinking, as I was coming, oh, this is so expensive. Am I ready to do this? And I was like, no, I gotta go see another part of the world. Like, I've never been anywhere else besides America or Canada. Like, I gotta go to a different continent at least, right, and see what's going on. And it was an incredible experience. Thanks for asking, though. Nice fish. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's not the best, but I really wish, because I have frogs in there too, and they're called African dwarf frogs. They're so dope if you look them up. I wish I could show you guys, but the webcam, the cord just isn't long enough from like where it comes on the bottom of my computer. But 4 billion in cash, didn't burn any money this quarter, made a small profit. Get Rec 75, absolutely right, and we got a 31% gross margin. So I guess we might as well start a thing right here, right? Keep building out. Or see. Okay, we'll just do this. Q2 2024 earnings highlight. It's driving me nuts that this sun is in my face. Oh my gosh, like I think, yeah, last earnings report, the sun wasn't going down as early. Wait. Oh, yeah, so it was in June, so the sun wasn't going down as early, so I didn't have this problem last time. I was gonna say, did I? I don't know. Maybe you guys remember from last time, but this is annoying. It just keeps like being directly in my eye, and also like you just get a nice streak on my face from sitting at the right spot. But let's kind of put together some summary points here. So EPS 0.4, gross margin. Where are we? Oh, and we could go look at the DRS number after. Gross margin was 31.2%. Net margin was 1.9%. Actually, we're going to throw in the operating margin as well. Because again, I really want to see that number be positive, but it just looks like we're not quite there yet. 2%. Okay. Interest income, 4.9. Then what was their exact interest income was 39.5, right? Or is that? Yeah, no, that's right. Why am I bugging? Okay. Interest income, 39.5 million. Then what else? Anything else? Let's see, do you think we'll see full profitability this year? And what about an operating profit? Well, hold on. We got Carter's. We don't need an earnings call. Shareholder with a will to win is leading the company. Cars, thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Good to see you. Sean says, do you think we see full year profitability this year? What about operating profit? Great point. So pull up the charts here, which we'll have to update. So net profit, I do think we see, because also we could open this up. We can do this 16 weeks ended, or 26 weeks, I'm sorry. Right now, EPS is 5 cents. The net loss is 17.5. If if Q3 is break even and quarter four is the same as last year, I think we're in a pretty good spot where they're very likely going to be net profitable for the year. However, in terms of operations, I don't know. After seeing this, I'm not too sure, honestly. Unless they have a really strong Q4 and then Q3 is improved on the operations, maybe profitable or even at least break even. Even then, it's going to be tough, right? Because the operating loss is, oh, that's percentage. Excuse me. Operating loss, negative 72.6. So it's not impossible to turn an operating profit for the year, but given that they're around the same spot as last year and they didn't turn an operating profit last year overall, I don't think that's the case, right? Like, let's see for sure. Let's do the last annual filing. Okay. Where are we? Where are we? I want to see what was the operating profit for the previous year. Oh, wait, why am I always spazzing out, guys? Newsroom. Or we could just go to full year. Fourth quarter and full year. So 53. So their operating loss was 34.5 million for this all of 2023. It's possible then. If they had that last year, then I don't think it's impossible, right? And then right now we're at, get this out of here. At this point in time, we're at 72.6. It's not impossible, but I think it's going to be tough to get to an operating profit, to be honest with you. But I do think if we're not an operating profit, it's going to be a very low number, hopefully even lower than this 34.5, more like negative 10, negative 20, where easily the interest income will be more than that, and then in turn make the bottom line net profit a net profit and not a net loss. And you can see like we're already on track for a better year than last year in terms of the bottom line, and a little bit of extra interest income will definitely help that with the extra cash. But obviously there's a lot of time between now and the end of the year. They could make a move of some kind which totally screws with all those estimates, so that's worth noting for sure. See, afternoon, brother Yomar, hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here. Hello, touch on friends. Do less. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. I like your name. Do less. That's the way to do less, but learn more. Or yeah. Or what do they say? Like, work smarter, not harder. That's the one. That's what I used to say when I worked in Marshall. Like, guys, we gotta work smarter, not harder. That's how I try and encourage people when I was like doing the manager stuff. So, what an experience being a manager's Marshall's department store manager. Great experience. Really tough at times. Made me want to rip my hair out of my head, but a great experience. And really, I recommend anyone. I mean, probably like you guys are older than me, but anyone, if you know is young, or like niece, nephew, kids, like they should really have the experience of working like either food service or retail job. I'm telling you, it gives you so many life skills, like knowing how to deal with the public, like there's a lot of interesting people out there, let me tell you. I met many of them when I was working as at Marshall's, from cashier to supervisor to merchandiser, ultimately manager, right? I mean, I was like just not manager of the whole store, I was manager of a couple of departments, but it was a lot, like, and I was in school at the same time too. That's the thing. Like I was working like 50 hours and full time in school. Like I was not sleeping at all. It was actually insane. Um, and I really don't sleep a lot in general. I've more lately. I'm finally like starting to get a little bit more sleep. But I'm one of those people where like, I feel like I don't really need too much sleep. I feel like when I sleep over 7 hours, I am like more tired. Honestly, 8 is like the maximum. If I go over 8, I'm like it's as if I slept. If I sleep like 10 hours, it feels like I slept 5. I know I can't be the only one, but great learning experience and just dealing with a lot of crap, honestly. 31.2% gross margin is pretty damn good. I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more, honestly. And when we're looking at last year's numbers, gross margin for the full year was only 24.5%. And then if we looked at for 26 weeks, gross margin right now is 29.4%. So we're looking to be trending up there for sure. So we'll see though. We got 2 more quarters to go. GME is a buy and hold, even if it's for years buy and hold. And when it squeezes, take some profit and rinse and repeat. If you're looking for fast money in the markets, you probably should just lose money fast. Alex, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Some people will trade it, some people just hold it, but you just got to know your cup of tea and just understand the situation at hand and how you want to go about things. That's really like just so important. And I think where people don't have a plan, that's where people get screwed. They like don't know if they're trading or investing, and then they sell and they regret, and then they buy back. Like, oh wait, no, I should have waited longer. So it's really just about knowing like how you want to approach things. Like I think understanding that, and you only understand that with time and effort in this game that is finance and stocks, right? So yeah, I agree. I think it'll be a full year net profit this year from the interest, but from the 4 billion. But operating profit will be tough. Best will be break even. Thanks for looking into that, Sean. Yeah, thanks for asking. That was definitely a great question. I've been trading it and seen multiple volatility halts since 2020 with this stock OG here. Alex, yeah, I'm happy for you. I hope you've made money, my friend. There's definitely people who are just kind of hopping in and hopping out, and that's all right. For me, I'm pretty much just holding shares. I'm just starting to now dabble in selling options, but what I did was I did it in a completely separate account where I'm like, okay, I'm going to go for the wheel strategy. I'm going to try and really just sell puts, but if I do get exercise and I'll turn around and sell a call, which pains me because I know it could fluctuate way up and I know that I could miss out on profits, right? But in that particular account, I'm looking to just collect premium on options because GameStop has one of the most consistently high implied volatilities for options across the board. And it doesn't look like that's going to change. And I know the company's not going bankrupt, so I'll be able to sell options for a very long period of time. And again, that's just like one small account, something I'm just starting to dabble in, so I don't talk about it too much. And that's complete, to be perfectly clear too, that's completely separate from shares I've been accumulating over the past several years. Those I will never, ever, ever sell covered calls on because I know I'm limiting my upside. Whereas that one particular account, I'm mostly trying to just sell puts, but at times I'm going to have to probably sell a call here and there. But really, that goal, the goal of that particular account is to just get really nice at option selling and collect a lot of premium because I really feel like, just look at what market makers do and look what Max Pain is. Options more often than not expire worthless. So if they more often than not expire worthless, it makes a lot more sense usually to sell an option than buy an option, right? But to be clear, also, I took a lot of time to research it and understand the concepts and how you would go about doing something like that. So don't just blindly go into do that, right? Just to be perfectly clear. Don't just, oh, sell options, right? Plain and easy. No, it's not super simple. It's definitely a tool and a way to trade in the market, but you got to know, like, does it fit into your plan, right? And for me, I'm like, okay, maybe this is something I'm going to do. I'm going to try it in a small account, completely separate from all my other investing I do, and see how it goes over a 1 year period. And that's just my personal approach. See, I've been trading it. What up, Al? I had to leave Marant's Rants just to see argue with Rants. Top line down huge. SG&A now 33%, but net profit plus. Yeah, Patrick, that's really the thing. The gross margin to me is what stands out the most, and the net profitability. The revenue, like, there's no sugarcoating it. It's not ideal that revenue's falling, but at the same time, it's expected given how much they've wound down. And then also stuff like the Game Informer, right? I never really talked about this too much because I had mixed feelings about it in the beginning. I'm like, I don't know. But then I thought about it. I'm like, all the people were loud on the internet saying, oh, I can't believe they got rid of one of the most longest lasting uh, gaming magazines, right? Like, yes, maybe they could have went about it in a better way. I would agree with that. And you could argue that point, right? But to say like, oh, I can't believe they got rid of this. How many of those people were actually still getting that magazine? Less than 1%. So it's like everyone's all loud about it, but it clearly nobody was buying it if they ultimately decided like we're not going to move forwards with the Game Informer magazine, right? So everyone's all loud like, oh my god, I can't do this. Oh, GameStop's so bad. Oh my gosh, like just all random people on the internet because that's what the internet is. It gives everybody the opportunity to say whatever they want, right? And that's great. But it's also like you have people just saying things just to say it and just to hop on the bandwagon. But it's like literally none of you probably were getting that magazine, right? For the one person that was, then you have a valid argument, right? So then that's just another small spot where they're going to be cutting costs. So again, not that, oh my gosh, it's going to dramatically make them profitable, but they're just doing all these little things over time. But the reality of it is, like, a big part of what they're doing is really impacting their revenue. You can see for the first 26 weeks of last year, they had 2.4 billion in accumulated revenue versus this year they have 1.68 billion, right? So, but again, the margins are improving. So like when you look at gross margin this year at this time versus gross margin last year, definitely improvement there. Pretty significant, 5%, pretty good. SG&A gone up a little bit. Like SG&A monetarily has gone down, right? Like you can see down here, it went from 322 to, what were we, 248. Yeah, that's, oh no, sorry, it's gross margin, 270.8. We're going to add that here too. SG&A, 270. But when you look, I think that's the lowest for any single quarter since Ryan Cohen has been captain of the ship. Is that correct? Yes, it is, because last quarter was the lowest out of any particular quarter of the past 5 years. And then this quarter now, this number when I update it is going to be that $270 million number. So while dollar-wise it's going down, percentage-wise, unfortunately, it hasn't quite gone down yet. But if you scale operations and scale in general with whatever they do going forwards and maintain SG&A, which I think they'll be able to do given their commentary, just really wanting to operate as nimbly and as efficiently as possible. I don't think they're going to go out and spend aggressively on SG&A as they're scaling things down the line. But of course, it's all circumstantial, right? It really depends. So we'll see. Blast the volume, love the channel. Martin, thank you. I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, no, I gotta get a new mic. I gotta upgrade my setup, guys. There's no need not to. If I wanna do this as like a side gig or just a thing I do, right? Tetron part of my life. I gotta have a better quality setup, and I'm working on it. And there's other aspects as to why I haven't quite done that yet, but I'm not gonna get into that right now. But regardless, it's coming, guys. It's coming. We're gonna keep working to improve. Just like GameStop's evolving, Tetron's evolving too. Call me a Pokemon. A little stupid stock to buy. Gonna die by. Chocolate croissants. Thanks for clicking on the stream. That's all I can really say to that. And it's funny when people come in. Okay, you don't realize like whether or not you like it. Like when people comment on my X account or YouTube, like, GameStop's such a stupid stock. I can't believe you're still talking about this. All you're doing is helping me. So please talk all the shit you want. Like all it does is help me in the algorithm. So thank you. But GME broke 22. Let's see. Yeah, we haven't looked in a minute. Okay, see, not totally expected, but you know what's crazy? Off the dome thought here. This must be an algo thing, right? Because usually earnings calls are at 5 p.m. This drop happens right here, like, oh, they didn't do an earnings call. Oh my gosh, that's why the stock is falling now. But it was known they weren't going to do an earnings call, right? When they do their earnings release, right? Like you do their newsroom, if you look back at the old ones, you can see how it's different. They announced the release date, and you notice there's nothing here about an earnings call. Whereas if you look back at ones a couple years ago when Matt Furlong used to do the earnings calls when he was with GameStop, it said earnings call is going to be at 5 p.m. They said they didn't put it here. It was known they weren't going to do it, right? But yet, oh, miraculously, I bet the headlines would be GameStop doesn't do guidance or earnings calls. Oh my goodness. Meanwhile, this is pretty widely known by anyone that's consistently followed the stock, right? And you see right here, GameStop swings second quarter revenue or earnings, revenue falls. This quarter swings to adjusted earnings, sales decline. EPS beat, cash update, and more. Better than expected. But yeah, see, 5 p.m. is when the earnings call typically would have been. But nope, they decided not to. And yeah, oh yeah, suddenly just miraculously it happens. Like, I don't know about that. But again, guys, I mean, I just really, if I had to predict, and I'm not going to predict it, but if I absolutely had to, what's the price going to be on Friday? I would guess 22.50. Honestly, like it's just happened so many times where GameStop closes at max pain, and it's just where the most options expire worthless. And Will that be the case this week? Maybe. It looks like we're trending towards that, right? But although you have to think like after tomorrow, tomorrow's Wednesday, we still have two whole trading days, Thursday and Friday. So maybe not. Anything could happen. Don't get me wrong, but just some food for thought there. And yeah, I don't think, I also, do you think at this exact moment, just suddenly a bunch of people decided to sell because there's no earnings call? Give me a break. Institution dumping shares in some way or another. But again, this could drop just theoretically, right? By 8 p.m. when the post market closes, we could be all the way down at like 21 and change. But then by the time the market opens tomorrow, right, over here, we could be way back up here. You just don't know with the after hours, right? You just don't know with the market in the short term in general, right? Like there's always going to be volatilities, ups, downs, left, right, circles. It goes all around. Cheeks are clapping. Tone, good for you, brother. Down 7% after hours, 6-7 golfer. Yeah, nope, but we're climbing back a little bit here. But yeah, and again, it's just funny to me at this exact time, 5 p.m., that there would have been an earnings call if it was any other company, right? And they were reporting earnings after the bell. The earnings call is always at 5 p.m. So I can't help but wonder, like, interesting timing, right? Like, why that particular time? But more shares, hey, you do you, Negative Mania. I know you were saying that. You were waiting for the dip to buy more. Share offering 20 million shares, 8K. Check the filing. Selling 20 million shares. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you guys. Thank you. Let's see. I see Keith Hill always says sell more shares, raise more money. Do less. I think he did say that in the past, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, here we are. You are right. Thank you, my friends. Thank you very much. We got more information analyzer. This is the 10Q. This is the 8K. Wow. Okay. Wait, no, this is the 8K. Where? This is the one. 20 million shares. Okay, let's see. In accordance with the terms of the sales agreement, we may offer and sell shares of our common stock from time to time through Jefferies, acting as our sales agent and referred to as the sales agent. Previously sold an aggregate of 120 million shares of our common stock for aggregate proceeds of approximately 3.1 billion pursuant to the sales agreement prospectus supplements filed by us on May 17, 2024 and June 7th, 2024. But again, why is it? Am I missing something? If they sold 120 million shares, how did year over year the shares outstanding go from 304 to 386? I just am not. I don't know if I'm missing something or my brain's just not working on that aspect of things. I just don't understand that part right there. But whatever, I digress. In accordance with the terms of the sales agreement, we may offer and sell up to an additional 20 million shares of our common stocks from and after the date hereof. So the last two share offerings went by really quickly. It is worth noting, right? Like the last time they did one, within 3 days, they sold 75 million shares, which is kind of crazy to think about. And the fact they sold that many and the price, despite the initial reaction, really didn't dramatically move. That was the average price point at which they sold them at. And then the one before that, it only took 6 trading days. Yeah, within 6 trading days, and they sold 6 million. So what will be interesting to see is, do they follow trend? Do they complete the share offering by the end of this week? Just do it all at once into next week? I don't know. I'm initially my thought is probably if they did the last two share offerings, then they're probably going to do this one quickly as well, meaning just sell the 12 million shares relatively quickly over the next several trading days. However, it is worth noting that that's not a guarantee, right? It could be a situation where they so choose to only sell shares once the price has gone up for whatever reason, right? Like let's say the price goes up to $30 in a month from now, or 35, and they say, okay, well now we want to go ahead and sell shares into the open market. And I would think, with the price being 22 right now, and the last two share offerings were at average prices of 28.49 and 2074, I mean, given that this one was 2074, it's not impossible, guys. It's not impossible that they just rapidly issue the shares and then wrap up the offering just like the last two. But also, there's certainly a possibility that they don't do it right away this time and they're going to sit back and wait because now maybe people are anticipating, like, oh, they're going to do it quick, right? When I say people, I mean institutions. So that is another interesting development here. Our common stock listed in New York Stock Exchange. The last reported sale price of our common stock was $24.25. I think that was just right before the market closed. During each period, our stock has experienced extreme volatility in price and trading volume. From February 4, 2024 to September 9th, The closing price of our common stock in New York Stock Exchange ranged as low as 10.01 and as high as 48.75. And that, by the way, if you include the after hours numbers, right? We look back here. This was way higher. Actually, it was even higher. It was 80. So, and that I think they're saying prior to, like this was the range prior to the share offerings, or no, they're saying in 2024. But regardless, and daily trading volume ranged from approximately 1.7 million to 279 million shares. That is such a wide range. During such period, we did not experience any material changes in our financial condition or results of our operations that would explain such price volatility or trading volume. Furthermore, since January 2021, through the date hereof, the market price of our common stock has seen extreme price fluctuations that do not appear to be based on the underlying fundamentals of our business or results of our operations. Investors that purchase shares of our common stock in the stock subsequently declines. Please see a section of this prospectus for risk factors. So part of this is disclosures, but my initial thought right away here is, did they specifically say in the last two? Furthermore, since January 2021, this volatility has taken place. Did they do that last time? I don't know. I would have to go back. Let's see if we can go back super quickly. Let's look up the last one. So the last one, this is the previous one. Okay, yeah, it's literally like word for word, pretty much. It is the January 2021. My bad, guys. Didn't mean to overhype that. But another interesting development, issuing more shares. Wow. Again, initial reaction here, interesting, because they haven't done anything with the cash yet, but they need more cash, right? So, like, what are they gearing up to do? They have to be gearing up to do something, right? In some shape or form. Maybe not an acquisition, maybe an investment of some kind that winds up being an asset on the balance sheet, but what is that going to be? What is that going to be? That is what I'm so curious about. And guys, as my stream is bugging for some of you guys. You're saying, I'm seeing it in the chat. I have it on two devices. One will just stop working and the other one will stop working. They don't want us to cover GameStop earnings live. They don't want us to cover GameStop earnings live. Would you believe it? Maybe if I put on my disguise. I'm like not negative banana. Definitely not Tetron. I don't know where he just went. I just did I'm an AI version of Tetron actually. So the real Tetron, he's out on a walk right now. I'm the AI version. It's not me. I'm robot. Ask me anything. Let's go. Laugh my ass off. Bears win again. Tone Blanco. Happy for you, brother. If you're making money, listen, at the end of the day, this game that is the market is tough. If you're making money, I'm happy for you. But just know, if you bought puts, you're probably not going to be up tomorrow, honestly, man, because the thing is, the price didn't move was like 13, 14%. So reality of it is, I think you're going to get IV crushed, potentially. But we'll see, right? They're blocking your stream, Jay. It's crazy. They don't want us to cover GameStop. IV had 12.6% move price in. Puts aren't printing. Options sellers will print. Make no mistake. Sounds like you didn't make any mistakes there. And I think you're right. 12.6% sounds pretty good. Tetron did a share offering. Howdy. Thank you. Keith Gill says sells more shares. They'll be worth less tomorrow. They'll be worth less tomorrow than at 4 p.m. Eastern. I think you're right. GME revenue is dropping like a stone in a pond. Randy, yeah, that is true and is concerning, but I would say there are, some silver linings to this report. It's not just like cold. Damn, see, that's crazy. The stream, we're still good, right? Yeah, this one's still going. Wait. I don't know. Hopefully we're still going here. I'm gonna check on my phone. It is glitching out. You guys are not wrong. That's so weird. It seems like everything's fine on my end. It's the sunglasses. Maybe it's because I said I was a robot. No, we're good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay. Interesting world we live in. Am I right? They'll be worth less. This is an authorization to offer shares, not an actual offer. 20 minutes is the exact amount of GME sold short in the XRT ETF. Interesting. This is an authorization to offer shares, not an actual offering. 20 million is almost the exact amount of GME sold short in the XRT. Interesting, Scott. Thank you for providing that point. But you're right. Yeah, it's not like they're definitely selling them right away. It's that they can sell them when they so choose to. We may offer and sell up to an additional 20 million shares from and after the date hereof, and that is today. So we'll see. It could be tomorrow. It could not be tomorrow. Ryan Cohen need more money to post memes. Grizzly, I don't think that's the case. I mean, he's already got 4 billion, and also keep in mind he doesn't get compensated a single penny for working for GameStop. He only owns shares, which, by the way, he bought them all with his own money. He wasn't compensated them in any which way. So, just some food for thought there, brother. Scott, something different from the previous year, right? Why no earnings call? Yeah, Grizzly, they just haven't done an earnings call in a while. For a while, they've determined, like, hey, that's not how we're going to go about things. So GME has offered 45 million shares, which is the reported short interest in Marker, 75 million the DRS count, and now 20 million offering the approximate short shares in XRT. Interesting, Scott. They're very interesting. Are they trying to tell us something? Maybe. I don't know. But that is definitely an interesting point that you just made. And also, let's see. Let's get the direct. How do they put it? DTC. What a transfer agent. Okay, let's see. As of September 4th, 2024, there were approximately 426 million shares. Okay, so that I was right. I don't know why on the statement it was inaccurate. Maybe they have to amend that. But our Class A common stock outstanding. Of those shares, approximately 353.7 million were held by Seed & Co. on behalf of the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation, aka the DTCC, or approximately 83% of our outstanding shares, and approximately 72.8 million shares of our Class A common stock were held by registered holders with our transfer agent, or approximately 17% of our outstanding shares. Okay, so not really any significant developments there. We'll just put that down in the numbers, though, in the summary. Then also, let's go back to the heat lamp theory. Was there any merit to that? September 4th was the reporting date. Not any major volatility on that day, because the heat lamp theory is like, oh, in times of volatility, Seed & Co. can borrow shares. So what a coincidence. On reporting date, there was a lot of volatility, right? That was like a previous theory, in case you're wondering what I'm referencing. And I'll sort this out more later, but just to kind of dump it down here, just get it all out there. That's something I'm trying to really get better at. I'm telling you guys, if you're researching anything, or whether it be stocks or anything that you're trying to do, right, and you're making content and you want to like present the content, it's really important to create structure to how you do your research, and that's why I really love this app. It's called Obsidian. You could just create a bunch of notes and you can put images in there. Like I have live web links in here as well, which is really nice. So I can really structure it to kind of have all my information, right? And this is just one thing, right? And see, there's a bunch of stuff down here, and I have some other canvases that I'm working on. They call it a canvas, and then you have notes, pictures, and whatever, and you can organize it however you want. And it really has helped me organize information. I'm really trying to get better at just writing things down on the spot and then combing through it later on and organizing it in a way where it's like presentable for whatever reason, right? Obviously, it's all circumstantial, but where was I? What was I? Oh yeah, we were in the chat. Let's see. Aggressive with the ads, huh? D's Ape Nuts. Nice name. I'm sorry, my friend. Everyone keeps saying that. I did not change anything. I swear. Maybe YouTube just made it. The default one has more ads, but I swear I really didn't like ramp up the ads purposely for the stream. So I really do apologize if there's an excess amount, and I'm gonna look into it because I didn't want there to be some. I'll be honest with you guys, transparent, but I don't want it to be like a poor like experience where it's like so ridiculous. You're like, holy crap. So given that a few of you have said it, I am gonna look into that. So thank you for the heads up. So GME has offered 45. Or make no mistake, this is the same format as the other offerings. I don't see any big changes in the wording of the form. Scott, you're right. Upon a glance, and I'm looking at the other one real quick, I think you're absolutely right. Make no mistake, this is the same format. Why do they need 500 million? Oh, they already got 4 billion. How do you? That's a great question. The only thing I can think is, it's way smaller than the other ones too. Maybe something is just about to happen, right? Maybe that's overly optimistic. Let's say they sold it at the current price point. We're at 22. Let's say they sell it at an average price of $21 a share, right? It fluctuates. They sell all 20 million over the next few days at $21 a share, right? Like let's say that theoretically happened. $21 times 20 million. You're right. 420. You literally can't get a number away from the number 420, right? It's everywhere. But yeah, you're right. Roughly 500 million. And obviously it depends what the actual average share price is. And then you do have this 1.5% of the gross sale price goes to Jefferies for basically facilitating the share offering. So another interesting development, another chapter in the story. How do companies want to be able to get To be able to sell shares into high volume gives the board ability to act, not a requirement to act. Suppose why not have 4.7 million? Yeah, true. I'd assume that they will sell at market tomorrow. Make no mistake, yeah, it's debatable. It's not impossible they wait, and that would be pretty good, I would say. But I'm going to take these off. I can see better without them. um, I feel like it would be a pretty good move, right? Like to kind of catch people by surprise. Like last two, they did the offerings quick, and then and by the way, I think the other ones were mostly institutions. How do you sell 75 million shares? You really think individuals were buying 75 million shares over a 3-day trading period? Like, I find that really hard to believe. So I think it's mostly institutions that are gobbling up these shares upon being offered, right? That's my opinion. Sure, that's debatable. But when you look at the past ones, like they just happen so fast, right? Especially the 75 million share offering. Announced on the pre-market on a Friday, announced to be completed by the following Tuesday in the post-market. So really only 3 trading days elapsed. So although the time before, they sold 45 million shares over a 6-day period. So it depends, right? But given how these last two went, I would say it's probably more likely that they're going to sell all the shares over the next few days. I wouldn't be surprised if Friday afternoon we got a filing that says like the share offering is complete, because 20 million is like not that much, honestly, relative to the last 2 share sales. Remember, we'll authorize the board to sell up 1 billion total shares. Oh yes, that is true, Scott. You're absolutely right. At maximum, at where it stands right now, they can have up to 1 billion shares outstanding, right? So theoretically, they could dilute a lot more, theoretically, but I think there's some shorts that want out, and Ryan Cohen is happy to take the cash. Make no mistake, that's a very valid theory, honestly, because yeah, as I was kind of saying, I really do think it's institutions buying up the shares. I don't think you have individuals just flooding in, right? Maybe for the 20 million one, sure, but that one that happened in 3 days for 75 million, there was so much volume at that time. And yes, there were a lot of people trading it. Roaring Kitty was back. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there wasn't a lot of individuals involved in it in some shape or form. However, I just think no retail investor really has this massive amount of capital to just gobble up 75 million shares like that quickly. It had to have been institutions in some shape or form. Like, I really, really think so. And maybe it is a situation where certain institutions want shares to cover a position of some kind for one reason or another. It'll probably be like 4.6 when completed. Sounds about right, Howdy, yeah. Big question is, will the stock sale increase or decrease our equity per share? We got wealthier after the last year offerings in terms of equity. Very valid point, Scott. Very valid. And sorry, all chat went off again. But why do the offering? What the fuck videos? Thanks for being here. Not sure yet. Not sure yet. Just reacting to it live. We'll have to see. And I think nobody knows yet, but I think they must have a plan, whether it's to acquire something or invest in something. Why else would you just keep raising cash? I hope they sell at much higher prices. Wisecracker, thanks for being here. Me too, honestly. I feel like it would be good to have an open share offering, right? Part of me thinks it'd be good to have a share offering that's open, right? Like, let's say this one completes quickly. Theoretically, they do another one, 50, they up to 15 million, 50 million. But that one, they choose to wait until there's a price fluctuation upwards. But on the contrary, you could argue like the price isn't really going to aggressively move upwards if there is an outstanding share offering that is currently open at that time, right? I think that's kind of the counter argument, because we've seen each time when the share offering has been completed, especially the first one was a little more dramatic, it causes the price to go up, and then it kind of, I don't want to say gives it a floor, but like gives a relative idea where there are a lot of buyers willing to come in, right? So roughly, right? And it also depends like on other factors and macro market conditions. But will stock increase after earnings? Nabila, thanks for being here. It's probably not, given that after hours earnings was kind of moving sideways, and then the share offering got announced. And I was quick to blame the algos. I was like, oh, people thought it was an earnings call. It's not. It's just the algos. But it was the share offering announcement, which makes sense. It wasn't too dramatic. Anything's possible. The stock could be green tomorrow, although given that they are announced the share offering now, I feel like more likely than not, it's probably going to be red on the day. So I believe the board has been talking to major banks and parties that are super short GME and selling the shares into the market rather than private placement. The short firms buy and close shorts. That's why the price isn't really being impacted by the offerings. That's a great analysis, Scott, because you're absolutely right, and that's something I thought with the last ones, right? To keep circling back here. When the offering was announced each time, that was the biggest movement, right? Here was the first one, very big move down, but then for the most part sideways, right? With the exception of the very end. And then also look at the more recent one. Again, upon the offering down, then that Friday was when Roaring Kitty was doing his stream. and then down a little further upon his stream starting, right, which kind of seemed expected. If I had to guess, right? Remember, he's oh, 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 and then like I'm gonna end the stream right now. Oh, oh, and then down halt, right? Funny stuff. But with that, again, from here, pretty much moves sideways, and like usually it would be kind of, you would think it would be like a steady decline down if they are just actively issuing the shares. So I do feel like, yes, they are offering them into the open, but I feel like it has to be with institutions in some shape or form. Like, it just makes sense, honestly. And really, thank you guys again for being here. I appreciate you so much. You know, just calling it as I see it, covering everything live. So much happening so fast, but I really appreciate you all so much. Why would they do that? I think they have to have some kind of plan. I think that's the only thing that makes sense. Why would you just keep raising cash unless you're going to do something with it? But what they're going to do with it, that's entirely up for debate and to be determined. And when that's to be determined, I'm not sure. There were 70 plus million shares unaccounted for in the last two offerings. I doubt retail bought them. It must have been shorts. Make no mistakes, I don't think so. Oh yes, I do think it was shorts, but I know it's, if you're saying like on the weighted average common shares outstanding, I think this is just a typo. Maybe that's an aspect, but yeah, I think, sorry, I misread it initially. But I doubt retail bought them. It must have been shorts. It just makes the most sense, honestly. It really does. And also, if you have been shorting this company for a while and you see the amount of cash and the fact that they're net profitable, you could look at it and say, sure, like, right, I'm putting myself in the shoes of a short seller. Okay, sure, revenue will keep going down. But if they're turning a profit or at least breaking even and they have plenty of cash, what is the good, like, how much upside is there really for my short position, right? Again, putting myself in the shoes of a short seller. Put on a short seller Noah, right? Short seller Tetron. If I'm the short seller, right? Okay, I'm shorting the stock for a while. It's been a elongated period. Maybe I've been even shorting it since 2020, right? Like, let's say I've been shorting it for 5 years, because a lot of people have been shorting GameStop a long time. I shorted it back here. Here you thought, okay, this is a ridiculous scenario. It's going to come back down. But then you see how they've evolved to the point where they're breaking even. They stack the balance sheet. Okay, yeah, revenue's been declining this whole time. And again, I'm putting myself in the short seller shoes. But net income isn't going down. They have a ton of cash on their balance sheet, so they're not going anywhere. They really only can go up from here. So why? And sure, it could trade sideways, but as a short seller, how is that good for me? The capital is better used elsewhere. So the more and more I think about it, the share offerings do offer an out for short sellers. Okay, like, you can get out right here, and the price is dipping right now because there's a share offer on the table. So you could buy these shares at this offered price, right? Theoretically, right? Theoretically, but obviously nobody really knows for sure because it hasn't out there like that. So see, the SEC and DOJ are definitely involved. Scott, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I always think back to that one filing where it's like one particular security displayed, what was it, systematic risk, or I forgot the exact word, but basically like major risk, like one particular security expressed that, and that's crazy. Hey, Tetron, great report. Ante, thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, listen, to me, the greatest thing is to see at least a net margin. Wish we saw an operating margin, but the gross margin improving is a great sign. I think that is definitely something that's really standing out to me. And then also raising more cash. So what are they going to do with that cash? That's what I'm wondering. GM and these YouTubers are here to take all our money. Simply ignore them. Applebee, yet you chose to click on the stream, my friend. And also, I'm not here to tell you what to do, brother. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm not telling you to buy GameStop. I'm just reporting on it. You can listen if you're curious, or you can choose not to. Like, please, like, if you don't want to own GameStop, I am not telling you to own it. Like, I want to be so clear about that. Like, I'm not in the business of giving financial advice or telling people how to invest their money. I'll explain concepts and different things I'm seeing and react to numbers in real time and share my opinion, but I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm not telling you to do anything. Seriously. If you don't want to own any stock, don't do it. It's that simple. And you didn't have to click here, but you did, brother, so thank you. Touch on great report. Nice gap up to fill soon. Dempsey, we could. We'll see. I'm not too sure, though. Given the active share offering, I feel like we're probably going to be red tomorrow, to be frank. I feel like probably we could go as low as 20 tomorrow. Maybe, right? Maybe. We'll see. See, it's possible. GME is at idiosyncratic risk. I'm definitely butchering that, but you guys can read Scott's message. And it really does pose a national security risk. There are backroom negotiations happening 100%. Ryan Cohen has integrity, so he does offerings to the market. Scott, yeah, I think that's a very, very shout out to Scott, guys. He's spitting fire in the chat for real. Keep helping me with the flow here. I appreciate that. That's a great point because if it really is, right, and I don't like to get too in the weeds of this type of stuff because at the end of the day, I'm just going to look at the numbers and that's all I can see, that's all I can control and truly talk about and quote unquote report on, right? Or talk to you guys about. Whatever's underneath to me, so long as the company succeeds and drives forwards, whatever's underneath will naturally bubble to the surface. And maybe this is how, by issuing shares to those short sellers and then a lot of cash. I don't know, right? I don't know for sure, but it's definitely an interesting twist we've seen here in 2024 where now, after no share offerings for years, right? We had a couple in 2021 to raise capital, pay off all the old bad debt that they had, and just really put the balance sheet in good shape. Now they're like, all right, we're ready to sell some shares. So why now, right? That is a major question. And maybe Scott's right? Maybe that is the situation, but don't know. So take that however you'd like. Let's see. GME's 120 million shares offering, 35 million interest, short interest reduction, 10 million plus bought by institutional firms filing 13D, 70 plus missing. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Make no mistakes. I'd have to follow up on that a little more. Another one, Chief, show us what the plan is for the 4 billion before we give you another 400 million. It's not just a guide something, and I'm not buying 40 chess bullshit. Anthony, yeah, no, listen, it's fair. I definitely see what you're saying, but I think it's one of those things at this point where it's like, they're just pretty much said like, hey, this is how we're gonna operate, like kind of whether people like it or not, to be honest with you. But really, I do want to see what they do with it. And it's like you can't just raise cash. There has to be some kind of plan for it. Just stacking cash, eventually it's just gonna inflate away in value, right? Like yeah, the inflation reading is lower, but we all know the CPI rating is a load of baloney. They just amended over time to take out things that are going up the most in price. And also, you just got to go to your local grocery store to know that the average thing is going up way more than what the inflation reading is. So, having said that, cash is the value's like inflating away over time. So, they can't just hold cash forever. Yes, they can earn interest for the meantime, and that's good, but inevitably, like, they do have to do something. And whether that's an acquisition or enacting on the investment policy is really to be seen. Idiosyncratic. Oh my god, I can't say it, guys. Idiosyncratic. This is crazy, guys. This is crazy. Anyone that knows me too knows I'm bad on the spot, especially trying to pronounce stuff. Oh my gosh. What's up, Tetron? Just Prendergast. What up? What up? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Systematic risk. Idiosyncratic. Oh, I guess you cracked me up. Thanks. Earnings release was fucking huge and exactly what GME needed. Jonathan Kelly, thank you for being here. Love your response. Idiosyncratic. Wonder Nation, can you talk about Kava? I heard it's a good stock. Wonder. This dude, this is the biggest Kava bull you guys have ever seen. I'm telling you, I've never met anyone like this guy. He is obsessed with Kava. He literally lives, breathes, and eats Kava. This man loves Kava. So naturally, whenever I get Chipotle, I send him a picture and I say, brother, Chipotle is better. I'm sorry. Did you already talk about dilution? A little bit. Oh my gosh, chat's moving so fast. But already talk about the dilution. Yes, sir. So you guys are making me laugh at the Kava stuff. Because I know my boys are in the chat just trolling me here. But 20 million shares. I think it's likely. I was just to quickly recap. Based on the past 2 offerings, they were so quickly completed. It's very likely to me that they're going to complete the next offering just as fast over just probably a few business days. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the week it's all wrapped up. But at the same time, they're not required to do that, right? Like they could wait and say, okay, we're going to wait until we feel the time is correct to go ahead and issue these 20 million shares into the open market, right? But we're also discussing, is it short sellers who are trying to buy the shares because it's a systematic risk or idiosyncratic? I can't say it, guys. I can't say it. I know I've said it before, but it's just like I have it in my head now, and now I have like a mental block on it. But sales down 30%. Damn, that's surprising. Also surprised how some of they turned to profits despite this big decrease in revenue. What are your thoughts on this? Wisecracker, looking at the numbers, it really seems like they're just scaling up their margins. So cost of sales went down a ton, and you could see for this quarter, gross margin was 31.2% versus 26.3%. And then you look at over here, and we look at margins by quarter. This is the single highest quarter for gross margin since Ryan Cohen has been captain of the ship. So that's how they're really able to turn a net profit. Like, unfortunately, what I was looking for was an operating profit. That wasn't the case. The operating loss was 22 million because you had SG&A of 270 million. So operating profit was negative 22 million and a little bit worse than last year, not as ideal. However, you had a lot more interest income than the same year prior or same quarter prior. So with that being the case, they were still able to turn a net profit on the bottom line. But really, no matter what they do to go forwards, I'm really a firm believer they have to get revenue back on track, and they have to get margins growing. They have to grow gross margins. Ideally, if they get up to 40, that would be great. They got a long way to do for that. 30 is a good start. Keep it in the 30s, but then they got to get operating margin on the net positive side. And then from there, if you always have a little bit of cash, accumulating a little bit of interest, your net profit is always going to be bigger than your operating profit, right? Where your net profit would not be bigger than your operating profit, it would be a situation where they have debt, and GameStop simply doesn't have any debt. So that's just the reality of it. Did someone say Kava? You're not buying the shares. Retail isn't buying 20%. It's a big player. Wow, we got fucked 7% down. Travels, brother. I feel like I gotta be honest. I don't think you actually own shares. I think you're just here to troll around. But if you do, hey, everyone's gonna make their own decisions at the end of the day. Another question I asked: why is it they made 50 million? Oh no, you're good, brother. You're good. No worries. It's me, BK. Burger King, it's you beat Burger King. Is that what it is? Kava's a scam. 35 million from interest. Hey, not negative an end yet. See, that's my guy, yo. You Kava boys, you hear this? We call this guy Kava Colin. That's what we call him because he loves Kava so much. Good point. Forgot we had 4 billion in cash. Yes, sir. Kava gang. Dude, we got GME's losing stock. How will she go tomorrow? Pre-market 2130. KJV. Honestly, I think we're probably going to be. If I had to guess, probably in the low 20s, given that they're issuing the shares right now. But we'll see, right? We're floating at 21.59. Maybe we float around that same price point tomorrow. Because also look at the last 2 share offerings. It's a situation where both times the most major move happened in the post market upon announcement. And then it was pretty much sideways from there. This one is a little bit different because this was the day Roaring Kitty streamed, so I think that is an X factor. But you look at this one, the major drop was initially, and then from there, it pretty much stayed sideways. So I think we're going to float in the low 20s through the remainder of this week, if I had to guess. Maybe close closer to 21 or around where we are now. But let's say the share offering is done in 2 days. We get a filing after hours Thursday. Maybe we're back closer to the mid 20s by Friday, right? And again, all just speculation there. I could be completely wrong on that. So please do your own due diligence, research, make your own decisions if you're trying to trade this in any which way. Because you never know with GameStop. I always say with GameStop, and probably someone who's been watching me a while, heard me say this. Be ready for everything and anything when it comes to GameStop. Because there's ups, downs, lefts, rights, and it goes in circles. See, let's see. Do last game of the pronunciation. Idiosyncratic. Idiosyncratic. I can't be good. Another good aftermarket. Ryan Aaron. Not sure who that is. Kava or Chipotle. Chipotle is way better. Mr. Nosang. Sean, thanks for being here, brother. Hope you're doing well. Kava sucks. Oh, here we go. We got the Kava versus GameStop in the chat. I love it, guys. I absolutely love it. But seriously, what do you guys think? Kava or Chipotle? Settle this debate for my bozo friends right now. Chipotle is better. Honestly, taste them both. Chipotle is better. Like, I'm a local restaurant's always better, but Chipotle is better than Kava. You can't change my mind. We're getting played. Kava's better. If it goes to greater than 20, I'll buy more. Me too, 110. Kava King, he's here. Kava stock after this. Yeah, no, this guy, he's like, oh, I went into Kava and it's busy. Bullish, bullish. Isn't Kava a kind of champagne? You guys like, oh, I went to you and burned down. No one's in it again. Kava kind of champagne. No, I'm not sure. Maybe. Let's see. 54.4 million interest income net. Can GME sell shares in after hours? I don't think so, Wisecracker. I could be wrong. I'm not too sure, honestly. Kava Bros and Kaka Bros. Maybe the end game for GME is to just keep selling entities who are deep short. Eventually, the share price will match the cash. Maybe, Randy, but also I don't think that could just be their plan, right? I feel like if you're stocking that cash, like you got to do something with it, right? But I see what you're saying in a sense, like they're kind of satisfying the short sellers in a way, like they're letting them close, but then they can still drive forward and succeed as a company and eventually break free from the algo, in theory, right? Idiosyncratic. Dopcho, thank you. Idiosyncratic risk. Idiosyncratic risk. One single security expressing idiosyncratic risk. That's what it is. Oh my god, so much chat. The freaking dilute us, kick us to the bottom. What the? No, Lionel, I see what you're saying, but 20 million is so minuscule compared to the shares outstanding. Like they have like 420 something million shares right now. So I feel like it's not that big a deal, honestly. It's not like, I'm not saying it's like the most ideal thing to see. I was like hoping for this, but like I can live with it. I guess that's the best way to see it. Only a 20 is a 14.3 million adjustment to the SG&A due to the IMX deal last year. It's an improvement when you factor that one-timer in. Very true. By Sava. So we got Sava, Kava. We got all kinds of names thrown in the chat. What's up, Tetron? Sergio, hope you're doing well. Yikes, staying around 20 until the offering's finished and we rip again. Jonathan, I think that's a very fair analysis right there. Is GameStop up today? My kid's college fund is right. Sean, this guy is a troll. Don't listen to this troll, yo. Operating profit would have been negative 30 million this quarter last year if it wasn't for that AMX adjustment. You're right, make no mistake. Good point. Good point. I did forget about that because this was the first year where that was not in place, like the IMX agreement. Chipotle, yes sir, Chipotle. They always took up my order at Kava. That's bearish. You guys better go sell your Kava stock. That's some bearish news right there. If they're messing up orders, very, very bearish. Let me tell you. I heard Kava will murder you and eat your children. Don't get involved with Kava. Lowering SG&A, better margin on collectibles, less software, less hardware. Pivot to revenue producing products needed. TikTok. Have had years. Anthony, yeah, I see what you're saying, but they're not going anywhere, man. I'm telling you, they're not going anywhere. But I definitely understand where people may have been involved in the stock in a while. Really, the biggest thing you've lost out on, to be frank, is opportunity costs. Like if you bought the stock here and then you held it all the way here, yeah, sure, you didn't lose money, but you could have made money investing elsewhere, right? So really, you lost out on opportunity cost, not like the stock itself thus far. You can see the AK. Oh, good looks. Doku Doki. Yep, it is right here. And then also, I got too many things open. We got to wrap it up or get organized out here. Down 8%. I mean, yeah, I think it's going to probably float around this amount, honestly. If I had to guess, we'll probably float around $20, $21 over the next several days. But we'll see. I heard you lose. Oh my gosh, these guys. It's GameStop the cheese. I never heard of Kava. That's like they diluted by doing an offering. Was hoping it would pop. Yeah, Ken, honestly, I mean, I see where you're coming from, but it's one of those where even if they didn't do the offering, like it's probably going to go sideways, to be honest with you, because we kind of had an idea of what happened after the report. It was like, oh, revenue's way down, but wait, net income is good, way better than analyst expectations of negative 8 cents. But then, oh wait, share offering. But I mean, if the share offering is completed, I'm still sticking with my guts that the share price would finish at max pain. Although this max pain could fluctuate tomorrow because I'm sure there'll be a lot of options that are closed tomorrow. So this number could theoretically change, right? But we'll have to see how that goes. Bring the 20 million gets sold to all-time high, 110. That would be most ideal. That we pay off the French loan? No. I mean, it's only 110 million. Like we got 10 million being paid over the next year, another 10 million after that, and that's really it. So, yes, and 20 million solely would be sweet, especially if nobody knows. Getting rid of the credit facility into another dilution is huge. Nobody knows what's going on. Jonathan, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That's the thing too. They voluntarily terminated the credit facility, so they must feel good about where they're at, and then whatever they're planning to do in moving forwards. And also, just another side note, I brought this up before. Larry Chang, better than the Larry in the chat. So smart is his last tweet, just quote retweeting something September 5th. And oh, he actually just tweeted GameStop's results. But prior to that, he hadn't tweeted, like he was tweeting every single day, and he hadn't tweeted in like 5 days, right? And he was in Grapevine, Texas at GameStop's headquarters. Could have just been coincidence, but part of me thinks like something's in the works. And I love this dude. No joke, my Uber driver this morning. You gotta love that. And he's literally heading to Grapevine, right? So that's pretty awesome. But see, he's a very frequent poster on X, and then he just didn't post for 5 days. So was he working on something the last 5 days? Not that necessarily something's going to come out like right now. Like I'm just scrolling through to show you, like he's pretty frequent. Sometimes, sure, he misses a day, but he doesn't really usually miss 5 days, right? Although, granted, could be anything, right? And here he kind of slowed down for a bit, and he did the live stream. Those were pretty cool. I don't think I ever even watched the second one. I only watched the first one, but maybe they're negotiating something, right? Again, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I'm not trying to like hype it up or over speculate. I'm speculating, right? But I'm not trying to hype it up like something's coming. Oh my gosh. No, I'm just saying it could, but it's all just food for thought. Like I'm all just throwing ideas out there, just calling it as I see it, but you got to make your own determinations of what you think is going to happen. Yes, no, solely agreed. GameStop equals cheese. Find one too absurd. Anyone know the EBITDA? Just slightly negative. I think when I looked here, EBITDA we had. That's by category. And by the way, also free cash flow very strong. Where what I was doing before, for anyone that missed it, their total increase in cash equivalents, and restricted cash was 3278.1. But then you take out the share offering, the 3055.7, and then you take out the proceeds from marketable securities, because that's not really a gain. Like, that's really just them. Purchases, yeah, proceeds. Oh, yeah, 273. I'm sorry. So technically, I guess they were net negative on the free cash flow, but pretty much about even, right? And really, it's going to come down to like the full year. But sorry about that. Sometimes it's hard doing the numbers quick, and I really appreciate all you guys being here. It's crazy. Jeffries is in driver's seat now. They will sell them ASAP without taking the price that much. That's very true, Anthony, because they are the one that's facilitating it. But let's see. I did see EBITDA on here. EBITDA. Where are we? Okay. So adjusted EBITDA, negative 18 cents versus, 18 million versus this is, last year it was actually positive one. Interesting. Okay, for the same quarter. So actually down a little bit. Not the most ideal, but they are citing, some transformation costs such as severance, stock-based compensation forfeitures related to workforce optimization efforts, aka severance packages, and departments of key personnel, adjustments to reserves for expenses for consultants and advisors related to transformation initiatives, and other costs in connection with the transformative initiatives. Not complicated, it hasn't started. Let's see. Yeah, this is so fair too. I wonder if this throws a wrench into what DFV had in mind. Ryan, that's a very valid question, because he did just post again. What does it mean? Does it mean nothing? Does it mean something? I don't know. It's so hard to say. It's so hard to say. And he's changing the eyes of the dog emoji. Like, what does it mean? I don't know. Like, I like to read what people say about it in the speculations, but I also don't think too. I love your boy Nancy. He's just funny account. Just does it's like okay, just puts Nancy. But I don't know. I like to read what people speculate, but I don't think too hard about it, honestly. But it is funny too how this happens. And then I had wrote I don't want to play with you anymore, implying he's selling Chewy. I only want GameStop. GameStop, briefly goes up on that news. Chewy goes down. He didn't post any positions or anything. He posted a picture of an edited Woody. Think about that for a second. That's the world we live in. That moves the market, and it's worth speculating on. It's fun to speculate on, but also refresh just in case. But I don't know. At the end of the day, it's just tweets, right? How do you really, really know? And it's crazy how many followers this man has. 1.6 million. It's actually insane. And I wish he would do another live stream. When he just did that live stream, that was so epic, honestly. That was so epic. See, it's not completed. It hasn't started. You are correct. Bad guts. It's a share offering for an institute or a buyer to agree to buy, not a short covering. Understood, right? At the market, yeah. So it's technically at the market, into the open market, but theoretically, if you're an institution, right, and you want to acquire shares, that would be the time to do it, because the 20 million shares being released is essentially being offset by 20 million in buying pressure. If you think about it generally, right? So it makes sense at that time. If a short seller was buying to close, it wouldn't really drive the price off massively, because what's offsetting that is the new shares being issued. So while it is at the offering, at the market, and it's kind of going technically to the open market, it's basically going to an institution if it's being done to that effect, which we don't know for sure. We are just speculating, but to me, it just makes the most sense, because I know for myself, right? I'm not just going out there buying a ton of GME shares right now. It's a bigger time. I might pick up a couple more later this week. I'm not going to lie to you. Keep just dollar cost averaging in over time. But I'm not massively just buying chunks. Or it's not like I sold a bunch, bought a bunch here, sold a bunch here, and now I'm buying a ton here. So where's that buying pressure really coming from, if you think about it? It has to be institutions. It's the only thing that makes sense. And then that's what makes me laugh too, when stuff like this happens. Oh my gosh, I just messed up my chart. The whole Roaring Kitty earlier, they'd be like, oh yeah, retail all just bought at once. No, there's definitely institutional play going on here, absolutely without a doubt in my mind. So, and that also was validated to me by the last share offerings where they were able to complete them so quickly. Do you really think there was that many people jumping to buy shares when they announced a share offering, like regular people like myself or you? I just don't think so. So I think indirectly, like it's an offering to institutions, like it's at the market, so it is to the open market, but the institutions are buying shares at that same time that they're being put into the market. So they're essentially, the sell pressure is offsetting the buy pressure, if that makes sense. That's how I'm perceiving this in real time as we're kind of, this is pretty good. Like I'm brainstorming with you guys in the chat. Like I love it. The market, can you explain a little more about how they're processing the solution? It's exactly as the last two. Yeah, kind of feel like I just touched on that, Ryan. But yeah, I feel like probably given that the last two happened so quickly and were for higher quantities of shares, more likely than not, this one will be done quickly. That's my speculation, but it's not impossible that they decide to wait. And then let's say the price, they don't do it. A month, 2 months goes by. They never announce the offering's complete, so that would mean it's still open ended. It's 2 months later, the price goes up to 35 out of nowhere for whatever reason, some kind of news, some kind of just trend in the stock starts trending upwards, and then they come out and say, "Oh, okay, we actually just completed our share offering." And maybe they were selling them in the 30s, right? So theoretically, they can still wait. It's an offering that's been announced, but it hasn't been completed. You'll get another announcement like when it's completed. Let's see. Thanks. I got you. SGT, thanks for being here. See, we sell. Viandra, Vijandro, hopefully I didn't butcher that. Do whatever you like, honestly. That's all I can really say. Do whatever you like. Investors just got crushed. Anthony, thank you for being here. I don't feel crushed. I don't know about anyone else. I've been in this a while. I mean, 7% move is literally nothing to me. 10%, okay, no problem. Dollar cost averaging the whole way down to 10, so might just have the opportunity to dollar cost average more, and so be it. It's whatever happens, happens. The way she goes. So we buy AMC MOS. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I just got sick to my stomach. No, my friend. No, no, no. Was that sound for you? NP? I don't think so. I'm not sure. So we buy AMC. Listen, AMC has been an endless dilution factory, and they've done nothing, next to nothing, to really like better themselves. So, and it's unfortunate, right? Like people think, "Oh, what do you hate the movies?" I'm like, "No, I just hate how they're operating and how they've really padded their pockets so much so since since they got hype around them for whatever reason, and they damn well know it and are taking advantage of it, and are like, we got this," or what did Adam Aaron used to say, like, we'll show them, or I don't remember. He had like some kind of catchphrase or something, and it's just a bunch of nonsense, right? Terminate the credit facility because we are the credit facility. Exactly, Anthony. Exactly. They don't need the credit facility. It was voluntarily terminated. They weren't obligated to or forced to in any which way. They said, nope, we're going to be good from here on out. So we're chilling. And also, at the end of the day, guys, GameStop is still up year to date. Even if we open at $20 tomorrow, it's still up year to date. Just food for thought. You might not, you might think, who cares? But that is just what the numbers say. Going below 21 tonight, looking to buy dips. EDIYs, thanks for being here. It's not impossible. It's not impossible, I'll tell you that. And I totally messed up my chart. I always do this and then I can never fix it. If I reload it. Okay, there we go. So yeah, we are still dipping here, but this would make me wonder, can you sell shares? Can you sell shares? We're going to ask ChatGPT, but let me be perfectly clear. Take this with a grain of salt. It's just for some perspective, right? Don't blindly just trust this. Can you sell shares as, can a company? All right, let's just see if we can get any perspective here. This is something I want to further research because I do wonder, is it possible they're selling shares right now? Like as soon as it's announced, they start selling right away? Because that would kind of explain the last two times why both times you had a situation where the major drop was initially. I think it's partly on the news of it, but also like, look at both of those, the initial drop on the news and then it kind of tails off after, right? Drop on the news and then tailing off after. So are shares being sold into the open market at this particular time? Let's see if we can get any insight from my assistant here. Can a company sell shares as part of an at the market offering in the post market or pre-market, or does it always have to be during market normal trading hours? And then I'm going to ask you to provide me a source after so I can look at it further. An at-the-market offer, a company sells shares at open market prevailing price. However, the timing is subject to certain regulations and practices of the exchange where the shares are listed. Normal trading hours. Typically, ATM offerings are conducted during normal trading hours when liquidity is highest and the market is most active. That's a very valid point. Just reading that gave me the thought, like, why would you want to do it right now when, generally speaking, there's a lot less liquidity in the pre and post market? So do you really want to be selling shares at that time to dramatically move the price? But at the same time, on the other hand, gives people like myself the opportunity to buy if I so choose to, and then also I can then see the price go back up tomorrow, right? Theoretically, right? Theoretically, if they're doing it at a time when liquidity is low, such as the post market, pre and post market, technically it is possible for a company to sell shares during pre market or post market sessions. However, these sessions have lower liquidity, higher volatility, and wider spreads, which can make it less advantageous for a company to execute an ATM offering during these times. Additionally, not all brokers or platforms support trading during these sessions, which could further limit the effectiveness of the offering. Regulatory funds such as S3 registration agreement typically govern the terms of an ATM offering, adhere to any limitations by the SEC. Okay, so give me sources where you found this information, just for future reference. Yes. What do you mean? ChatGPT just said, I am the source. I'm like, no. See, that's why you got to take it with a grain of salt, guys. And it's just for insight. And just sometimes also reading it, to me, like I just reading that gave me the thought, oh yeah, actually it doesn't make a lot of sense if the liquidity is low, right? So I feel like ChatGPT is also a good tool to, like, when you talk to someone, you're bouncing ideas off them. If you're doing that with ChatGPT, like it's essentially a virtual friend, right? I guess you want to call it that, to bounce ideas off of, just for perspective. But again, you don't want to say, right? Like if I say, what was GameStop's EPS for the earnings, I would bet the house that this is going to be inaccurate right now. Watch, it's actually going to be accurate. Report that just came out today. Let's see. I guarantee it's wrong. Wow. It's right. But an assessment. Okay, so actually, of course it's right. Of course it's right. I knew that was going to happen. But still, you would want to check that. You wouldn't want to blindly just trust ChatGPT. That's the point I'm trying to say here. But I'm refreshing. I'm curious. Is he gonna do a YOLO update? Is he gonna do a YOLO update? And what is he gonna post? What does this mean? So random, out of nowhere, and then just back in the dark. And also, this was the first one in months, right? Because you had all of July, all of August with no posts. It's September 6th, so essentially about 2.5 months until he posts again. So again, take what you want of that information. It doesn't necessarily mean anything in particular. Let's see. Oh boy, I'm gonna get caught up in the chat. Let's see. Kidding myself for not selling the stock in the 30s. Randy, yeah, no, it's tough when you're trading it. That's the thing about trading it. It's tough. You just don't know because there's so much volatility with this thing. But I'll tell you for sure. I mean, of course, nothing's for sure in this life, right? But I think the story is far from over. I'll say that. So I'm personally really not worried. But that's just me. Everyone's in their own spot. Blake Cox, thanks for being here. Going under 15 tonight. Only Simp Me Whale says going under $15 tonight. That would be honestly surprising. I would be happy though, because I would probably buy a lot of shares, to be honest with you. But I have a really hard time believing it would go that low. Like, you really think that, or are you just saying that, my friend? Like, I don't really think it can go to that quickly. Can you? Could it drop to 15 over the course of next quarter? Sure. This thing has gone up, down, left, sideways, circles time and time again over the past several years. So I'm not saying that's impossible, but to go to 15 before the end of the post market, like we're already at 6 p.m. Eastern, 2 more trading hours, I have a really hard time seeing that happening. And if we did, I think then it's a situation where we wake up tomorrow and there's a filing. Hey, we actually already completed the share offering in the post market. That would be ludicrous. That would actually just be insane. But hi, bots, Collins Gaming, thanks for being here. And I think they're in the chat, my friend. There might be some. That's what they're saying. Discounts in the morning. Leapfroggles, thanks for being here. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. That's what I'm seeing. Did you have this move on your radar? Ultra, fair question. The share offering move, to be honest, no. That caught me by surprise. The stock dropping, yes, I certainly thought it was a possibility. I wanted the stock to go up. I thought there was a fair possibility the stock would go up, but I knew there was absolutely a reality where, or situation where the stock could decline. And I also think if they didn't announce the share offering, that this drop would be nowhere near as sharp as it is right now. I think we'd probably just be floating around here, like in the low 22s, if I had to guess, right? But obviously, that wasn't the case. So, regardless, it is what it is. We buy Beyond Meat Squeeze. Lena, good luck with that. I'm not sure about anything with Beyond Meat, but I don't know about that. Stocks going to 15 is improbable, but I'm happy to buy on that price. 110, me too. Is GME not padding its pockets as well? LOL. Yeah, by offering shares, they're padding their pockets. I mean, the shareholders aren't. I'm sorry, the managers aren't because they are shareholders. So they get screwed if the price goes down in theory in terms of their net value of shares. Should have bought more GameStop at $20 incoming. Jonathan, it could happen. Ryan's worse than AA? Z-Man, that's a bold statement. Really? I strongly disagree with that. You can think that, but I don't know about that guy. Like, look at this. Look how much AMC. You're making me go here. I don't like to do this, but I'm going to do it. 95%, brother. 95%. Look at, if you bought its peak, look how badly you got screwed. They've done an insane amount of dilution. And remember, Trey's Trades was like, APE is the solution, not the problem. Don't complicate it. There's a problem. Houston, we have a problem. Like, look what happened. No way you can make that comparison, right? Even 1 year. And the only reason AMC has even been able to dilute and raise the amount of capital and done what they've done is because they've just piggybacked off of GameStop. It is what it is. That's what it is. They've piggybacked off GameStop, right? They've just force associated themselves with GameStop. And when I say they forced associate themselves, very generally, right? At one point, a long time ago, I don't know if anyone remembers this, they said, we're in talks with GameStop about a potential partnership because they were both meme stocks, right? And both stocks like briefly went up on that news. That was never a thing. Nothing ever came out about that. What were they going to partner with? That was baloney. It was a way for AMC to force associate themselves with GameStop. Look at GameStop's 1-year chart and look at AMC's 1-year chart. One's down 33%, the other one's up 33%. Look at the 5-year, right? Or even just look from peak to now, right, for GameStop relative to peak to now for AMC. You're literally down. If you bought at the peak of AMC, you're literally down 99%. Meaning, if you put $1,000 in, you have $10 left. Think about that for a second. GameStop, you put $1,000 in at the top here. Sure, you're down to like 200 something. Not the most ideal, but you didn't get completely diluted away, and you still have a company. AMC's done all that diluting, and they don't even have a good balance sheet. They still don't have a good balance sheet. They're loaded with debt. They're still overpaying their executives. It's nowhere near the same. Like, I'm sorry. It's just simply not the same. And you can criticize GameStop and Ryan Cohen, but to put them in the same bucket, AMC and GameStop, Ryan Cohen and Adam Aron, I think you're taking crazy pills, my friend. That's crazy, Z-Man. Yeah, making money off the hype is probably not the best idea as a struggling company, huh? Lena, I'm here to talk about it. People are interested in GameStop. I'm here to talk about it. You don't have to buy it. I want to be so transparent. Don't buy it if you're not interested in it and you don't believe in it. There's no reason. I'm not here to tell you to do that. I'm here to cover it and report on it because there's really just not a lot of people out there doing that with GameStop, and I'm going to do that. That's people say, "Oh, you're a stock influencer." I'm like, why can't I just talk about it and report it? How does that make me like an influencer? I'm not trying to influence you to do anything. I'm telling you, do whatever you want. Just because I have a stream about it, right? That always makes me laugh. But also, I appreciate all you because you're still here. Like you're still here. You're still on the stream. You're commenting. You're viewing it. That helps me. So thank you. Yeah, GME pads pockets. AMC puts feeble payment down on its debt. Big difference there. Yes, sir. Not all dilutions bearish. I, for one, happy to see cash value per share go up as a result of such actions. AMC can't say that. Exactly. Richard Watson, what's the difference between GME and AMC? Recently, GME is a lot worse, diluting every opportunity. Richard, I think I just explained that. The thing is tanking big. We get him, but my guy. Travels. Hey, you're still here, though, brother. Thanks for sticking with me on this stream. Ryan's worse and AA better for private equity. Reverse is true for retail investors. Exactly. Geez, there are some interesting people in here. Ryan Cohen made a critical error. Crapping on the loyal. I am done. Even if it goes most, I will sell at break even and place Gmail on the do not trade list. Lionel, listen, I respect it. It's okay. It's okay. Like I'm not. Oh my gosh, no, I'm not gonna tell you. You have to do this. You can't. No, don't think that. If that's how you feel, it is what it is. It's all good. Best of luck with your future trades. High energy reviews and investments. Thoughts on Sava? I'm not familiar with it, honestly. I gotta be honest, I'm not too familiar with it. AMC is a big piece of shit that idiots jumped on just because it was cheaper than GME. Eduardo, yeah, and that's where it is criminal, in my opinion, where what they did. They took naive investors and said, "Oh, look, it's fancy. Ooh, we're doing, we're selling our own popcorn now in grocery stores. It's bullish, right? No, just no. That didn't help their margins at all. I like the price action of GME. Hey, listen, if you were looking to buy, you can't be too discouraged by this, right? And also, we're making up a little ground, but I expect more volatility tomorrow, regardless. Cheers, everybody. Feels like time to crack 9% IPA. Hey, Jonathan, send it. Why not? In honor of DFV, he loves cracking a beer. Interest income went way up, cherry picking to fit a narrative. Collins, I wouldn't say so. I mean, interest income did go way up, but gross margin also went up, which I found to be encouraging. And beyond that, I'm not saying revenue doesn't need to get better, but they are still net profitable on the bottom line. And yes, interest income is the only reason they're currently net profitable, but their operating income, they just need to make a little bit more improvements and maybe change up their product mix in a way it's a little bit more higher margin items, which they're already working towards, given that their gross profit is 31% this quarter versus always being lower for any other quarter since Ryan Cohen's been captain of the ship, or that's SG&A, but you can see right here, 31% is by far the highest of any single quarter since 2020, or probably even before that. This just as long as this chart goes. But having said that, they're moving in the right direction, and there's still more work to be done. It's not all sunshines and rainbows right now. I want to be perfectly clear. There's still more work to be done, right? Like they're doing the little things, like they've done some of these things, close and profit locations, let go of overpaid executives, cut overhead costs, narrow down to one warehouse, Ubic technology, SAP, essentially no debt, establish GameStop credit card, change the Pro plan, PSA cards, CandyCon, private label brand. I want to see them do more private label brands, to be honest with you, beyond just CandyCon. Mod Retro, GameStop exclusive products, supposedly launching retro GameStops, might be coming. So acquisition aligned with core brand values, or say investment policy being used to add assets to the balance sheet. Yar, not worried at all. Let's see. Would it be a far reach to think that the dilution was timed with the expectation of DFE come back around earnings? Maybe, Ryan, maybe, but at the same time, he didn't really come back, right? So I don't know. I don't think that's impossible, though. Don't need DFE for this to be a smart move. They're selling it to short volume and could easily have an announcement to come. Leapfroggles, that's absolutely right, or absolutely possible, I should say, that they could have an announcement to come, right? And also, it's funny how people say, like, oh, yeah, DFE, he's manipulating and blah, 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 right? All the nonsense they say. Meanwhile, CNBC, they go on there every single day. Jim Cramer and all those guys say, I like this, I like that, and that's fine. But a guy who does it on the internet gains a big platform. Whoa, you can't do that. You're not the mainstream media, right? But that's just the way she goes, right? But there was a ton of people like myself. You could go back on this channel. I've been posting on GameStop for several years now, post January 2021, just documenting, sharing my thoughts on it as time has gone on and what I'm seeing over time. And again, just my opinion. I'm aware enough to know just because it's my opinion doesn't mean I'm right? Like, of course, I always do my best to be right and as accurate as possible with information and how I'm analyzing things, but I'm aware enough and conscious enough that I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. And that's why I say you got to do your own due diligence and research. And you could probably find a super old video of me and clip one thing and say, oh, well, you were so stupid on this, you were so wrong. And I'll admit, yeah, I was wrong. I've made mistakes in the past, but that's what this channel is, documenting and just learning over time. So, yeah, and the point I wanted to make is prior to here, nobody knew DFE was coming back. He came out of nowhere. Like, he just came back out of nowhere, like right here. Nobody knew that was happening. And by the way, he came back right here. Nobody knew, right? When we go back, the price had already started moving up. Keep in mind, he came back here this Monday, because I remember it was that Sunday he posted. So yes, we did gap up, but we had already ran from a low of like just below 10, right? 995, but we could say from 11 and touched as high as 20. So the stock price almost doubled prior to him actually coming back, right? So people say, oh, it's just a Roaring Kitty hype, but it was already starting to increase in price. Prior to that, you could say, well, that's because he was buying some shares. He was buying shares to the point where he moved the price 100%. That doesn't seem right. That means there's a very low amount of shares that's like available in the market, or institutions are at play here. But even beyond all that, I never knew when I was making videos back here, I never knew DFE was going to come back. Honestly, I thought he rode out into the sunset and was like, I'm done. Too many eyeballs on me. I was shocked he actually streamed. And then I thought when he was doing the stream and he was late, I'm like, this guy's not even going to do the stream. He's literally just trolling the financial media. Like, it's not even worth it because of I was like, if he says one wrong word or one slightly not, how do I put it? Like, it would have been like if he was not very, very careful, and I'm sure he went over with a lawyer prior to a law firm. He had to be so careful about what he said, because if he said a certain thing and the price moved a certain way, lawsuits, and even if they were bogus, he would have to deal with them, right? So I was shocked he came back, and I think a lot of people who have been involved in GameStop this whole way honestly didn't think he was ever coming back. So the fact that he's back is just like a bonus to me, and just an extra layer to this exceptionally unique story. And that's the thing too. No matter what happens, right? Again, I'm not telling you what to do. Never just do, in general, right? It should be known, but never just buy a stock because someone's talking about it on YouTube, or any investment, right? You always have to do your due diligence and research, including me. Like, do your due diligence and research before you ever make any kind of move on GameStop stock. But my point being, with DFV, like, he coming back was just such a unique part of the story. And what I'm trying to do here is just document the whole thing and just cover it over time for you guys. I know people are interested in it and keeping up with it, so I'm really just trying to document it. And him coming back was just one part of the story. And it'd be sick if he was doing the same thing, honestly. It'd be awesome. And it'd be a dream to collab with this guy, but that is like a huge stretch. But then also, I got a lot of eyeballs on me, right? But regardless, he's not a cat. He's not a cat, let me tell you. See, not worried at all. Profits without Santa Claus, beautiful. Share offerings could be another warning shot. Shorts us again, and we'll take 400 million from you. Thank you. I think we'll go from 18 to 15 pretty soon. Not impossible, but I have a really hard time believing that, to be honest with you. Bought today too. I'll drop 25 instantly. That price. You claim you love it more than drops. That's a cap, bro. Nobody loves the money. Harry, I never particularly said that. I said, if you like the stock for the long term, you want to get in at the most low price point for long-term value, right? Obviously, I do want it to go up as a shareholder. I'm not going to cap, as you say, but I'm okay with the fact that it's going to dip sometimes. Like, I understand the nature of the game, that is the market and GameStop. So, like, I can live with it. It's not rattling me, right? But I see what you're saying. Fair, but I can live with it. And I just take it as an opportunity to buy more. Then it goes up, I go, great. I'm just going to watch this thing. I'm not going to buy more when it's going up. No FOMO for me. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if this is the offering. ZZZ? Me too. Honestly, me too. The more I think about it, I'm like, are they offering it right now? But as I'd asked ChatGPT, again, just for perspective, that's when liquidity is highest during normal trading hours. So that's the thing. It's like, if they're doing it in the post market, like, they don't even care. Not they don't even care, but they're like, no, we're going to be able to sell these shares no problemo. So that would be crazy if we wake up tomorrow and there's a filing, share offering complete. And I guess we could check the actual SEC filings and see, is there specifics about pre-market or post-market? No, not pre-market. After hours. Extended trading. Yeah, see, I'm trying to find like a keyword just so I don't have to read through the whole thing. But I wonder if there's any specific language that says they can or cannot issue shares like in the extended hours, which is like pre-market or post-market. But I would think they probably could. Right? But does it make the most sense because of the low liquidity, right? But then if they were, right, like, yeah, the liquidity is low right now, but theoretically then it lowers the price. Then you have people who might want to buy shares tomorrow, and that might bring it back to just right where we at, right? Like, maybe the share offering is complete tomorrow and the price is back to where it was at the close today, right? And again, that's just a theory. I'm not saying that's definitely going to happen. I'm not okay with another offering. Mom Brooke, thanks for being here. Listen, I hear you, but at the end of the day, I think when you're invested in GameStop, you're really invested in Ryan Cohen and the management team. So you kind of have to trust him. And if you don't want to, maybe it's not the play for you. It's really up to you as an individual. Figure out where you're at and how you want to go about things. But really, if you are buying GameStop, you are buying into belief that the Ryan Cohen and board are capable of driving the company forwards over time. Now, CAP is called buying an undervalued asset. There's always this volume after hours. What indicates this is the offering? No, not any guarantee that it's the offering, but just generally, like after earnings, there's more volume than the average, like after hours for GameStop or any other stock. Either 20 million is enough. I need more dilution. Yes, there. I want more something that appreciated sale. 20 million. Whoa, whoa. We lost the chat. We lost the chat. Hold on. Okay, I went to all messages. Beard. Let's see. Oh, I'm way behind in the chat. Oh my gosh, there's so much to catch on. Let's see. Okay. Ryan Code, GME, RC, Rye, thanks for being here. Is the gap still open? Downside of GME? Pokebros, I'm not too sure. I'm not a big TA guy. Kind of just like to look at the numbers. Why would it run 150 plus on limit up? Air pays some of their offerings gross. Exactly. Why wouldn't it? You need to use the finance wizard option in ChatGPT. What is that? S says. Tell me more. I'm curious. What do you mean? Finance wizard. Interesting. I'll check it out. Let me know. Q2 earnings and Kitty come back. I don't know. 4.3 billion. I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. Apollo dies alone. Pretty sure the 20 million offer was the ability to sell them. Doesn't say that they will. You're correct, Apollo. You're correct. There's no guarantee that shares are being issued right now in real time, or that they're even going to issue them tomorrow or this week. The offering says they can at any point in time sell them into the open market. I'm just speculating here and kind of just people in the chat, and we're all just bouncing ideas. Keep in mind too, if you're just joining in, like I'm bouncing off just things in the chat and just throwing miscellaneous ideas out there. I'm not saying like this is going to happen, that's going to happen. I'm just trying to cover all the different ideas, right? But when you look at the past two offerings, they were very quickly completed after they were announced, right? So that's what leads me to believe this one likely will be the same scenario, especially since it's a low amount of shares relative to the last two. Last two were 75 million and 40 million or 45 million. So it makes you think 20 million, this one could be done really quick, but at the same time, maybe not. Maybe they're changing the plan here, trying to catch some people off guard, whatever the case. Ryan Cohen will never let GME rip up. Bryn, I know people are saying that. They're like, you're screwing over the squeeze, screwing up the momentum, but I think from his perspective, he's sticking to the fundamentals and trying to improve the balance sheet, or balance sheet's in good shape right now, but stack the balance sheet to the point where it's ready to make big moves, whether it's big acquisition and or big investments is to be seen. Because that's the thing too. A lot of people are like, oh, nothing happened today. Oh, no, back to nothing ever happening. I said it before we actually got to the earnings when the stream started that based on how GameStop has done stuff for the past few years under Ryan Cohen's tenure and just how he's captained the ship, if they're going to make an acquisition or do something with the investment policy and there's a filing for it, I think it's going to be on a random, like Wednesday afternoon in the middle of the quarter when literally nobody expects it, like out of nowhere. That's just how they've done things. So why would an acquisition or anything using the cash be any different, right? Because the earnings date, everyone knows the date. There's a lot of eyeballs on it, including those betting against it, right? So that's just my perspective on that. May God help us, GME, or leave. What are you really here to put doubt in people? We held super nicely at over 20 there. Anything over 20, under 20 is probably a steal. I broke myself out by buying 10 to 13, so I can't buy more. It says from here, start is up right now. Exactly, Jonathan. It's about knowing yourself. You know, some people listen, some people are tapped out, and that's all right. And you don't, but you know yourself, like, I'm not going to keep putting in just because I want to keep buying, but I can't. I'm not going to do it anyway. You got to know where you're at as an individual in your own financial situation. I'm in this price pre-split. Nice. Hell yeah, dude. I can wait as long as it takes. Liam, love to see that. You got a great cost basis if that's the case. Oh, one device just died. Hold on. Just lost the chat. We're going to get it back in 1 second. Let's see. Gotta get back on track here. Let's see. Price pre-split shows everywhere is always a good sign. Liam, there's quite a few. I welcome the GameStop lovers and I welcome the GameStop haters. Bring everyone in here. We can all duke it out. We can all hang out. I've been watching all of Warren K streams. They're extremely educational. If you watch his streams, you'll become a better investor. Do less. Yeah, I honestly should go back and watch them more. I've on occasion watched like part of them, but when you look back at how he talked about things at the time, like he is a really sharp guy. The way he like looks at the market, and evidently, he's built his portfolio up massively, right? As per the last YOLO update, so he must be doing something right. And I feel like this has to be a Roth IRA. Otherwise, he has like massive taxes, right? Especially with like buying and selling, because he had to have been buying and selling throughout. So I'm speculating he sold calls the whole way. Nobody really knows what he's done in between, right? But yes, I agree. You can learn a lot from that guy. Price is going to move. Not his most recent one. Obviously, that one he had to be very, very careful what he said. Otherwise, he would have been under a lot of legal scrutiny. Otherwise, you'll go back to the older ones prior to the whole January 2021 situation. Those are epic, honestly. And you could see, like, I don't know if there's a chat replay, but if there is, like, you could see who the true OGs are that were communicating with him at that time. Gotta remember to breathe sometimes. Damn, can't believe it's already 6:30. We're going like 3.5 hours, guys. I appreciate you being here. Still got a lot of people here, so we're gonna keep rocking and rolling. The price is going to move to the right, 100%. I can guarantee it. And yes, King preach. Do your own research. Exactly. You got to do your own research. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'll be so clear with that. I'm not here to tell you what to do. Where are people seeing news about the share offering? Blessed Beyond Measure. If you go to the filings, you could see it. Like they basically put out that they're doing the share offering for 20 million shares. It's when their company filings. And by the way, when you're reading numbers for a company, it's always best to just look up the company. In this case, GameStop, Investor Relations. Every public company has one. Walmart, Investor Relations. Pepsi, Investor Relations. Nvidia, Investor Relations. And you read the numbers for yourself and make your own determinations. And you can look at other websites, that's fine. But sometimes those numbers are out of date, or the way they're translated over could be a little bit funky. So to me, always best to go to the source, which is GameStop in this case, or whatever investment. Go to that company's website, read their filings so you know for sure what's taking place. And most of the time, right, like I have it on where I get an email every time there's a new filing for GameStop. So if there's any SEC filing, like I just got 4 automated emails today of all these filings. So for any company you're invested in, you can turn that on. So when you're checking your email, or even I know someone who did this, they told me that I made an email, they made a Gmail just for stocks they're investing in, go on all the investor relation pages, put in that email, right? Like, let's say it was like stockresearch123 at gmail.com, stockresearch123 at gmail.com for their like 7 or 8 different stocks. And then every week they go on, look through, okay, what are the new filings? Oh, there was an insider transaction for stock 1. Oh, stock 3 just issued shares. Stock 5 is buying back shares, right? So that could be like an idea of how to kind of keep track of things. But thanks, I got you. They just got rid of their line of credit, and at the snap of their fingers, they raised all that back in their own bank. Insanely bullish. Andrea, yeah, that is a pretty valid point, to be honest with you. And also, again, voluntarily terminated the credit agreement. Nobody told them they had to do that. Nobody forced them. To me, it just says, like, we're in good financial standing. We're not going to have to worry about cash from here on out. All the BS aside, full year profitability is a given now. Year-over-year turnaround is inevitable. GameStop comes clutch when it's least expected. Ryan, I would agree. Year-over-year, they're going to turn a profit again. Like they turned a very small profit when we look at the numbers here for net income. They turned 6.7 million. They just turned out a net profit for the full year of 2023. I think they're absolutely going to turn another net profit in 2024, and it will be greater than 2023. Maybe not super significant, right? Even 100 million, I would be pretty satisfied with on the bottom line for the full year. And then really, it's just about to stop from here. Now they gotta stop the bleeding on the revenue, but they're just cutting so much excess, and like you can do that, but you can only really do that if you're moving towards something. So I just have to believe my gut feeling is they're really moving towards an acquisition and or action with their investment policy, which allows them to buy like into other public securities. I think theoretically, GameStop could have Apple shares on its balance sheet, right? Just in theory, because of the investment policy that was approved previously. Bear thesis smoke soon? I think so. I mean, listen, what I understand, like not being bullish, right? But is there really a bear thesis? Like, sure, revenue keeps going down, but the profitability is there. So, what is really the bear thesis? I get not being bullish, like being neutral. Like, okay, it's not going up because their revenue's not going up. Things don't look, I don't really see what they're doing. There's no guidance, so I'm not bullish. But I'm not bearish because they're still turning a net profit. Their balance sheet's absolutely stacked, so they're not going anywhere. And when you're betting against a company, you're betting it to go to zero. It's literally impossible for GameStop to go to zero anytime in the near future. Of course, if something dramatic changes, then that could be potential, right? But as it stands right now, that's just not happening. So I just don't really see the bear case. I can understand how other people don't see the bull case, but I don't see how you could truly firmly believe in the bear case unless you just really have some vendetta against the stock or people invested in GameStop for whatever reason, which there are people out there. GME meltdowners. They are so, like, just imagine creating a whole subreddit and being so dedicated to something you don't like. Why? Why would you put that much time and energy into it? Like, it's actually comical. Like, I actually feel bad for those people. Like, you don't have anything better to do? At least talk about something you like, right? And you can say, oh, well, you're just talking about something you like. Well, yeah, because I enjoy talking about it. Like, why would you dedicate your time and energy to hating on something, like, on a consistent basis? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. I'll never understand, I guess. About 12 million over average volume for the day now. Interesting. Yeah, killing the LLC into this through all makes sense. Line of credit. I personally take profit around 50, but I'm not hard cashing until over a couple $100. There's no reason GME can't go to 1K pre-split pricing again, which would be 250. Post-split, no, there's no detail. It's the same as last time. Only about 2.5 volume since the offering news. Yeah, leapfroggers. The thing is, the more and more I think about it, there's just such limited, like, liquidity, as it says here, right? Like, there's very limited liquidity in the post market. So it's hard to think they're selling a lot of shares right now. And it doesn't take, again, also because of the low liquidity, it doesn't take much to move the price in the post market here. I really think it's best to just look at where it opens up tomorrow, and then we can go from there. That's really the way I go about it. Nick Tandle, you're always looking up something pointless anyway. Nick, thanks for being here. They can and will. They touch on. I like how you're monitoring all this too, buddy. Jonathan, thank you. I'm trying my best, man. No, I'm really, honestly, I'm having a lot of fun this stream. Like, oh man, and I see someone in the chat I just knew was gonna be here. He comes to every earnings stream. He loves Tetron so much. You know who you are. I'm getting to you. Much better chat here. Exactly. Hey, Tetron, did you see both JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs dropped 5% intraday today? I did not, actually. I didn't keep an eye on the overall market. Was there news on it or anything? That's pretty interesting. Also, side note, what is going on with... I'm keeping an eye on this, too, for the yen carry trade. Because I really think it could further unwind. Like, it went to here, and they're oh, okay, it started recovering. But it's unwinding further, right? Or, like, the conversion, the yen is appreciating against the dollar, and the dollar's depreciating against the yen. So, in theory, if there are any other yen carry trades out there, they could still very likely unwind in the future if there's more pressure on the markets again, right? And more pressure on the currency. Like, if the dollar continues to depreciate against the yen, then we could see a situation where more of people's leverage trades unwind, because you have to think that period where we had that, like, kind of flash crash was like a month ago at this point, early August, where the market went down. They're like, oh, it's a yen carry trade unwinding, and the Japanese market got crushed, and then just went away. Oh, all fixed, all fine and dandy, all is done. But those are probably only the people getting liquidated that were highly leveraged and were just on the edge, right? So they got forced liquidated. Whereas a big, large institution smart is going to have a lot of excess capital, or be able to put up excess capital to meet margin requirements. So what happens if this unwinds further, right? I mean, that's just like a general thought there, but something I've been keeping an eye on. Interesting. 5%. Any news? Fed updates capital requirement. Oh, okay. Maybe about the Fed updating their capital requirement proposals, because we do have the Fed meeting coming up. Why bank stocks get hard? Let's see what they say. Here's President warned that investors were underestimating how much the bank would spend and overestimating how much it would earn interest. Interesting. Of course, got what a stock. Trending. Oh, Ally's getting crushed. It's another. That was the whole thing. Remember a while back, the regional banks, Silicon Valley Bank. Never a good sign when you see a regional bank drop that dramatically. But actually drops. The CFO says consumers are struggling and delinquencies are rising. It's just because he said it. Their stock fell the most. That's weird. Comments on credit challenges, stock sinks. I guess their own credit challenges that's causing the stock to sink. But you said also Goldman Sachs, largest investment bank in the world, also down pretty significantly. Just near all-time highs though, just like JP Morgan. Yep, pretty much the same thing as JP Morgan. Oh, suffers mounting losses from credit card exit. Oh yeah, that's right, because they had the credit card with Apple and they wound that down. So they're getting hurt on that, it seems. That'll come up in a future report. But Echoes. You literally love Tetron so much. You come every time. I actually appreciate you coming here every single time. Like, you have to be subscribed, I would think, right? Because you're always here, so thank you. 20 million shares for the sale today. Nice. Down 10% market after all. Soon as dilute as AMC. Echoes, they got a lot more diluting to do before they get to AMC level. They got to completely mess things up if that's the case. Yeah, they don't have to sell it. Shelf offering, same prospectus, nothing new. Exactly. Whoa, okay, I just scrolled way too far down. What's the price at open? Shut over the bow. Live long GME. Viva la GameStop. Long live GME. Oof, it's okay, man. It'll get better. It's all good. Yeah, I stayed out today because I got burnt last time. That's all right, Tarek. That's all right. Listen, you got to know thyself. Whether you're trading, investing, got to have your plan, see your perspective. Why is share offering though? They already have $4 billion in cash. MXR. The only thing I can say is I think they are anticipating making moves over the next 12 months or so. I can't say for sure, but it just seems like the only reason you would do that is if you were preparing to make moves. And hold on, let's get the lamp on here. Damn, you guys are flying by in the chat. I got to keep up. Get the lamp, getting situated. Close the last blind. What though? They have 4.6 million now though. Driving probably slower. Yeah, I was just about to pump and they cut the nuts off it. I don't know, Jeremiah. I don't know. Was it really gonna pump? Maybe. It seemed like it was gonna kind of move sideways, like we were trading choppy. But then a little bit of a trend up, and then we went way down or come back. But again, limited liquidity in the post market, so I think you gotta kind of just take it with a grain of salt and see what tomorrow morning brings. Where's your comments from? Just getting caught up. I'm back in the chat. Yeah, nice. You can never get these things mailed to you. Want it that way. Tesher actually knows what he's talking about. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. GCA bought the dip. Nice. Wish you the best of luck, brother. Why is the stock dipped? Reese, because they announced a share offering. Say diluted because of the share offering. I think Ryan has a huge plan for GME and needs this cash. I'm so bullish, although there's no point to raise more cash. Exactly, Marcel. Exactly. I think that's the case. I can't say for sure. I'm not in board meetings with GameStop, but just thinking about it very generally, that's the only thing that makes sense, right? It's really the only thing that makes sense. Why else would you go from 4 billion to 4.5 billion unless you're about to do something? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? Too much selling pressure. Long players win with dilution. Long, no options, no problem. Yeah, that's the thing. Anyone trading a short term, that's why it's really hard to trade GameStop short term or even stocks in general on earnings, because sometimes the earnings are really good and then the stock goes down, or sometimes the earnings are really bad and the stock goes up, right? So it's really hard to just trade earnings in general. GME on the way to S&P 500 with share offering acquisition, bringing up market cap. Hey, that would be fantastic. Going to the S&P would be extremely bullish. We just saw that happen to Palantir, another company I closely follow, and I think they're doing great things. So hopefully GameStop can piggyback off that. Okay, bear thesis. I've been in this play waiting for something positive, but it just comes back negative. Jeremiah, yeah, I mean, listen, the thing is, the story is far from done. And I know that's maybe not what you want to hear, but that is the truth of it. But if you're long, I think you got to just keep riding it out. But of course, you got to make your own decision, decide where you're at personally and how you want to go about things. Only real gamers should trade options. Yeah, or if you really want to trade options, look into selling options. It's a little bit more complex, but more options, generally speaking, across the board, more options than not close out of the money, worthless. So if more options close out of the money worthless, you're better off being the seller of the option if more often than not the option expires worthless. And then even if you're exercise, right, if you're selling cash secured put or share secured call, you do have the underlying collateral, so you're never naked on the position. Market cap even lower than it was, and if the price keeps dropping lower. But MXR, think about it. After this, they're going to have, let's say, right now they have, I'll tell you exactly, they have 400, where is their total shares outstanding? So after, right, let's say they wind up with 4.5 billion after the offering. So if it's 4.5 billion, right, divided by, or is it 4.5 billion even going to fit here? Yeah, 4.5 billion divided by the amount of shares. So let's say 446, 519, 592. They're looking at about $10 in cash per share. So when the price is at $20 a share, you're looking at a situation where 50% of the current share price is represented in cash, and this is a company that is net profitable. just barely net profitable, but they are net profitable and they're not losing money. So it's more of a waiting game and it's not flashy and exciting, but nothing really bad is happening, right? But I get it. Some people are frustrated, have been waiting for a while, but again, I'm just calling it as I see it, and you got to make your own determination. And if you're not willing to be patient, the reality of it is like this could not be for the play for you because it is a very patient play if you're just going long on it because it's a very complex situation, complex stock, complex story, and I just really truly love being a part of it and documenting it. And I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. And I understand that not everybody is, and not everyone's in a position to, or whatever the case. But I put myself in a spot where whatever I have in GameStop, if it somehow all disappeared, GameStop went to zero, I lost all my shares somehow, God forbid, I would be okay. I put myself in a position where if GameStop somehow goes to zero, things somehow don't work at all, which I, again, don't think that's going to be the case. And they're in good financial standing right now. Their balance sheet's strong. They're turning a small net profit. Where they go from here, I'm going to ride it out and see. But if somehow it goes to shit, whatever they do, terrible acquisition, terrible investments, everything's bad, bad, bad by whatever reason, right? At the end of the day, I'll be all right. I'll live on and move on. That's honestly it. Like I can say that very truthfully. So that's where I feel like you got to put yourself in a position with a stock like GameStop, where it is considered, generally to be more speculative. Although to me, I think it's not as speculative as it's made out to be by the average person. But I will agree, generally speaking, it is considered a speculative investment relative to Pepsi or Coca-Cola or Walmart or any blue chip stock that's been around forever, right? So yeah, not financial advice exactly. I've already got too much in the play. So you can do and hold steady. I don't have anything else to put in. Exactly, Jeremiah. You gotta know yourself. Then don't. If you don't have anything else to put in, don't force it, man. Don't force it. So all available shares raise 10 million in cash, earn interest, qualify for the S&P inclusion, stock doubles. Fair point. He's responding to comments from. I'm just working my way down. Bought the dip. Nice UCA. Tetra actually knows what I'm talking about. Oh, sorry, I'm all over the place. Should have sold earlier today when it was relatively high, but I had hope for earnings. Got burned dilution though. Yeah, Jeremiah, it is unfortunate, but it's just tough, man. When you're doing short term stuff, it's so tough to know what's gonna happen. Human shares to offer to raise 10 billion. Yeah, they would have to offer a lot. 400 million shares would definitely screw us. But it's one of those like if you do it over time and the price is accumulating for other reasons, maybe, right? But don't beat yourself up on this dip. It will recover from a higher price point. Dilution is annoying though because there's no reason. At least you say why I'm missing it. Party in the house because I can. Thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well, brother. We're going for a while, but we keep going. MXR, yeah, I see what you're saying, where it is like another offering, right? Another offering. But again, I just don't see a world where they're doing this unless there's some kind of plan in the works. And maybe that's a plan we don't really get any insight to in terms of like what they do for several months. And again, I can see where people are frustrated with that. But I think that might be what's going on here. What if the whole time they're paying each other out? MXR, that'd be crazy. I think they would get in a lot of trouble. a lot of trouble. If shares sell quickly, shows interest of demand, will they be used for call contracts? Inked in all day. Shares selling quickly does show demand, and that's what we had during the last two share offerings. There was evidently a lot of demand given how fast they were completed. We had a $45 million offering completed in 6 trading days. Price didn't move that dramatically after the initial announcement. Next time, within three trading days, they sold 75 million shares, which is just remarkable if you think about it. Selling that many shares that quickly. There's no way it's retail buying that up. There has to be institutions in there buying them from the open market. But used for call contracts, I don't know. I personally stay away from calls. What's happening, Tetron? Killing it. Endgame. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. Thanks for popping in. 426 million. Morant's in the house. What's up, brother? Hope you're doing good, man. 446 after. Oh, okay. Yes, exactly. So 426 prior, and then if they complete this offering, 446, as we do kind of see here. But also, I'm just getting caught up. Maybe you guys put that there before. 1028 in cash. Oh, okay. Here we go. Yo, Morant's next team. 10.28 billion in cash tonight. Oh, all right. Morant's off to tune in. It's been too long, my friend. Where are we? Party in the house. Yeah, it got worse 2 weeks ago. Pity party over. 2,000 live view. GG Tetron. Hit that like. Thank you. Yeah, hit that like. Damn, that's crazy, guys. You guys have been awesome today. Yeah, it's actually incredible having so many people here. Like, I'm incredibly thankful. And again, I really just love documenting this journey. I'm not here to tell you what's going to happen. I'm here to call it as I see it, go through the different things, and there's people interested in GameStop, so I'm going to talk about it. I bring up, welcome the bulls, I welcome the bears, the lovers, the haters, bring them all here. I have $15 a share price. I'm getting the F out tomorrow. Juke joint. Hey, you're getting a profit, man. If that's what you're choosing to do, you're still profitable, right? So that's always good to get a profit if you're trading. I think we're watching the dilution right now. It's possible, John. There's a plan. I don't care if it's a long play. That's fine. Me too, GCA. Me too. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but not a ton of volume in here. So, I don't know. I'm going to kind of just reconsider like where the price is at tomorrow morning. Yeah, 100% as always. What matters is the dilution price of the shares sold. Exactly. You're absolutely right. I heard $20. I cannot see runs. Maybe the because you're not on live chat, you're on top chat potentially. If you don't see someone in the chat, like in the little section at the top. But once you can remember, what's up, Rants? Yeah, we are pretty awesome. How long do you think to sell the shares from the offering? MXR. I think honestly, if they do it like the last few, I think it could be done by the end of this week. But if they're choosing to be patient, maybe not. See, Billy Ray says, what's your position? Large, and has been steadily accumulated since June 2021. I was messing with options in the beginning from January to June, and then I said, nope, these are too stressful. I made a ton of money. All right, story time, because this is how I got started with GameStop and a lesson to be learned. So I traded options, and I'm sorry if you guys have already heard this story, but I really do think it's a good one. So I traded options in 2020, pandemic hit. I'm like, all right, I'm going to try options trading. I think I could do this, right? Like, I'm capable, right? I could do this. So I try options trading, and I'm doing it back and forth. It's not really going well. It's kind of going down, kind of going down. January 2021 hits. I'm like, all right, I'm going big on Palantir options for their upcoming earnings. I think it's going to be good. And there's a lot of hype around at the time, a lot of social sentiment. And I was like, all right, I'm going to go into it. I buy a bunch of calls on Palantir. It goes up a lot. I make some pretty good money. I'm like, really good. So I'm like, okay, I'm on a roll. I buy something else and it goes up. I'm quickly in and out. I'm like, damn, this is crazy. And then my friend's like, GameStop, dude. He's like, GameStop just is the play right now. Everyone's talking to Wall Street bets. And I'm like, okay, all right, I don't know. And then I'm like, you know what? Like, it was the day where the price went all the way up to like 120 and then all the way down to like 70. And then it was like, that was like first thing in the morning. It came crashing down and then it was going sideways during the day. So I'm like, and this is like Tuesday. I'm like, okay, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy the farthest call option. I'm going to buy the like 120 strike price call for this week, a weekly, complete degen. It was like $200. And I was like, okay, I'm going to just let this ride out because I think it could come back. IV fell off in the middle of the day. You know, obviously relative, like I'm trading on a weekly basis. So like IV didn't fall off that much. You know, it was still ridiculously high, but it was way lower than it was that morning. So I said, all right, I'm pulling the trigger. I'm buying it. And my friend told me, and he was trading options with me, so we're kind of bouncing ideas. So I'm like, all right, I'm letting that ride. And then the afternoon starts going up and up and up and up and up. And I'm like, oh my God, like I gotta sell. Like I gotta sell this option. It's crazy. It went from like 200 to being worth like 2,000 by 4 p.m. And I'm going to sell it like right at the end of the day. I'm out of day trades on Robinhood. And I'm like, are you serious? I'm gonna get burned. But that was the best thing that ever happened to me because I couldn't sell that option, because I was out of day trades on Robinhood. I didn't want to get the penalty or whatever it was. Like, I'm letting it ride tomorrow. I guess we'll see what happens. That afternoon, Elon Musk tweets out GameStop, and that literally changed my life forever because that next day, I stared at the screen all day long trying to pick the perfect moment to sell the option, and I wound up just selling it midday because it went up a ton, but it wasn't super volatile. Like, it was way up, and I was thinking so such a large amount of money, and I sold that single option for, do I want to say the number? A lot. A lot. It was just over 5 figures. I'll say that. It was ridiculous. I paid off a college loan. From there, I played with options, and some went good, some went bad. I would say more so bad going into like June, September, and then I started accumulating shares in June, and then really by September, I said, that's it. I'm not trading options anymore. I got lucky that time. This is such a volatile thing. Nobody truly knows what's going to happen. So I got so lucky that one time. I was like, nope, the chances of that happening again are very unlikely. If I want to be a part of the story, I'm going to accumulate shares because I do think there's something here. I think this story is unique. I think they can ultimately turn around. I know that's a bold assumption, especially at that time. I think that can happen. I'm going to start dollar cost averaging my shares and accumulating over time. And that's the route I went, guys. And here I am today. So I don't buy and sell GameStop calls anymore. I just hodl my shares. I'm just starting to dabble in selling puts and calls, mostly puts. Only if I absolutely have to, I'll sell a call. I recently just set up another account and completely separate from my position I've been accumulating. So the position I've been accumulating, to be perfectly clear, I'll never, ever, ever sell covered calls on that. No way. But my new account where I'm selling cash secured puts, if I do get in a situation where I get exercise, I will turn around and sell a covered call, but then I'll turn around and sell a covered or cash secured put. And I'm really just looking to collect option premium. I want to be an option seller. And again, that's my preference. And I feel like I've been taking my time to study and understand the concepts of option selling and how I want to go about it. And again, I'm using a specific new account, completely separate from my GameStop position I've been accumulating for the past several years to do that. So that's a great example of just evolving over time and knowing yourself and how you want to go about things. And just if you are buying calls or puts, like please be careful. Just understand it could like go away like that. And not to say there aren't risks associated with selling options, but relative to buying options, I say there's less risk, especially if you feel like you know what you're doing and also the underlying company isn't going anywhere. I don't think GameStop's going anywhere. So, but that's just me. And that's kind of my journey as to where I'm here today. And again, just holding my shares for my long-term position. The selling options, I might even start doing it in other stocks as well, just as a way to collect premium. And I do think it's something I want to do on the side. But again, I'm just dabbling in it. I'm just testing it out right now. And I took my time to get started. I didn't rush to jump in it. And also, when I was first doing options in 2020, 2021, I was still in school. So I didn't have a lot of money to use. I'm very thankful. And then even prior to that, 2018, 2019, when I was senior in high school, freshman in college, I was doing, I tried everything. I tried crypto day trading. I tried Forex. I tried four leg spreads. I've tried everything out there and none of it really worked for me. But I was very fortunate where I never lost a significant amount of money because I didn't have a significant amount of money when I was trying all that stuff. I was just a dumb early college kid, late high school. So I was fortunate enough to make all my silly mistakes early in my like investing career, if you want to call it. So that's got me to where I am and how I think today. So take what you want of that story. Always make your own decisions, but that's kind of my situation or what took place for me. So quick last time, there's a high volatility, doesn't seem high right now. Volume pickup because of the offering. I think you're right, make no mistake. Offering will go fast, really small. Say it, super stonk rocket. 670. Robinhood saved the day. They did actually. I did. And I said, screw them, I'm leaving after the whole January 2021 situation. But it was crazy. It really was actually crazy. Like I remember like I didn't even sleep that night. I was like, what is the market going to look like tomorrow? What is the market? I have so much riding. Oh my God. Oh my God. Because they're already literally I think it had already gone up like 100% that after hours or something. It was right, it was in here. But these are weekly candles. But can you go back to January 2021? Let's see. Oh, we're in 2004. I went way too far. Oh my gosh. Yep, 2021. So it was from here. This was the day. It had gone all the way up. No, it had gone up to here, right? So I had seen the day before, and in the morning it went up, and then it went down. And then I bought in midday the option, and then it went up, 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 and it closed at the high of the day, and then a huge, and then after hours it went up huge because Elon was like game stonk, and then it went up huge, and then in here it floated all, and this was so stressful in here. Then I think I sold somewhere around here if I remember correctly. But again, it was pre-split, so that was the case. But yeah, that's my OG start with GameStop. And then from there, I just fell in love with the story and the journey it's taken me on. It's had a lot of ups and downs, and I've learned so much along the way. And also, another thing that's underrated about this whole story, there's a lot of people who have invested in GameStop and followed GameStop that never invested in anything before and just started hoping for something quick, but then wound up in it for the long term, right? And in that happening, while the GameStop stock price hasn't greatly accumulated, a lot of individuals like that have learned a lot about the importance of being frugal, saving more money, accumulating wealth, dollar cost averaging, general financial concepts, understanding of how the macroeconomics work. All these different things were brought by some, and I can't speak for everyone, right? But I feel like that happened for a good amount of people out there, right? Or at least some where they became more in touch with financial markets and the concepts of building wealth over time by having this experience with GameStop. So I think no matter what happens with the stock, you got to take the most out of the experience, if that makes sense. Like, obviously, you want the stock price to go up, but you want to better yourself constantly, like beyond just the stock price. I wonder if there needs to be a certain amount of shares available to get into the S&P 500. DRS screwed that up. It needs to sell more shares for liquidity. 3 dilutions neutralizes the DRS threat. Coffee, thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well, my friend. There's a potential point because a part of it is like a large majority of the shares do need to be changing hands. I forgot the specifics. Let's see actually right now. S&P 500 entry requirements. I know there is something with like the liquidity of it. Market capitalization has to be at least 12.7 billion. So as it stands right now, let's see where GameStop is. They're a little bit below that. 9.99. By raising more cash, I get closer and closer. And what else we have? Liquidity. Stock has sufficient liquidity, which is typically measured by trading volume, specifically the ratio of annual dollar value traded to float adjusted market capitalization should be 1.0. Additionally, the stock should trade at 250,000 shares in each of the 6 months leading up to the evaluation. The company must be a U.S. company, specifically the company must be incorporated and headquartered in the U.S. Public float. At least 50% of the company's stock must be available to the public, meaning it cannot be closely held. Consider insiders and DRS. Even before the dilution, that was still less than 50%, right, of the public float. So I guess the dilution just makes sure of that. The company must have positive as reported earnings for the most recent quarter, as well as over the sum of the trailing 4 consecutive quarters. In other words, the company must be profitable. GameStop just about there. They are there for the full year, but they aren't consistently quarter after quarter. Sector representation. The company also considers whether the company's inclusion helps ensure the index reflects the makeup of the U.S. economy by maintaining balanced sector representation. Well, the whole thing is tech, so I don't think that matters that much. I mean, not the whole thing, but you know what I mean. Such a large majority compared to historically. Time since IPO must have been public for at least 12 months. Definitely the case. Only common stock and non-convertible preferred stock can be included. Companies with multiple share classes can be included, but only one class will be used in the index. Does that have something to do maybe with how the shares just changed to Class A to new GameStop? Not maybe right now, but in anticipation of trying to get into the S&P 500 sometime next year. Potentially, right? Potentially. How many shares you got? If you can say over under 2,500. Under, I'll say that. But for me, that is a lot. I will say that as well. Is Ryan Cohen diluting again? Good or bad? Yes, he is diluting again. I would say that's up for you to determine, and I guess time will tell. Good. Beef up the balance sheet. That's a great story. Thank you, GCA. Thank you. Yeah, it just kind of shows you how like the good and the bad could happen, and like I lost a decent amount. Don't get me wrong. Like I made a huge amount, but then I lost a decent amount when I was still messing around with options after. But I was smart enough to realize like, or aware enough, I guess I should say. I'm not saying I'm a super intelligent being, but I was aware enough to be like, all right, like that was one huge play. That's not going to happen every time. This thing's going to be volatile. There's a lot of pressure on it. It seems like a lot of people betting against it, pushing it down. Do I really want to keep betting on short-term plays? That's kind of what my final determination was. And in general, with options, I'm like, you just don't know what's going to happen. Look at NVIDIA's earnings. They seemed like they were pretty good, right? Pretty much beat on expectations across the board. What did it do after earnings? It went down. And then it's gone down since, right? I forgot exactly when the earnings were most recently, but I guess you can see it on here. See, earnings were right here. It went down and the numbers were above expectations. So you just don't know with the short term in the market, right? Especially if you're trading on earnings. You're playing a risky game. Both rated shares at 21.90. Are you fucked? Dr. Jerome Powell, Fed. Oh my God, sir, Jerome Powell's in the chat. Oh my gosh, turn on that money printer. No, I'm just kidding. But I would say you're probably fine. I mean, it's up to you. I don't know. Do you want to hold? Do you want to? Are you trading? Like it all depends. It all depends, right? Like it always makes me laugh. People ask me, I don't know. Like if you need the money tomorrow, you might be fucked. If you're not in any rush, you might be chilling, right? Like so, it all depends. I wish Roaring Kitty would tweet his position and send GameStop rocketing past 30. Super Weenies 24. Thanks for being here. Hey, I mean, I'll be honest. I just love seeing Roaring Kitty tweet his position and in general. So I wouldn't be opposed to it. It's back. GameStop needs to buy money to buy whiskey. Yeah, coffee. And listen, with the investment policy in place, it's like I feel like we all kind of forgot about that. When I say we, generally just individual investors, talking about GameStop, you kind of forget about the investment policy was put in place where they do have the ability to just buy shares of something off the open market. They could theoretically buy a position in Apple, right? Just example's sake. But it seems like everyone's just caught up in the acquisition. So maybe they are going to just make purchases, right, or investments with enacting on the investment policy rather than making a big acquisition. But I feel like the acquisition makes more sense, and obviously it's relative to what it is. And whatever it is, you try and integrate it within the business. I think that's the way to go. If you scammer, floor it. Thanks for being here. Do whatever you want. You chose to click here. I'm not telling you GameStop's going to go up. I'm not telling you it's going to go down. I'm just going to talk about what the numbers are and what happened. If we got to S&P 500, I'd be happy with that, but it'd be nice if they said that was their goal. It would be MXR. It would be. I definitely hear what you're saying, but I think just reality of it is like they're going to pretty much just do what they want to do or hold the cards close to their chest at this point. They've kind of made that clear, but whether you agree with it or not, like, or whether they should do that is debatable, but that is kind of what they're doing. Retail isn't buying all of the three dilution stock offering. That's institutional buying. Couldn't agree more, Coffee. Couldn't agree more. NVIDIA earnings went down because too many people bought options. They were never going to pay that out. GCA, yeah, that makes sense. There was a lot of hype around it, especially when there's a lot of hype around something. That's usually when you should be most weary. And it goes back to Warren Buffett's classic saying, be greedy when others are fearful and fearful when others are greedy. And you could apply that to options trading for short-term earnings, right? In a sense where it's like, if everyone's thinking it's going to go up, you almost feel like it's going to go down, right? But I don't know if you want to turn around and buy a put if there's a lot of hype about NVIDIA, right? Did you really want to buy a put? But that's why also in general, when you're buying options, you're buying knowing that there's going to be a lot of volatility. So if there isn't volatility, neither side of the trade is really going to make money. And who wins? The market makers, the option sellers. The casino house always wins. Exactly. So was this a shelf offering? Maybe they drop some good news and then sell those shares when the price much higher. No, Super Weenies, just a standard ATM, looks just like the other ones. The print, like the fine print, is pretty much exactly the same. So I don't think that's necessarily the case, but I don't think it's impossible. ETF will allocate more funds into GameStop than your future. Okay. So what does it mean if institutions are buying? MXR means they like stock for the long term. Or, I mean, obviously it depends. If maybe they have a position or some kind of swap to satisfy or some kind of complex position, or they need shares to satisfy that position, or some kind of failure to deliver to satisfy, those are all various reasons they might buy the shares. Would GME take out the 1750 before ascending? Mohammed, thanks for being here. Possibly. It's not impossible. I mean, I've just been in this play long enough to know that, like, if you don't think it can go lower, it can. If you don't think it can go higher, it can. So I'm just saying, like, anything could happen throughout the rest of this year and then into next year. But if they do keep raising cash, I do think, that kind of essentially raises the floor for the stock because you're looking at a situation where 50% of the market cap is in cash where it stands right now, right? Roughly. And then as you consider the dilution being completed, but whatever. Point being, a large majority, as it stands, even coming into this earnings report, of the market cap is in cash, and they're turning a net profit, right? While it's not miraculous, they're not losing money. So they're kind of just cruising along right now. It's not fancy. The revenue's declining, which is not ideal to see, but they're just cruising along. They're just cruising along until they do something major or another. They turned a profit, didn't they? Yes, they did, Barnacle Bob. You're absolutely right. Thank you for being here. Hope you're doing well. Small profit. It's not the largest, but they definitely did turn a profit. We saw 4 hours, guys. Crazy. 4 hours strong we're going on here. Time flies when you're having fun. Oh, my legs are going to be so, not sore, but like, when you stand up for the first time in literally forever. I did like 1 point to like close the blinds, but gotta remember to breathe sometimes too. Yeah, 14.8 million. So small net profit, but I just want to see operations. Let's get this operations number net profitable. It's easier said than done, right? It's easier said than done. And then they did a great, and that's for the first 2 quarters. They did a great job cutting down like the cost of sales. So in turn, gross profit was higher, right? And sorry if anyone's keep hearing me say the same things, but people coming in and out. 31.2% is the best gross profit margin they've shown in literally years and ever since Ryan Cohen has been in charge. So That's encouraging to see, but they gotta just get revenue back on track. They gotta get revenue back on track, maintain the gross margin, ideally raise the gross margin, and subsequently operating and net margins rise as well. How they do that is to be seen. Institutions give money to GME to stay alive. Hopefully GME can diversify and make money on more than just gaming and collectibles. Exactly, Coffee, exactly. I think that would be great to see. That would be absolutely great to see. And to kind of summarize, EPS, 4 cents, gross margin 31.2, operating negative 2.8, net margin 1.9, only profitable because of this interest income. SG&A 270, and also, not here, SG&A, the lowest for any single quarter, again, under Ryan Cohen's tenure. So, just food for thought. DRS, not really changing, just another little piece there. Excuse me. Damn. I'm overheating, honestly. Crazy. These firms are just working together to enrich themselves at the cost of the shareholders. KGB, thanks for being here. Or KJB, sorry, not KGB, KJB. I don't think GameStop is enriching themselves, but I think they're raising capital for whatever they're going to do next. And what that's going to be, I think it's going to be one of those, like, it's going to be the most random day when you least expect it. We're just going to get news like GameStop is acquiring this company, or GameStop has enacted on its investment policy to purchase XYZ shares and has been accumulating for the past month or something like that. So that's kind of my gut feeling with it. Man, time is flying for real. It's crazy. Oh my gosh, I'm just seeing before when my friends were popping in, just trolling around. So crazy though. Yeah, I don't know. Anyone else have anything else? We might have to wrap it up soon. Getting burnt out here. How much interest have they collected on the 4 billion? So Morrow for this particular quarter, it was 39.5 million. But keep in mind they just raised the capital, then 3 billion from the two past share offerings, only this summer. So it hasn't really been paying that higher interest income, and also interest rates will be cut, so that is a factor. But their interest income should be higher going forwards for the time being, unless the Fed dramatically cuts rates or they wind up spending this cash in some way or another. And did we have anything about store closures? Actually, we could check that. I forgot to look at that. SEC filings. Oh, we already have that over here. The 10Q. All right, that's. We get into the weeds of things. Was I just gonna look? Totally just lost my train of thought. Store closures. That's what I was gonna say. Let's see if there's any closures. Okay. Selling and general administrative expenses. And also this is where you get into the weeds of things. Gross profit decreased compared to the prior year. Also, the percentage of sales increased. Decrease in gross profit is primarily attributable to decrease in net sales. It's further outlined in the net sales commentary. And you can see also by segment. So let's see. US fell pretty much across the board. They all fell off. I mean, I think that's pretty expected. They're just scaling down in general. And then let's see the gross profit, 6-month ended. Again, still improving, but SG&A during the 3 months ended August 3rd decreased 51.7 million or 16% compared to the prior year. SG&A expenses are a percentage of sales increased to 33.9%. Client SG&A expenses for the 3 months ended August 3rd compared to the prior year is primarily attributable to a reduction in labor-related consulting service and marketing costs of 41.7 million, driven by our continued focus on cost reduction efforts and a 6.4 million benefit from legal settlements in the current year period, partially offset by 14.3 million of deferred income recognized in the prior year in connection with our NFT marketplace. Additionally, store-related costs decreased 8.4 million compared to the prior year in connection with the prior year store closures, primarily in our European segment. So I think that was, decreased compared to the prior year. during the 6 months ended, decreased 102.3 million or 15.3%. SG&A expenses as a percentage of sales. Okay, we already read through that, but they just detail it a little bit further here. And you can see it says and marketing costs of 41.7 billion. That's a lot. And then we look at, and it's probably year over year for the same quarter, so they really cut down on the marketing. That's what it seems like to me. They're not really going to market too hard. Excuse me. Because that 41.7, going from, what do we go to? 270 from 322, so $52 million difference. If 41 million of that was marketing, so 41 million in the marketing budget was cut, and then another 10 million or so elsewhere in SG&A, if I'm reading this correctly. Right, deferred income recognized. And then also there's the deferred income recognized at the NFT marketplace as like a factor, but and also like let's say you're reading this like right now, my brain is just burning out because it's been like 4 hours of streaming. What you could do when you're analyzing these reports, I'm talking about reading the filings, you just go to ChatGPT, explain in simple terms, and you just copy and paste information in, right? Like let's just get a basic here related to the SG&A. Okay, what happened? Reduced the cost, saving about 41.7 million. Okay, so they're saying marketing wasn't 41.7. It's across all of these, across the money on employee-related costs, consulting, and marketing across the board saved about 41.7 because it's been focused on cutting costs. And then they also benefit from 6.4 million due to legal settlements, which helped overall expenses. And then last year, the 14.3 was minused out because it was deferred revenue that was already recognized. Company closed some stores, mostly in Europe, which reduced costs by 8.4 million. So you get the total actual like number of store closures at the end of each year. And that would be in the 10K filing for the full year. 10Q, quarterly filings, 10K, annual filings. Summary focus cutting on company costs, legal settlements, and fewer store-related expenses all contribute to overall SG&A expenses. And another way you can use this research tool, be like further explain the NFT marketplace portion, right? Like let's say we're still confused on that portion. Last year. Oh, okay. Wait, actually, we had 14.3 million of income from the NFT marketplace. Last year's expenses lower in comparison. Gotcha. So there's a simpler breakdown of the NFT marketplace portion. This is the money the company received earlier, but recognizes income later, following specific accounting rules. Later, last year versus this year. Last year, the company recognized 14.3 million of deferred income from its NFT marketplace. This meant that in the previous year, they added this amount to their income statement, which helped reduce their overall SG&A for that period. So they must have subtracted it out from their SG&A last year, is what it sounds like. This year, there wasn't a similar amount of deferred income from the NFT marketplace, which we know there was no income, considering they wound it down, to recognize this year. Because of this, when comparing the 2 years, it makes this year's SG&A seem higher by comparison, since they didn't have that extra 14.3 million to boost the NFT marketplace. In simpler terms, last year, the SG&A expenses were lower because they had some extra income from the NFT marketplace. This year, they didn't have that same income, which makes the expenses look higher in comparison. But yet still, it's way lower because it was 322 last year, and then this year, for this quarter, 270 billion. So it looks like SG&A is in line to be the lowest for 2024 of any year since Ryan Cohen's been captain of the ship. And looks to be that gross margins and net margins are probably going to trend the same way. So they're still trending in the right direction, but it's not something remarkable that's happening right now. And I'm okay with that. I'm willing to wait. I know not everybody is, but that's where you got to make your own determination. Who are you? Are you a trader? Are you an investor? Are you doing both? How are you going about things? What are your goals? What price are you looking to get out if you're trading, right? If you're just a long-term investor, you might just be holding until something fundamentally changes with your investment. That's fair. But if you're trading, you got to know your price. Okay, I'm getting out here, I'm getting in here, these certain dates, whatever the case, right? Like it all depends on you as an individual is what I'm trying to say here. So if GME can diversify and make more money, yep, diversification would be good of their revenue, just more tech-related stuff. I think that'd be exciting. How much interest PlayStation Pro release today? You're right. You are right, LinkedIn. It's true. Tetron seriously needs to adjust his volume. He's so quiet that AD comes on and oh my god, I went down. Okay, do less. I'm sorry. The thing is, if I put it too close, I feel like it's staticky. I apologize. I'm gonna note this, guys. New mic, and then also too low. I didn't realize I was that low. Damn. but I'll have to listen back. I wonder if it sounds a little bit better now, maybe. But yeah, I got to upgrade the mic too. This was from GameStop, but I just bought on the fly. I was kind of silly. Like, I didn't really do enough research. I was like, oh, this one seems decent. It'll do the job. But really, ideally, it'd be good to have just a straight up mic. But for like my situation right now, a headset is easier for me. Someone said to be on the go. Also, sometimes like background noise here, so this mic isn't as sensitive as like a mic. You know, you have like the arm and everything. All that's cool though. So maybe I should get a high quality one of those. But yeah, any DFE updates? Or let's see let's read some super stock. We'll do that to kind of wrap it up here. Do less? Thanks for being here, man. I hope you're doing well. Let's no change. Oh, internal comments. They're checking on X. It's been 7 years since been profitable. Is that true? Start of the transformation phase. It's been 7 years since GameStop has been profitable. Huge ups to see and team for the cost of input. It's clear to me GameStop knows how to transform the business to help with ongoing revenue declines. Is what the shall do. It's the best CEO management, 4.2 million in cash, billion in cash, and the strongest investor base in the planet. Couldn't have set up any better. Everyone should be excited for the future. Time and pressure. We'll see how it shakes out. I'm excited to keep just following this journey and step by step just documenting it the whole way as much as I can. Beat on EPS, miss on revenue. That's true, although isn't it 4 cents? That doesn't seem right. 4% versus 9 cents though. It seems pretty significant. Like that's a 13-cent swing on the bottom line, which is pretty good amount of net income considering like 422 million shares outstanding times 13. Wait, we would do 0.13 times 422 million roughly shares outstanding. That means analyst estimates, considering like they're roughly off by 55 million for the net income based on how they got their estimate, right? So $55 million swing in terms of their estimate versus like the actual number. There are no current plans, commitments, or arrangements to make any acquisitions or investments. For the use of proceeds, again, this is like the standard. This is the same thing we've seen every offering. It's like pretty much the same structure. While during the offering, there's no particular plan. If something comes on the table like a week or two later, it still would be allowed, right? Because they're just saying there's no plans at that time, but things change in business, so it could happen. Hype, let's see. Trading my PS5 for the Pro announcement. Got 410 for it. Damn, that's actually a lot. That's more than I expected. I'm a massive savings nerd here. My stupidest money mistakes I see people make, or paying for car insurance. Yeah, no, that's it. See, this is what I was saying before. Oh, this isn't a super stock thing. I just realized it's promoted, but it's a part of this journey. People are like, oh, how can I buy more shares? I got to be more frugal. And I think that people's just concept of money, following GameStop closely, has allowed them to get better concepts of money and like understanding the importance of investing, how to invest, how much to invest, how to go about your investment strategies. And I'm sure there's people who started with GameStop and have branched out. And maybe they're not even in GameStop anymore, but now they're doing their own investing and understanding the importance of like building wealth over time. And I think that's just a great thing for people to do. And listen, maybe you're in GameStop, like, I don't care about anything else. That's fine. But if you're learning from it, I think that's so good. I really, really do. Oh, it was a death kiss from Jim Cramer. We should have known. And shout out this guy, marijuana underscore Miller. Days 780 through 784 of running 7.401 until MOAS. Incredible. Mad respect. Markets closed. Movements from not retail investors sad about profits, but market makers and funds want to manipulate parts. Nothing new here. Yeah, honestly. That's what makes me laugh. People are like, oh, look at the after hours. I'm like, it literally means nothing. Gotta love that. Another day of trading sideways. Everybody, calm down. Without a game plan. I agree. Thank you. First repo. Wow, this went all the way up and it's almost completely gone, right? It's people say that's what's been pumping up the market. Allegedly, maybe. We'll see. 4.20 billion in cash. Incredible. Ryan Salome, the former CEO of FTX Digital Markets, is openly talking about SPF and freaking tokenized GME shares. Oh, shout out Welp. I always see this guy. He's been here before too. So shout out user/Welp. I've seen him on X and Superstonk. He's been posting frequently. You can see he's got a lot of karma. I'm sure most of it's Superstonk. But tell us something about tokenized GME shares. Did Caroline wished death to GME investors? I wish I knew more about the tokenized stocks. Ask Brett Harrison. Try that. Brett Harrison, any chance you do an AMA on Superstonk? Fun fact: SBF didn't lend me money from Almeida. Caroline did. Plus Dan, plus Can, the lawyers. Why is she not in trouble for campaign finance fraud? Tell us something about tokenized June. Oh, interesting. Okay, not too much, but the fact he's talking about it is interesting. Actual good news on time. 39.5 million in interest income. It's called Fear. GME to the moon. 5 minutes for earnings report. You just gotta love Joe's epic timing here. Oh yeah, that's right. That guy Joe Toast is now the social media manager for GameStop. The guy who actually interviewed Ryan Cohen. The one interview he's pretty much done. Looking like a cat. That's what some people were saying going into it. Wasn't bad. Well, except they're actually good. GameStop will have done 3 and 4 months here, but raised 3.5 billion. Even a dip, doubled the share price in April. This is a great post right here. Actually, I'm not logged in, so I can't upvote it. But it's a great point because people say, "Oh, dilution's bad" or whatever. But if you told me back here, right, in the dog days of April, that hey, by the end of the summer, GameStop's going to have raised, they're going to have done 2 share offerings, and the stock price is going to be double what it is now, I would have said, you're crazy. There's no way that's going to happen. And sure enough, that's what's happened. Even despite the price falling now, and even, let's say it goes to 20 and the share offering is complete, they've doubled the share price from their 52-week low. And since they've doubled it, the share price that is, they've accumulated over 3 billion, it'll be like 3.5 billion from share offerings. What other company have you seen do that where they raise 3.5 billion in capital and yet the share price is still double what it was at its lowest point of the year? You just simply don't see that very often. Because if I told you right here, you go back in the time and you're a GameStop shareholder, and I told you right here, I said, I'm from the future. On September 10th, there's going to be a 3rd share offering announced. People are going to say, oh my God, I can't believe they're diluting again. And I'd say, what do you mean diluting again? Oh yeah, they completed 2 share offerings already in the early part of the summer in May and June. And they raised $3 billion from that. I'd say, what are you talking about? That's crazy. There's no way that's going to happen over the next several months. Yet, that's what we've seen take place here over the past several months. 6 months now, right? Because, well, March would be 6 months ago. So, still, even if back here I told you, like, hey, the stock price is going to be higher than it is now, and they're going to have completed multiple rounds of dilution that raised them a lot of cash. I'd say, no way. There's no way. If they're issuing a lot of shares, then they must be declining a lot in stock price, right? But no, that's not the case. And also, if you think about it, someone might say, well, why didn't they do this earlier? If they did it earlier, their cash per share wouldn't be that high. Like their cash per share would be down here, but the price would still be down here, so there'd be more room for it to fall. I feel like once the cash per share is now at like $10 a share, when you go below 20 and that you're profitable, 50% of the market cap is represented in cash. And of course, it depends how they execute with that cash, but like they're just in a great spot. That's really what I think. And I think betting against it now is honestly foolish. I mean, you could. You're more than welcome to. I welcome the Bulls. I welcome the Bears. But I could see, and I was saying this before too, I could see where people are neutral. Like, I don't believe in this company, but I'm not going to bet against it. But the people are like, oh, I'm so bearish. The meltdowners, oh, it's going down, it's going down. I'm like, what fundamentally really tells you that? Like the revenue, but the net income is improving and they're turning a net profit and they have a ton of cash on their balance sheet. They have so much opportunity. Why would you want to bet against that? So I get not being bullish, but being bearish, I'm like, all right, so be it. Do less and touch on. You need to, limiter effect on your audio channel. Stop the peaking. Assuming OBS. Leapfroggles. Thank you. That is what I needed. Let me write this down. Limiter. I gotta talk to my brother too. He's pretty good with this stuff. Not the audio as much. He's more with like video, but he probably knows about that too. Limiter effect. Stop audio from peaking. I love learning from you guys. Thank you. Appreciate this. But also a bit of pee popping going on with the air wind from your mouth. Gotcha. Yes, that's the thing why I don't want to put it too close. But when I move, you move. Listen to the cat. He hasn't openly moved yet. Rhino? Fair point. But also, I just do whatever I do as an individual investor. I'm not chasing anything. I'm just going to focus on myself. I'll keep watching what Roaring Kitty does. I'm absolutely curious, but I'm just going to keep doing my own thing personally. So GME doesn't advertise enough. Yeah, Coffee, that's the thing. They cut marketing costs, but it's like I feel like they could more, but my thought is they must feel that their marketing dollars, like if they spent more on advertising, they don't feel like the conversion would be good enough where like they're going to actually get sales more so than what they're spending on the advertising for where they are now. So that's why I feel like they have to evolve in a way where like yes, they do have to advertise more, but maybe just not right now until they have that next big thing going, whatever it may be. There used to be a YouTuber in early mid 2020 who ran while talking about GME, a young blonde guy. I don't recall where he went, but he posted YouTube videos for a couple months. Also wondered if it was Miller. Leapfroggles? Interesting. Actually, I don't think I ever saw that. I remember Ape Andy back in the day. I don't know if you guys know him. He'd be like GME, AMC. He's just a chill guy. Like he's a, but I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. I think he like stopped posting and sold it eventually. But obviously AMC completely screwed him. But GameStop, could have been all right. But everyone's gonna make their own decision. But I remember guys like him in the day. But I don't know. Needs a fantastic marketing expert. Give T-shirts out at Comic Cons. Zetro get the word out. The company's still there. Coffee, yeah, I like that. T-shirts at Comic Con events and gaming tournaments, right? Or what if they sponsored like an esports tournament? I've always kind of thought like esports seems up in their alley, but they haven't really. I'm gonna add that here. Involvement in esports, whether it's like a partnership, right? Because like think about when you have like you're sponsored by a company, they could sponsor an esports team, right? And then make some kind of deal, some kind of promotion, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't know, but I always wonder why they never really did anything with that. And it's funny, it's got completely dark in here from when I started. Sun's completely down. GME has millions of let's see, needs GME has millions of investors marketing for them free. That's kind of true. Need more regular folks, not apes. Okay, fair. Some of those causes not worth trying to invest and convert. That is true. Some people are so sad. GameStop's so bad. I'm never shopping there again. Oh my god, they're so sad, and I'm like, why? Like, why are you so burning passionate about it? But it's the way she goes. They will eventually come around, but it won't be because of a friend or an advertisement or a bit of free merchandise at a convention. A generic retail store opened up a strip mall near me. There's a need being filled by others. I note their revenue is dropping big time. They only made money on stock sales. Okay, my stock room. Thanks for being here. GameStop girls handing out T-shirts at Comic Con. That's a winner idea. Hey, coffee, not the worst idea. The ads they got leaked in 2022 or whatever it was were great. The respawn one is specifically LOL. I think he showed his true colors. Is it normal that we beat earnings and it goes down? Paul, yeah, definitely. It's not impossible. This happens all the time with the market. Like Nvidia beat on earnings and it went down. And then also to be fair though, they missed on revenue in terms of analyst expectations, but they beat on EPS. So it's kind of like a mixed bag. But really the dilution announced is really what's driving the price downwards. But also liquidity is so low in pre and post market. I think you should really just look ahead to what the market looks like when it opens tomorrow and we get into the trading day. I think that gives you a better idea where you're at. Pre and post market, I really think you should take with a grain of salt because of the limited liquidity. And then also, the reality of it is, GameStop go up, down, left, right, move all around. But it's not irregular for GameStop to go down after earnings at all. At all. Sideways are down. Yep. Yes, that's GameStop. Exactly. But yeah, no coffee. I like idea girls at the Comic Con events. That could help. That could help maybe. But no, I mean it also depends like what you're advertising, who your target audience is, and they have I'm sure a team for that. But it's one of those things too. If they can get revenue back on track to scaling, they have something acquired, they can then get marketing ramped up again once they have something in place that they want to market for. I guess is like the best way to say it. So you was giving me Adam Aaron vibes? No, Paul, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, brother. It's not like that. They're going to use the cash. Adam Aaron's just doing it to keep AMC afloat, pad his own pockets. Ryan Cohen isn't paying himself anything. I get the comparison, but Ryan Cohen isn't paying himself anything. GameStop has no debt. AMC just issues more and more shares just to pay down old debt. And they're not even turning a profit. They're not fundamentally turning around the business. Nothing is changing. GameStop is now net profitable. Ryan Cohen doesn't take any share compensation or compensation in general. And now they have a absolutely stacked balance sheet. They can choose what to do. So at this point, it's still really a big bet on the management team of GameStop. And that's what Roaring Kitty basically said. It's the best way to summarize his stream that he did out of nowhere and that the whole world was watching. He basically just said, like, this is a bet on Ryan Cohen. Let's give it some time. And that's his perspective, and I kind of agree. Can't say I don't. So, nope, no popcorn. Potential for them to buy AMC seems far-fetched, but to buy AMC since the stock sold 20 million high, Burmo, no. The thing is, I'm telling you, man, that the balance sheet is just a mess. Like, it's just such a mess. And the people running things over there, they simply just don't want to turn it around. If they wanted to, they could have by now. They could have cut costs. They could have closed unprofitable theaters. They could have done a lot of different things, but they haven't. All they've done is just continue to pay themselves, and they even tried to pay themselves more. And AMC shareholders actually shot down a compensation package that they were trying to get approved by shareholders, because the shareholders are like, no, you guys are getting paid already a decent amount, and nothing's happened for us. And literally, look at how much AMC is down, and look at AMC's market cap. Look at this, literally 95%, and then also from here, literally 99%. Just small market cap, and its balance sheet's a mess. I mean, this is just an overview, but just a ridiculous amount of debt on the balance sheet. It's really, really going to be hard to dig out of the hole. And look at this, little to no insider ownership. They don't care. They don't care. And again, this is just at a glance. Look at GameStop. Great balance sheet. This is not up to date. We know this is 4.20, and this debt, they actually only have 20 million in long-term debt. The other considered debt, and again, this isn't up to date because the earnings report just came out. Excuse me. The debt is store leases. It's considered to be a debt on the balance sheet. And also current ratio, current assets, current liabilities, 2.22, and also the insiders. But look at current assets versus current liabilities, AMC. Their current ratio is not going to be good. Yeah, below 1 is not ideal, because that means they have more current liabilities than current assets. And cash is one of the current assets, by the way. But also, something you notice too when you look at any other stock, right? I mean, generally, right? GameStop's, like AMC's is 40%, but you look at like JP Morgan or Alley, or those are the other ones that are recommended, but any stock in general, large majority is always institutions, right? Look at GameStop's institutional shares. By the way, institutional ownership has been going up over time. If you look on the filings, like you look on Fintel, I think that's the one, they show the filings of GameStop institutional ownership. It's been going up steadily. Like, it went pretty far up after the offering, so it would imply to me a lot of institutions grab those shares. But also, look, not a large majority are owned by institutions, even despite institutions recently buying a lot of shares. So most of the stock is owned by individuals. That is, I think, truly the reality of it. But yeah, towards S&P 500 inclusion, you think they're going to sell the shares market open tomorrow? Burmo, wait until they run up another $1 billion in the bank. Honestly, I don't know. I'm going back and forth. I feel like they might wait this time because they already did the other ones quick. They got a ton of cash. They're not really in a rush unless they're just about to make a move, right? And they need the cash right before they make that move. If that's the case, then maybe they do the same as last time, right? And my hunch was like the past 2 share offerings were completed in 6 business days and 3 business days, respectively. So really fast. So if that was the case again here, and this one's only 20 million, maybe by the end of this week. But then also another part of me thinks they're not in a rush to get the cash this time. Like, they're absolutely stacked on the balance sheet. Unless they're just about to do something tomorrow, or not literally tomorrow, but very soon, then why complete the share offering? Why not leave it outstanding? The price accumulates, goes up to the 30s again, 40s. Then you go out and issue shares at that price. But then, people will say, oh, they killed the squeeze, right? But I think Ryan Cohen and the company is just focus on fundamentals and driving the company forward, and just ultimately making it into a profitable machine in the long term of things. And that's way easier said than done. Don't get me wrong, but I think that's what they're working towards. That's it. But see, profits. Yes, sir, Scott. Tits. Coffee. Let's see. What does Paul got to say? S. I want to keep going, guys, but I think I have to wrap it up. My brain just feels like jello at this point. It's really been a great time streaming with you guys today. Not the most ideal in terms of like the stock price performance, but honestly, I'm okay with it. And just know thyself. Like, don't ever invest more than you can afford to lose. Don't ever trade with more than you can afford to lose. Know whether you're a trader or investor and just how you want to go about things, your certain goals and targets you want to meet. Just figure that all out. And it's easier said than done, and it takes time. And if you're just getting started with things, don't rush. Don't feel like I need to get money in quick. No, start slow. Time is on your side. Like, there's always going to be opportunities. There's always going to be ups and downs in the market and fluctuations, and you just got to make the absolute most of it. So, yeah, out of breath here. So I think we'll wrap it up there. Leapfroggles, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Paul, Adamir's the real slitherback of AMC. Yep. Paul, thanks for being here. Hope you have a good night. Coffee, thank you for being here. I appreciate you, man. I always see you commenting. I'm sorry I don't always reply. I appreciate you so much, though, for consistently showing up to the channel. SGT, have a good day. Peace out. Scott, thank you. Have a great night. Again, I appreciate you all. It was a great day. A fun day streaming, just talking stock, and we'll see what happens from here. Just expect anything and everything with GameStop stock. I think that's really the best way to go about it. If you're mentally prepared for anything, then you're good to go, right? And you're not putting in more than you look forward to lose. It's like you're not going to lose sleep at night. You're just going to enjoy the ride. You're going to enjoy the ride. So, one new subscriber. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. Anyone else wants to subscribe, or you can follow me on X. I do do some write ups about, like, I have one about Larry Chang, and just some put all my videos up there. I usually post on YouTube first. Comes on X usually the following day. And I'm gonna get into more in-depth videos very soon instead of these just quick recorded ones. And then I poke just my infographics. Been working on AI videos. These have been fun. AI pictures and then just data. It's my frog, African dwarf frog, pretty dope. And then just wrote some stuff about the yen carry trade here. And also, if you want to see some stuff I've wrote in the past about GameStop, if you go to the highlights tab of X, you have my most recent videos, as well as like my long-term write-ups. And see another video. See this one just about the GameStop saga. This one I've wrote about the share offerings. I've wrote about the margins. This is one of my this is my best post ever. Andrew Left reacting to Roy Kitty's live stream. Oh, it's so funny. About Berkshire A volume. The comment, forget GameStop, forget GameStop. I wrote about that. Dollar cost averaging, as I've been touching on in the stream, I've wrote about that a little bit as well. So you can read some of that stuff if you're curious. But yeah, appreciate you guys very much. Thank you so much. When to see Scott on Richard Newton's show. Oh, nice, dude. Shout out Richard Newton, man. Yeah, that guy. He's come a long way. It's crazy the other day. I look, like, this man has 30K subs. I love it. He just seems like such a genuine guy. And I do listen to his videos sometimes. Like sometimes I'm just getting ready in the morning. Like I'm not watching necessarily, but because they're long, but I'm like listening, or I'll listen on the way to work because I love like his approach and like his teacher approach. Like, okay, well, what if this? What if that? Let's test this. Let's test that theory, right? And just talk about various things and just being an advocate for GameStop. I think what he's doing is super cool. So shout out to Richard. He's a super chill dude. So maybe we'll have to collab one day, but we'll see. We're freelance. No way I'm getting X. All good, Paul. It's all good. No worries, man. But I worked for Mr. Burns. All right, guys. For real this time, I'm wrapping it up. Thank you so much for being here. I hope everyone has a fantastic night, evening, couple days ahead. John, hope you have a good night. Good to see you in the chat. Everyone, take care. See you.